Unidentified and Dead by Bryce Walton. Suddenly Fred Neville was cold sober and heading through a Saturday morning blur to the telephone. Only the name of Rudy Weldon had been released in the special news bulletin that had touched off Neville's grieving drunk. The bulletin had said that all the passengers had been killed, but it hadn't mentioned any other names, nor the number of passengers. Good God! Why had he assumed so quickly and unquestioningly that his wife was one of them? You don't just assume a thing like that, he thought guiltily as he dialed. You ought to make very sure first. Patiently, the woman at the Los Angeles Daily News said, "Sorry, we can't release a list of casualties until completed identification and notification of next of kin." "But my wife could have been on that plane. Luella Neville. Only 4 passengers have been tentatively identified. Your wife's name isn't among the 4. There were more than 4? Yes. What information can you give me?" "The crash occurred 3 hours ago." She seemed to read from a teletype. "The 2-engine Beechcraft exploded and burned. The remains of the victims are being removed to the chapel of A. Robesto and Sons in 10 Palms, where identification will be completed. The sole witness of the disaster, a sheep herder named Steve Meyerson, reported that the plane seemed to lose altitude approaching the San Padres Hills and crashed and burst into flames a few hundred yards from Meyerson's house. It is believed that the plane may have been overloaded. So far, only 4 of the 7 passengers have been identified and—" "Thank you," Neville cut in. "Thank you very much." He almost laughed as he hung up. Ironic that the one among all of Luella's eccentricities he had found the least tolerable should now furnish the joyful assurance that she was alive. He had been surprised to find out that Luella was very superstitious about black cats, ladders, broken mirrors, unlucky numbers. Her psychiatrist had said she needed a belief in magic because people had failed her. But Neville wouldn't fail her. Maybe her fear of the unlucky number 7 hadn't failed her. She wouldn't have been the 7th passenger. After being married to Luella for a year, he knew that much at least about his wife. He put through a long-distance call to Rudy Weldon's number near 10 Palms and sat listening to the distant nervous buzzing. He sat still, eyes closed. But the lids couldn't shut out the image of Luella projected by his brain. He stared guiltily at the torn bits of paper on the rug. The note Luella had written him saying she was going to Rudy Weldon's for the weekend, that he wasn't to get jealous, that she was just too bored, that they might fly up to Big Bear in Rudy's new sports plane, and cheers. He'd gotten mad, very mad, before he could help it, and then he'd gotten drunk. The buzzing continued. His eyes strained, searched as if his life depended on some absolutely necessary answer. He poured a pony glass of bourbon. He had never drunk much until the last few months. "Sorry, you want us to keep trying and call you back?" His mouth sagged. His eyes pleaded with the phone, a tense and frightened look. "Yes, of course, keep trying." He stood up. He refused to believe that Luella was dead. She wouldn't have gone on that flight. Her behavior was too erratic and irresponsible for him to have expected her to call him. No one had answered at the Weldon house, but that didn't necessarily mean that everyone guesting there had gone on that flight. Not at all. Those who hadn't gone had undoubtedly left the premises by now, and who would blame them? Luella might be in 10 Palms. She might be comforting bereaved friends and relatives. She might be very upset and needing him. He tried to call the chapel of A. Robesto and Sons in 10 Palms, but the phone was busy, and when he did get through, no one would talk with him. He demanded to know why they just didn't check the guest list at the Weldon house against the number of passengers. If there had been only 7 guests, then that would mean that all of them had gone on the flight. They would have a list of the casualties, but it wasn't quite so simple, it seemed. Friends and relatives might assume wrongly, the woman said. Identification must be positive before we can release such a casualty list." She said something else about moral responsibility. Nebel sat like a forlorn passenger in a station waiting room. He was a big man turning gray, and his mild, meaty face was drawn tight with puzzled anxiety. Because he could not stand the strain of waiting, he decided he would drive out to 10 Palms. Rudy Weldon's hacienda was on the way. As he started for the door, the phone rang. "Hello," Nebel shouted. "Hello." "Go ahead, please," the operator said. A woman's faint voice said, "Go ahead, dear? Please name it. I'm sure I've been there." A frantic sort of syllogism scurried speciously through Nebel's brain. The voice was that of a drunken woman. Luella got drunk at places like the Weldons. Luella was a woman. This woman could be Luella. "Luella?" he said. He heard the throb of a dead line. He called again. There was no answer. Fighting a draining weariness, he went out the back door, across the yard past the barbecue pit to the garage. The housing-tract supermarket dome was dirtied by glinting April sunlight. The solid, heavy slam of his big conventional car door was comforting. He tried to ignore the oily emptiness left by the absence of Luella's MG. He hadn't approved of that MG. He didn't approve of sports cars. They suggested reckless abandon, made him uneasy. Luella drove hers as if she didn't give a damn about her life or anyone else's. Once she had said she cared about as much for life as for the long white beard of God, which turned out to be a quotation from Baudelaire. She did care, of course. Luella's psychiatrist said she did. He said Luella's self-destructive drive stemmed from self-contempt, a feeling of unworthiness. She tested everybody and everything. Will he love me in spite of what I do? Does fate love me enough to spare me no matter how much I push my luck? Without that psychiatrist, Nebel would know from nothing about his own wife. He respected her psychiatrist. Everything turned into simple, easy-to-understand, incontrovertible logic. It was comforting to know that an authority seemed optimistic about Luella's chances for improvement and an early escape from her deep emotional disturbances. He had met her at that rather wild party, the sort of party he almost never attended, and married her 3 days later. She had seemed so lovely, young, charming, and witty. No one could have guessed how much emotional disturbance lay behind such a beautiful mask. The complexity. Nebel was a cautious driver who took his own skill for granted and regarded every other vehicle and pedestrian in sight as a potential menace. But only halfway along the straight, sun-glazed desert stretch to 10 Palms, between arid sandstone buttes and cactus-studded gullies, he noticed with a numbing sort of shock that the speedometer registered 97 miles per hour, and the needle was still climbing. Something entirely new and terribly alien happened to Nebel. His familiar, controlled self seemed to recede, and there was a sense of thrill, of doom, of awful necessity. He wanted to laugh out his defiance of caution and reason. There was a wild sense of surrender to something, and his face suddenly shone with sweat. He had been driving in a sort of daze, a suspension of feeling. A dreamlike distortion settled over things. The desert with its monotonous landscape gave no impression of movement. Air whooshed. Metal faintly throbbed. Cars that he passed effortlessly seemed to stand still. Detachment, distortion, the nightmare feeling of watching himself heading into disaster, helpless, a sort of onlooker who knew he was a great deal more. The ribbon of desert road seemed to expand, extend into infinity, dip down through glittering mirages. The needle passed the 100 mark. Nebel remained parked in the shade of yucca trees beside the road for some time. He could still hear the warning echoes of his own yells in his ears. He rubbed at his eyes, then jerked his hand away as if he had been caught in an act of weakness. It wasn't just the whiskey, tension, fatigue. Something else waited, a madness inside of him, kin to Luella's, perhaps, which he had never suspected before. Again he drove with slow caution, all the way to Rudy Weldon's adobe hacienda. But his caution wasn't the same. Now it was self-conscious, and with every mile a tautness stretched in him to squeaking tension, as if he were one of those trick cyclists he had once, as a kid, seen pedaling along a high tight wire. Luella's blue MG wasn't among the other sports cars parked in the courtyard. He exhaled a long sigh of affirmed relief. He even felt good when it occurred to him that perhaps Luella hadn't come out to Weldon's at all. She could merely have said she was coming out here for the weekend. She knew how he despised that wild, existential bunch who sat around candlelit tables reading Baudelaire and smoking tea. Her psychiatrist had explained how, because she felt unworthy of it, she would go to extremes to test Nebel's love. But her car's not being here meant one thing definitely, that if she had been here, she hadn't left in Rudy's sports plane. Nebel considered driving on into 10 Palms. No. He had better at least check, see if Luella had been here at all, and if she had been here, to find out where she had gone. As he walked through flowered cactus and up onto the wide columned porch, a quick breath of hot air seemed to dry out his face, stretch the skin tight over his cheekbones. Above the red-tiled roof, the crests of arid hills were spread with a dirty yellowish light. The heavy oaken doors were slightly open. He knocked several times, then went into a long, raftered, and coolly shaded room. There was the dead fireplace at one end. At the other, a suit of armor watched him from the bottom of a staircase. His eyes moved quickly over the room, only half seeing the tragic remains of a lavish smorgasbord, turned stale, bright cushions ringing a huge redwood coffee table, ceramic mugs stained with lipstick smudges, candles as big as his arms, still glowing deep in tallow pits. He shivered a little, then walked through an atmosphere of heavy, brooding melancholy to the sideboard and poured a double shot of bourbon. There was a hint of silent, ghostly laughter. He stood listening. He called out several times. No answer. But someone had been here when he had phoned from Van Nuys. Boo! Nebel spilled half his bourbon as he turned. A tall, model-thin brunette, walnut-tanned, wearing a thin blouse and a pair of toreadors, rose up from the couch near the fireplace. She extended a long leg upward and flexed green lacquered toes like a monkey. "Would you pour me something too, please, honey?" She waved an empty glass and studied him. "It's scary. I feel like a ghost myself because I'm supposed to be dead. I ought to be. But I didn't go on the flight, you see. I got sozzled and passed out, and when I came to, they were gone." "What are you drinking?" "Anything straight, and very Lethean." He handed her a glass of bourbon, straight. Up close her face appeared slack, her eyes glazed. But they were lovely eyes, and behind them he sensed things buried and transformed. "You look weird, too, sort of wrecked. Sit down." He sat on a hassock. "You looking for ghosts, honey? If I believed in them, I'd be hearing a gibbering chorus of them now, but I don't. But ghouls I believe in, and hate in any form, such as reporters, people who ask morbid questions." "My name's Fred Nebel." "You were the frantic caller? You? God, how Luella misrepresented you. I pictured a thing with watery eyes, bifocals, like a Pekingese." The phone started ringing. Nebel jumped. "Ignore it, honey. And here you are, big, shaggy, Charles Bickford type, St. Bernard, naive strength, etc. That Luella." The persisting ring of the telephone scraped Nebel's raw nerves. He started to get up. "No, honey, I've already told them who was here for the weekend. The hell with ghouls regardless of race, creed, or color. I noticed that Luella's car isn't outside. I'm wondering where she went, or even if she was here at all. Luella said that she left you a note, honey, like with the milkman or something. Yes, but Luella was here all right, the woman said. Incidentally, my name's Barbara. Do you know where she went then? Neville asked. His voice came out with a small squeezed sound. He repressed an urge to scream back at the phone that had started ringing again. Luella's favorite weapon, Fred. Keep them guessing. The favorite weapon of the Freudian age. The official excuse of sick, sick, sick. Wife takes off for the weekend. It's because she's psychoneurotic. The phone stopped ringing, but left a painfully ringing silence. Barbara sipped bourbon as if it were a Coke. You suffer, I know. But it's hard to sympathize with marital hell. As South said, hell is a restaurant where you serve yourself. But suffering looks good and masculine on you, Fred. I mean, sweat, the beard. Do you smoke Marlboros? Show me your tattoo. All I want to know, Barbara, is where did Luella go? Her car's gone. She went somewhere. Tried to remember. Barbara's eyes grew small. Her full lips stretched to a thin, hard line. I remember all right. Luella was here, unforgettably. She was wherever a male was momentarily unattached. Anger rose with heavy reluctance in Neville. With it came a kind of guilty fear. That's none of your business. Just tell me where she went, if you know. If you don't know, tell me that. Pardon my fretness, Frank, but Luella was my problem. Problem people like Luella become problems for everyone in reach. I loathed little Luella. You see, I had a very passionate thing for Rudy, and little wide-eyed, helpless little Luella got her hooks deep into him. Little Luella couldn't get enough of anything, especially if it was supposed to belong to someone else. Like the so-called irresponsible child of nature, she had no respect for private property. Neville wiped his mouth with his flat hand. Barbara, just tell me where Luella went. That's all I ask. When I'm sozzled, I don't much care what I say or do or anything, Fred. And I'm really sozzled. I'll never sober up again. Then I might think it all mattered, and I couldn't live with that. I loved old Rudy. Barbara stared at Neville's jaw, at the nerve twitching in it. Luella's an obsession of yours by now. Listen, start now. Get rid of your obsession. My God, she left in the car and went somewhere, and you... Oh? You mean you're sure she drove away in the car because the car isn't here? I see, Fred. Sorry. But the car never was here. Never. You said Luella was here. Yes, but not the car. And therein lies a sordid tale. Her car broke down somewhere down the line. She called in poor, helpless little Luella, you know. Rudy went out and brought her in. They took a mighty long time getting back. Mighty long. Neville rubbed his hand across his eyes. There was a peculiar constriction in his throat. So Luella had been here, and she hadn't left in the car. Then the phone started ringing, but now it had a dull, distant, meaningless sound. A voice within Neville whispered, "What are you doing in this accursed place? Go, get out, go home, go somewhere, anywhere, before it's too late." He started to ask, was Luella on that plane? He couldn't ask it. He couldn't say anything. But Barbara could. Barbara not only could, but would, Neville knew with a horrible certainty. Barbara would never run down. I really was attached to Rudy. Though crazy and wild, he was genuine. Luella was pure phony. All phony, no real Luella anywhere. No core, a chameleon. Pretend to be or believe one thing, but all the time several other people or things. Nothing real. Her psychoneurosis, her love life, all phony too. An act, a diversion, little charade. She may have been nuts, but she didn't want to be cured. There never was a real Luella to cure. Luella was just a figment of her greedy little imagination. The phone must have stopped, for now it began ringing again. Neville sat dazed, listening to this deadly, coherent, drunken woman speaking of Luella in the past tense. He gripped her wrist. "Where's Luella?" "I told the reporters who the guests were here," she said, her voice getting higher. "Answered telephones all morning. Don't you know how I feel? I mean, weekend guests were all here having a ball, laughing it up, trying to make the tired old merry-go-round go a little faster. Then all at once, they were dead and gone." He shook her. She laughed shrilly. She gripped his wrists with both hands. The glass shattered on the floor. Sensing the pitiable terror under her mask as her hands turned to clawing panic, he quickly released her. "And then there were none," she said tonelessly. "None but Barbara all alone in limbo. I might even feel self-pity if I sobered up. I loved Rudy." Neville stood up. He started for the door. "Where are you going, Fred?" "To find Luella." She screamed at him. He turned. "You're alive, Fred. Don't look for Luella. Don't you want to stay alive? You ought to feel lucky you're free." "All right, I'm sozzled. I'll tell you, honey. She's dead. Luella's dead. Real dead. Completely dead. Dead, dead, dead." "You're lying," Neville shouted, swinging the palm of his hand at her. She stumbled back and fell sprawling. He stood staring at his open palm, then down at her welted face. She laughed up at him. "Don't be nice, Fred. Hit me again. You're beginning to look human. How does it feel? Ever hit a woman before? Ever hit anybody before? You're built for it. You hit real good. Only it's better when you hit the right guy." His voice hadn't sounded like his own. His actions were the incredible, shocking actions of someone else. He had driven his car over 100 miles an hour. He had struck this woman. He sat down and put his hands over his face. He heard her voice as though through a wall. "What are you trying to prove, Fred? That she really is dead? Can't you believe how lucky you are?" "Shut up," he snarled through his hands. "Why take your hatred out on me?" "I like you, Fred. You're big and nice. Why did you do it, Fred? Because you're over 40 and Luella looks so wide-eyed and young and innocent? Was it flattering to have the old libido pumped by a sweet thing only 22? Be glad that sort of childishness isn't contagious. I see it all over you, the old values, responsibility, loyalty. Luella never heard of them. She laughed at, ridiculed you. She laughed about how you were putting out 100 a week to that Beverly Hills quack. I'm not against psychiatry, but her guy happens to be one of the greediest quacks since Cagliostro." He took his hand slowly from his face and looked at her. "How many guests were here?" 8. "That's all? How about servants?" "No servants. Servants have big eyes. They talk. And you didn't go on the flight. 7 went, which means that you're telling me that my wife, that she was... That's what I've told you. But I won't repeat it. There were 7 passengers. There were only 7 others here besides me. Little Luella had to have gone, and that's it, my good man." "You said you were too drunk to go. Did you actually see Luella go aboard that plane?" She stared at him, neither condemning, nor reproachful, nor with pity, but highly speculative. "All right, Fred. I was passed out, cold as a Christmas turkey. I didn't see her go aboard." He stood up and took a deep breath. "Thanks, Barbara. Then they must have picked up someone else. You see, my wife was very superstitious. She wouldn't accept a license plate from the Department of Motor Vehicles because of the number 7 in it. She wouldn't make appointments on the 13th. She was scared to death of unlucky numbers. By some people, Seven's considered lucky. To her it was poison. So I know she couldn't have been the seventh passenger. Barbara shrugged. So, they could have picked up someone else. That's possible. Anything's possible. Her eyes were wet. I'm sorry, Fred, she whispered. I'm really sorry that you have to suffer for nothing. We all of us ought to stay young forever. Goodbye, Barbara, he said, and went out onto the porch. He walked to the car, got in, and slammed the door. Fred! As he looked toward Barbara running across the courtyard, the sun was a stinging glaze, low and reflecting at a sharp angle into his eyes. Where are you going, Fred? To find Luella. Her face was close to his. Her eyes were soft and dark. I'm sorry I hurt you, but I'm not sorry for what I said. People like her hurt people like you because you're decent. You won't give up, will you? Your kind never gives up. She was my wife. She didn't have any real friends. I understand, but I'm sober now. You sobered me up. I can't stay out here alone any longer, not sobered up. Why don't you go home? He asked gently. I will. I'm practically on my way home right now, Fred. Listen, give me a ring sometime. In North Hollywood Directory, name's Barbara Allerson. A as in Aphrodite. Neville got out of the car. Fill it up, he said to the shell attendant, a kid in a buckskin shirt and tight Levi's. He looked down the length of the main drag of 10 Palms, baking in the late afternoon sunlight, down between blurred glares of gambling casinos, bars, pizza and hot dog and beer signs, drugstores. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a stubborn set to his jaw. Check the oil. May need a quart of Special X. Check the brakes. I'll be back after a while. The kid unlocked the gas cap. Hear about the plane crash this morning? Yes, I did. Movie actress supposed to have got it, too. Private plane, guy named Weldon. He lives a little way from here. Plane went down just over on the hill there. Brought 7 in here all at once. Neville didn't say anything. He didn't feel much of anything now either, except a curious sense of injustice. If he didn't know Luella well enough to know she wouldn't have been the 7th passenger on that plane, then he didn't know Luella at all. Didn't know anything about Luella. If you could marry someone, be married to them a year, and not know anything at all about them, not one thing, then you couldn't trust yourself either, not in the least. Who were the 7 passengers? Neville asked. They don't know yet, the kid said. They're over at the mortuary putting them together. Who would want to work in a mortuary? I wouldn't. Where is it, the mortuary? The kid told him. It was 2 blocks away, a block off the main street. Neville walked over there where the chapel nestled next to the church. A crowd loitered. Someone had brought up hot dog and ice cream wagons. Someone said to someone else, Steve Meyerson saw the crash all right. In fact, he was almost number 8. The plane darn near landed on his roof. He reported it, and now he's a TV star. Been on TV and everything, like a celebration for Steve. Ain't seen him so loaded since last 4th of July. He's really living. Well, that's logical, someone answered. He ain't been in town without the old lady since last 4th. But Neville was walking up to the khaki-clad officer standing before the chapel door. Name's Fred Neville, he said. The officer shuffled his boots and looked over the top of Neville's head. Are all of them identified yet, officer? The officer shook his head. All of them but one, Mr. Neville. There's a possibility that my wife may have. I know. I've got a list of the 7 guests who probably made that flight, Mr. Neville. Got it right here. I know my wife's name is on that list, but I'm equally sure she didn't make that flight, Neville said. The officer shifted his boots and then wiped his fat, sweating face with a soggy bandana. He looked over the top of Neville's head and didn't say anything. You've identified 6 of them, but not my wife, Neville said. Isn't that right? The officer dug a wet folded paper from his shirt pocket and looked at it. Your wife isn't on the list. What about the 7th one, then? Neville asked. Is it a man or a woman? It's a woman, the officer said. And you could be right, Mr. Neville, he added quickly. It may not be your wife at all. We don't know who it is yet. I know it isn't my wife, Neville said. The setting sun burned like pins in his eyeballs. The officer shook his head, embarrassed and hardly able to speak. Well, we got a guest list from a Miss Barbara Allerson over at the Weldon place. There were 8 guests there, and Miss Allerson didn't go. Your wife was one of the 7. Of course, I guess someone else could have been number 7. But on the other hand, it doesn't seem. I happen to know my wife couldn't have been on that plane, Neville said. I sure hope you're right, Mr. Neville. They can't find anything at all to identify this number 7. Completely unrecognizable, and no rings or any identification found. Nothing, just nothing at all. They'll have to check with dentists and doctors, check for dental x-rays and broken bones. That's the only way. We were married a year, Neville said. My wife had no dental work or anything like that done, no broken bones. Well, Mr. Neville, we'd like a little information, just in case, you understand, so we can check. Where did she come from? Was she born here? If we could check in other towns, where she may have had dental work done, bones set, well, we can make absolutely sure it isn't your wife that way. You see, Mr. Neville? Could you give us information of that kind? Neville hesitated. I don't guess you've heard from her since the crash, the officer asked uneasily. Or you don't know where else she might be or something. I soon will know, Neville said. But I'll give you what information I can. The officer brought out a black notebook and a pencil. Her maiden name is Luella Sawyer. She came from Lakeville, Arkansas. She had a stepfather until she was 5, then spent the rest of her life until she was 18 in an orphanage in Lakeville. Then I believe she went to work in a bank there. 3 years later, she came to Los Angeles. Neville felt a bit dizzy. He started down the steps, hearing the officer mumbling something. But he paid no attention and went on. He sat in the bar drinking beer and listening to the rhythm of slot machine handles for a long time. He called home several times, but there was no answer. He should, he told himself, have stayed home. He would have been there when she called in or drove in. He sat at a corner table and looked into his memory. He had been lonely and afraid, and then he met her at that party and married her 3 days later. And that morning, after the first night of their honeymoon in Miami, there she was on the balcony, stark naked, calmly feeding the pigeons. Someone called the cops. Neville managed to convince them that Luella was a sleepwalker. That was the beginning of pranks, irresponsible behavior of a complex and unbelievable variety. Finding her gone, never knowing where or when she would be back. Calling hospitals, police stations. A child in a lovely woman's body. And how would anyone have guessed? But afterwards you love, feel responsible. It's like having the responsibility for something lovely and precious and helpless. None of the anxiety and pain and irritations mattered to him now. She was here behind his closed eyes, the way she had been the first time he saw her, radiant and always young and reckless and lighting up lonely dark rooms. She was with him now, her breath on his face, her hands and lips caressing him, the distinct lavender scent of her perfume all around, her warmth entering into him. Am I my brother's, my sister's keeper? How about another, sir? He looked up at the waitress. Sure, he said. And for the first time in a long time, he thought about his first marriage, his first wife. He remembered everything, and he remembered with sharp clarity her warm, gentle strength, the color of her eyes, and how she had waved and blown him a kiss that evening before walking through the falling snow to catch a streetcar to her mother's house because her mother had the flu. He even remembered hearing the scream, and without a shirt running through the snow and seeing her there, a dark, sooty, wet blob under the wheels of a truck. "Oh, come on, Fred," she had said. "I can't. I've got to study," he had said. And all he had remembered for years after that was that if he had gone with her, it would never have happened. It would never happen again, he had said. He remembered saying that, too, over and over as he walked all night in the snow. And for years and years, it had not happened. It hadn't happened this time either. But wishing didn't make it so. The idea that it did was an old myth to which Neville had never subscribed. Everyone else assumed that the seventh body in the chapel of A. Robusto was that of Luella Neville. There was every reason for this assumption, and the sole fact for his assuming that it was not Luella would hardly convince anyone else. Barbara knew that Luella was dead. Luella had been at Weldon's. There were only 7 guests other than Barbara. By all logic, the 7th unidentified body of the chapel was Luella. But Neville insisted that it couldn't be. Or was he insisting that it shouldn't be? Was he afraid to face the truth? He would feel responsible, just as he had for his first wife, and he knew that he couldn't bear it again. Luella wore several rings. She wore a necklace and earrings. She always carried a wallet. The searchers could easily have overlooked something, but he wouldn't. If anything of Luella's was up there in the wreckage, he would see it, and he would know it. He left the bar. The sun had set as he got his car and the directions on how to reach the crash site, and drove up into the foothills. As he drove over the winding road through the clear moonlight, he knew something else. That he wanted to be up there alone where those people had died. There was a strange, unexplainable feeling that, up there, alone, he would come nearer to knowing the truth. He had to know. And in any case, when he found out the truth, whatever it was, he preferred to be alone when he found it. The moon seemed balanced on the crest of the arid hills. Neville looked a while through the wreckage with his flashlight, then sat on a rock and felt the slow, steady push of the desert wind. It whispered around him through charred grass, blackened rocks, bits of molten wreckage, tatters that were sooty and formless. He had searched through the wreckage and found nothing, and he kept telling himself that he wouldn't find anything, so why go on looking? It was ridiculous. Why doubt his own powerful hunch? Go on back to 10 Palms. They've probably already identified that 7th victim as someone else. Go back and call home. Go home. Luella's probably there waiting and afraid. And if it isn't that way, if it's the other way, you'll find that out soon enough, too. You can't be absolutely sure of everything all the time. Something moved, a sound, behind the blackened boulders. His heart pounded as he stood up, and he seemed to catch a whiff of Luella's perfume mixed with burned earth, seared grass, dead waste. He walked quietly toward the sound, leaned over the top of the rock and flicked on his flashlight. Like an animal fixed and hypnotized by such a sudden glare in the night, the man rose and faced into the light, blinking. His face a dirty grayish pallor, and he was breathing heavily, showing a toothy grin at something nameless and unseen. Neville switched off the flashlight. However, he could still see vividly the face, the long creases in the cheeks like scar furrows, the thick shoulders, ragged sleeves, the torn shirt, the missing buttons, the hands and wrists of both arms badly and recently burned. The raw redness of the burn still shone in the moonlight like the claws of crabs. And out of his hand those buttons falling on the rock as the man straightened up, startled. "Just poking around here, you know," the man said. "You scared me." "Sorry," Neville said. "You found some buttons?" Few little old buttons, that's all. Just sort of looking things over. It's practically in my backyard anyway now. Name's Steve Myerson. I saw it happen, whole thing. Lived down the hill a piece. Thought it was coming right down on my head. It was hot, hotter than hell. I could feel it like a furnace blast all the way down the hill. You looking for something? Yes, I am. They've identified 6 of the 7 down at Robesto's chapel. The 7th one hasn't been identified yet. Hasn't? No. No identification of any kind. So I was looking, seeing if maybe something had been overlooked. Well, they know who it is, all right, Myerson said. It's just a question of verifying it, I guess. They know who the 7th was that went up in that plane, but I guess they gotta be sure. Neville shivered then. The long, howling wail of a dog came from a little way down the hill. He was big and crouching a little, making a gnarled shadow under the moon. That damn dog. Been howling and howling. I'll kill the mutt, so help me. My old lady pulled stakes, you know, up and left me, and that dog's been howling for her. Neville saw the shine of Myerson's eyes, in which there was no warmth, no trust, but a naked fear that had gone off and on like a light bulb. The dog gave another long wail. Well, I gotta get back down to my shack, Myerson said. When he started walking away, Neville walked behind him. Myerson stopped. Maybe you got something to drink down there, Neville said. I sure could use one. Myerson looked at him. Finally, he said in a kind of mumble, You, detective? A reporter, maybe? No. I just have a very special interest in that 7th unidentified woman whose body they found up here this afternoon. You see, I happen to know it isn't who they think it is. I see, Myerson said. Sure, you come on down for a snort or two. I got some brandy down there. Some whiskey, too. Brought it up from town today. Thanks, Neville said. He followed Myerson's big but noiseless padding movement down the hill, along a narrow winding path through stunted sage. Myerson was saying, I keep goats. They said over the radio I was a sheep herder. I ain't no sheep herder. Goats, and they're a headache. Sometimes I don't know if I'll make it go. But there's money in goat's milk. Didn't your wife like goats, Myerson? Myerson began swearing and hurling rocks down the hill at a grove of cottonwoods where the dog kept howling. Shut up, Queenie, or I'll put a bullet in you. You hear? They had moved past peeled railings to where a small 2-roomed shack threw a pale, sickly coal oil light through an open door. Myerson opened the door wider. Go on in and make yourself comfortable. Ain't much, but it's home. Myerson chuckled. I've heard dogs howl like that before, Neville said. Always for somebody dead. Myerson grabbed at the wall and leaped crouching across the path of lamplight. A double-bitted axe swung up above Myerson's mad, flushed face. Neville moved out of the light. His stomach felt as if a rope were squeezing around it. Killing me won't help you any, he said. Running would hardly help Neville much either. He didn't know where the paths went, and it was steep, rocky terrain. They'll find out who that 7th body is, or was. That it's your wife's. They won't find out from you, though. Not now, you snooping. The axe whistled around, and Neville fell back, and the wall of the shack held him as if he were pinioned. The axe came back like a snake's head poised. Neville slid down the side of the boards, then swung under the axe, rolled and felt his feet slipping in gravel as he tried to regain his feet. Myerson's bulk bent over him, the double-blade axe silhouetted against the moon. In that moment lying there, fear boiled something latent out of Neville, and hate was like a fire coiling in him. It was all the more violent because it had been so long delayed, like a charge of dynamite going up, a roaring flood breaking down a dry wash, a lightning stroke out of an empty sky. It broke suddenly and completely, and he came up with a hoarse cry under the down-swinging axe. He caught the handle of it on his shoulder and grabbed Myerson's wrist with both hands, felt the burned skin slipping under his fingers like the skin of a rotten peach. He dropped his right hand and smashed Myerson in the stomach. Myerson stumbled and gasped, sobbed slightly, and tried to get the axe up again. Nebel smashed him twice in the mouth. Myerson stumbled back, flopped against the side of the shack, slipped down to his hands and knees. Nebel stomped on his wrist, and the axe slid down the hill. When Myerson came up, Nebel pounded away at him and finally laced his hands together, brought them down across the back of Myerson's neck. Then he picked up the axe. An hour later, Myerson confessed everything to the sheriff in 10 Palms. He had seen the crash and the flames, and had beaten his wife unconscious, then pushed her up there in a wheelbarrow and dumped her into the fire. Everyone knew that Mrs. Myerson had been threatening to leave her husband for some time, and her disappearance would have aroused no suspicion. Myerson had figured the bodies would be completely burned, or at least that it would be assumed that 7 passengers had been on the plane. She had regained her senses long enough to put up a terrible struggle, had torn Myerson's shirt, ripped the buttons off. His hands and wrists had been badly burned. "I had a strong hunch my wife couldn't have been that 7th passenger," Nebel said. "Yet there were 7 passengers. Then I saw Myerson up there picking up those buttons, and noticed that buttons were missing from his shirt. I got another hunch then, when he talked about his wife leaving him, and seeing those burned hands. What really did it was that dog howling not for someone gone away, but for someone dead." As Nebel drove into the driveway of his house in Van Nuys, he noticed that the light in the front room was on. He didn't drive into the garage. He parked in the driveway, then walked across the front yard to the door and opened it. "Freddie, darling!" He saw Luella standing there in a wispy negligee, and he knew she appeared very appealing in it, but Nebel didn't take a very close look. He heard her giggling and swinging her arms in a little dance, and he felt the same hot coiling in his stomach and his hands clenched, but then the tension went away. It might be some time yet before any such rage as he had known this afternoon would come back. Maybe it never would. He went into the bedroom without saying anything, threw a few items into an overnight bag, and walked back across the living room to the door. She ran toward him, then stopped. She was still laughing, but it sounded grotesque and unreal. He saw a kind of savagery beneath the giggling prankster face, something venomous and unforgiving in her eyes, even as she laughed more shrilly and yelled, "But darling, it's April Fool's Day!" "I know," Nebel said. "I just remembered it as I drove up to the house." He shut the door. He drove through the still darkness of the housing tract toward the bright lights of Ventura Boulevard. Familiarity might blunt perception, but a sick need could blind you to reality. He parked by the Owl drugstore and went inside to the phone booth. Kids made life bearable for themselves, he thought, by pretense and fantasy, by this facility for self-deception. And it was possible to go on being a kid for years. But it was also deadly to stay young too long. He looked up the number in the North Hollywood directory. Then he dialed Hollywood 71313. "Hello," he said after a sleepy voice answered. "Is this Aphrodite?" The Lure and the Clue by Edwin P. Hicks. Turning my boat around to head out of the cove, I saw the other boat bearing down and headed straight for me. It came with a rush, under the full power of a 40-horse outboard motor, and never slackened speed until at the last second the big guy in the stern cut the motor completely. The waves raced in great rolls, and Lucy, that's the name of my boat, rocked wildly. If it had happened in the streets in the old days, I'd have given the fellow a ticket for reckless driving. It was my fishing cabin neighbor, Bill White, whom I'd met the day before, and 2 companions. White, who was around 60, and who claimed to be an Oklahoma City oil man, was dressed like a dandy. red coat, red cap, and khakis. The man in the bow, medium-sized and roughly dressed, was about 45. He held a pair of field glasses and grinned insolently at me, getting a kick out of the way my boat was rocking. My ex-police sense told me this gentleman was a cop-hater and dangerous. "Hi there, Joe Chavisky," White greeted. "Meet my fishing partners, Frank Caprino and Jim Brown. Frank was watching you through the glasses and saw you pull out that big bass, and we thought we'd join you over here and see what you were using. Where is that bass? Let's see how big he is." "Didn't know you fellows wanted him," I said. "I didn't need him to eat, so I turned him loose." Brown swore. Caprino spat into the water. "I don't understand you damn fellows who drive miles to fish. Then when you luck into a big one, turn him loose again," Caprino said with a sneer. A policeman's blood doesn't boil easily. He's used to men spouting off. I ignored Caprino and looked Brown over. Here was a youngster who would be tough handling. He was young, in his early 20s, and he was big, at least 230 pounds, and probably would stand 6 feet 3 or 4 inches tall. His shoulders were the shoulders of a heavyweight boxer, and his weight was sinewy bone and muscle. There was no fat on his entire frame. The boy was a perfect physical specimen. Caprino was ready to kill at the drop of a hat, and you knew what to expect. But Brown was the one who could do the most damage because you wouldn't be sure what he would do. Brown's face was suntanned, but his eyes were blue. He looked like a big, friendly, innocent kid, a bit too innocent. Through bitter experience, I had a great deal of respect for baby-faced youngsters. You never knew what a friendly-faced juvenile delinquent like Brown would do. I spoke to White. "I was just getting ready to pull out of here. You can have the cove if you want it." Caprino chuckled as I started the motor. He dropped his field glasses to the end of the leather thong about his neck and thrust his right hand beneath his coat, towards a bulge below his left shoulder. At that instant, White dropped a restraining hand on Caprino's arm, just like a man steadying a vicious dog that was about to leap on a stranger. I was glad to get away from there and scooted clear across the lake to a forest of dead treetops sticking out of the water. Here I searched for a small buoy marker bobbing on the surface among the treetops. This marker, a slab of wood, anchored by wire to the bottom, marked a crappie bed. Finding the marker, I tied up, unlimbered a couple of cane poles, lines, and bobbers, baited with minnows, and began fishing for crappie. This was a lazy man's way of fishing. I stayed over the crappie bed for hours, mainly dozing, enjoying the warm October sun. The crappie began hitting about 1:30 in the afternoon. I pulled out crappie until I got tired, keeping only a few of the big slabs. Then, in an hour or so, the flurry was over, and the crappie went back to sleep, and so did I. As I dozed there, half awake, I dreamed about the past. I was thinking of my wife, Lucy, for whom my boat was named. Lucy had been dead more than 5 years now, and I thought of Johnson and Sauer, wild young buckaroos, whom I had made into plainclothesmen, although the effort nearly killed me. And with something akin to physical force, I pushed back into their graves the 11 men I had killed during my 30 years on the police force. Then I thought of Billy Hurston. Billy was my good friend. He had broken in with me as a rookie patrolman. In those dim, dead days of long ago, I had the first to the main hotel alley beat, and Hurston had the alley to 13th Street. We worked 7 nights a week, in 12-hour shifts. If a policeman made any arrests, he had to appear in municipal court next day to testify. A court appearance made 1 or 2 more hours in uniform during the 24-hour day. Our pay was $80 a month, but $80 was good money in those days. Day after day, drunks had been wandering up on my beat. Day after day, I walked them dutifully down the main hotel alley and to the city jail, and appeared sleepy-eyed and red-faced next day in court. One night it appeared there were going to be no drunks, and I was looking forward to grabbing a bite to eat and then just dying in my bed. I was that tired. 5 minutes before off-duty time, a wobbly soul met me at the alley. I grabbed the poor fellow by the shoulders and shook him. "Tell me," I bellowed, "why do you drunks always have to come on my beat?"
"Why,"
said the intoxicated one between hiccups,
"that other cop down the street told me to come up here and report to you."
A great light dawned on me then. Next afternoon, right after 5 o'clock, just after I had started on duty for the night, I met Billy Hurston at the main hotel alley. Billy was every bit as big a man as I was, about 245 and 6 feet tall. I walked straight up to him.
"You so-and-so,"
I yelled in his face.
"What do you mean, Joe?"
Billy asked, grinning from ear to ear.
"Why the hell are you always sending your drunks over in my beat and making me lose 2 hours sleep every day?"
I slapped Billy with my open hand across the cheek so hard it sounded like a whip cracking. Holding his ground, Billy returned the slap. For 5 minutes we engaged in a face-slapping exercise, both of us as stubborn as two young bull calves butting heads in the pasture. We were still at it when Chief Ingersoll appeared and grabbed each of us by the coat collar.
"What are you two pups doing? Trying to kill each other?"
The chief took us both over to his office, gave us a sizzling lecture on the dignity of our uniforms, threatened to fine us a month's salary, then set us both back on the beat, grinning sheepishly. It was a week later we learned that the major, who lived in an apartment across the street, had seen the slapping incident and had called the police station. "Hurry over here, Chief, before 2 of your policemen beat each other to death." Poor Billy had died of Japanese bullets on a South Pacific island in 1944. But all the time as I lazed away there in the autumn sunlight, drinking in its warmness, and haunted with a loneliness for Lucy, the Oklahoma dandy Bill White, killer type Hank Caprino, and the baby-faced young giant Jim Brown were in the back of my mind. There was something wrong with that trio. I felt it. I knew it. And yet I knew also that criminals, gangsters, hoodlums do not fish and hunt, and they do not enjoy the outdoors. And then I said to myself, "Oh, hell, Joe Chibisky, you're no longer a cop." But my mind was still a cop's mind. The sunset was a scarlet band above the pines as I nosed my boat back into the cove where I had taken the lunker at sunrise. Hank Caprino had reached for a rod that morning, fisherman or no fisherman. I hadn't seen the gun, but I'd seen the movement, and I was just as sure as anything that he would have blasted me out of the boat if White hadn't restrained him. And here I was, clear away from base, without a sign of a firearm. I had left everything that would remind me of police work back at home. I cast a big redhead surface plug about the shallows of the point without success, and then headed back for the landing, my cabin, a quick meal, and a soft bed. A patch of light was showing beneath the drawn window shade in the cabin next to mine as I drove up, and the blare of a radio told me that White, Caprino, and Brown were at home. I hoped they would quickly knock it off and let me get some sleep. But before I got inside, the baby-faced giant Jim Brown was there. "Mr. Chibisky, come over and have a drink with us. A shot will do you good." "No thanks, Brown. I'm all worn out. Think I'll eat a bite and turn in." "Aw, come on, Chibisky. We caught some fish. Want to show them to you." I followed the boy into the cabin. The place was thick with tobacco smoke, and the radio was loud enough to burst your eardrums. "Turn up that damn noise," shouted White, who appeared to be the only man in the room not drinking. When nobody stirred, White turned it off himself. "Look, Mr. Chibisky, we followed your system and caught some good ones today," Brown said. Caprino said something that was between a snarl and a laugh. A fourth man came into the room from the kitchen. He was about 45, blond, 6 feet in height, even though caved in at the chest, and his long jaw ended in an underthrust chin. His eyes were glazed and green, and through the thick tobacco smoke the newcomer looked like a walking cadaver. He had a heavy black skillet in his hand, and the skillet was filled with smoking crappie. He piled the hot fish onto a platter on the table, and Caprino and Brown pounced on the fish with forks. The emaciated cook cackled, "Take your time.
There's another skillful just like that one.
Sit down, said White. Sit down, Chibisky, and have supper with us. I sat down, and a plate of fish, surprisingly well cooked, was placed before me. All 5 of us pitched in and ate the fish greedily. I was as hungry as a bear myself, and the others appeared just as hungry. I didn't introduce you to our cook, said White, when the thin fellow had cleared the table and returned to the kitchen. He's a sort of oddball. Not all here. White tapped his forehead. But he's the best cook in 7 states. Name's Lenny Ham. Got a machine gun bullet through his chest at Omaha Beach. I didn't see him this morning, I said. We picked him up later, after he had cleaned up the cabin. He's not much of a fisherman, but he likes to go out on the lake now and then when he's on a fishing trip. Well, thanks for the supper. You sure saved me a lot of work. Where did you get those crappie? Right off the point where we saw you this morning. We went back to the dock and bought some surface plugs like you were using. You mean Lucky's? Yep. Same color, same size, and everything. Well, sometimes they hit over there. You never can tell. I'd have thought you'd have got them on minnows, though. No, just what you were using this morning. Back in my own cabin, I got up a real head of steam. You don't catch crappie on big surface lures like a casting-size Lucky, and very seldom on the surface at all. When crappie hit an artificial lure, it is something that looks like a small minnow flashing through the water, and usually a few feet down. But then I started to get drowsy. I'd get the news and turn in. I turned on the radio and got rock and roll music on 3 stations. It wasn't time for the newscasts. I switched to the police calls, and instantly came alive. The Blakely City Police and the Garland County Sheriff's Office were keeping the airwaves hot. The First National Bank at Blakely had been robbed at noon that day by 4 bandits who wore stocking-cap masks. The 4 had gotten away cleanly with $45,000 in cash in a red convertible bearing a Texas license plate. The convertible had been found an hour later in the woods, near the intersection of U.S. Highway 270 and a National Forest Road about 25 miles southwest of Blakely City, and at the bottom of a ridge a quarter of a mile south of the southern edge of Pine Valley Lake. A 4-state hunt for the bank robbers was underway, but so far the officers were following a cold trail. I listened to the physical descriptions of the 4. There was 1 tall, big man, 2 of medium height, while the description of the 4th varied. Some said he was tall, others said he was stooped. But black stocking-cap masks had hidden the features of the bandits completely. I turned off the radio after a while, switched off the lights in the cabin, and walked back to the lodge dining room. A couple of fishermen and their wives were watching a fight on TV. Sam Willoughby, operator of the lodge, was tidying up behind the fountain. Jim Taylor, who was in charge of the dock, was at the end of the counter eating a late dinner. I moved over to the counter and chose a stool next to Taylor. I ordered a dish of vanilla ice cream. I love vanilla ice cream. The 4 fellows in the cabin next to mine. I was just wondering if they drove off anywhere in their car during the day, I asked Sam, as I dug into the ice cream. Sam wiped at the spot of water on the counter. You too, he said, low and under his breath. What do you mean? Half a dozen lawmen have been over here off and on since that bank robbery in Blakely City. They searched every cabin this afternoon, inside and underneath, yours included, and every car, and they found nothing. No guns? Nothing but a .22 rifle for shooting snakes and plinking around, like a lot of fishermen take with them. Your friends had a .22. What about their car? Has it been anywhere today? Not that I know of. Taylor says all 4 of them been out on the lake all day fishing, the same as everyone else. Isn't that right, Jim? Taylor nodded. They went out in 2 boats. First time they ever took 2 boats since they've been here. What I can't understand, I said, grinning, is the way they catch crappie. They had me over to eat tonight, and they said they caught all their crappie on big topwater lures, large-sized Luckies. Never heard of such a thing before.
Taylor laughed. Those poor devils. They've been here since the first of the week and haven't caught fish one. So a fellow with more crappie than he could use gave them a mess today, and they came in about the same time to the dock, about 4 p.m. It was that guy on the left over there watching the fights. He'll tell you about it. Now that's more like it, I said. I knew good and well they hadn't taken them the way they said. You mean they were out there all day today and didn't catch a thing? Never saw any harder fishermen in my life. Went out right after you did, the three of them in one boat. Come back in about 3 hours and rented another boat, like I said. Said they were going to take their cook out. In a few minutes, he came down to the boat, a tall guy, bent over and sickly looking. They kidded a lot about what a fisherman he was, but he took it all right. He and the dark, mean-looking guy got in one boat, and the big young fellow and the old duffer from Oklahoma City got in the other. Both boats headed back up the lake the way you went. Didn't come off the lake until around 4, or a little after, like I said, and they were really riding the cook. They said they were transferring their icebox from one boat to the other, and the cook let it slip, and it sank 50 feet down in the water, beer and all. Taylor paid his bill, picked up a toothpick, and ambled out of the restaurant. Something about those 4 neighbors of yours you don't like, Joe? Willoughby asked, low enough that Taylor couldn't hear. Yes, I said. Maybe it's because I can't get out of the habit of thinking I'm still a policeman. You know, you can't shake off 30 years wearing a badge and gun in 2 months' time. I guess that's right. Ever see these 4 fellows here before? No, Sam said, never did. When the law searched their cabin and car, you sure they didn't find anything? Anything at all? They were clean, said Willoughby, except for that little .22 rifle like I told you. Usually they took that with them in the boat, but they hadn't today. There wasn't a thing out of the way, nothing. I sidled over towards the crappie fisherman, who was watching the last round of a fight on television. The man looked up and nodded, but I waited for the round to end and the decision. What time did the crappie start hitting for you today? About 11 o'clock. Clear up until 1:30 or 2, I would judge. A couple of fellows came by about noon. I asked them what time it was. Always leave my watch in the cabin to keep from dunking it. They said it was 12 o'clock. The poor duffers hadn't had a nibble all day, though the Lord knows why. Later I ran into them at the dock as they were coming in and gave them 8 or 10 nice crappie. It took me some time to go to sleep. The guys in the next cabin were hotter than a firecracker, it seemed to me, and yet they had established alibis all over the lake. They couldn't have robbed the Blakely Bank. When you were on the lake fishing, you weren't robbing banks, and that definitely was where these 4 were. Oh well, maybe I was getting old, brain softening up or something. Everything in me was screaming that I was sitting right on top of a bank robbery that I ought to blow wide open, and yet nothing in the whole business fit together. The 4 had been on the lake, same as I. They had been seen all over the lake, and their car hadn't left the fishing camp all day. So I turned off my feeble mind and went to sleep. The sun was already up when I hit the lake next morning. I had overslept an hour, and the old Navy wound in the left hip was paining me, and that was a sign that a spell of weather was on its way. The eastern sky was red, too. Red at morn, sailors warn. Red at night, sailors delight. The bass had read the signs, too, long before I had. They were still sulking, as they had been at sunset. Oh, well, if the whitecaps started rising on the lake, I would pull off and go to the cabin and get some sleep. Or I'd go over to Blakely City and nose around the police station and see if they had any sign, any line of the bank robbers. I used the paddle to edge silently into the cove, and then threw everything I had in the tackle box at the bass, but they wouldn't hit. Then, throttle at a crawl, I started pulling out of the cove, changing to an eel and jig combination as I did so, intending to fish the deep water off the points. Something hit me right between the eyes, figuratively. I yanked the boat around and sent it back towards the center of the cove. Yes,
I hadn't been seeing things. 100 feet out from the shoreline was a floating wooden marker, a fresh pine slab about 3 feet long, with a bright copper wire attached and leading down into the depths. Such a marker is frequently used by fishermen or lakemen for various reasons, to mark a good fishing spot, or to serve as a direction guide or as a depth marker. Yesterday morning, this marker hadn't been there. It could have been there yesterday evening because it was late when I passed that way, and I could have gone within a few feet of it without seeing it. I edged the boat towards the marker and caught hold of the copper wire and began heaving on it. Something tremendously heavy was attached to it on the bottom. I put my back into the work, and the thing began to move. I began bringing it up slowly, while the boat careened almost over to the gunwale. Hand over hand, I brought up the length of bright copper wire, some 25 feet of it. Then, several feet down, I saw it. Shining metal. It was a large fishing icebox, with the lid padlocked, and attached to the icebox by wire was a rubberized bag. Puffing and grunting, I got the whole into the boat, wire and all, and sat there panting like a porpoise. The whine of a speeding outboard came to me from the center of the lake. I turned to see a boat headed directly towards me and cutting a great swath through the surface. It was time to get moving. By the time I had the motor started and underway, the other boat was within 200 yards. I headed up the shoreline, throttle open, picking up speed and going hell for leather. The other boat came right after me, wide open, spray flying wide. 3 of my cabin neighbors were in that boat, and they were after me, and no question about it. By the time I was full speed, the other boat had cut the distance to 100 yards. We went up the north shoreline, with my 25-horse outboard now holding its own. White and Caprino were waving their hands and yelling. The roar of the motors made it impossible to hear what they said, but I knew damn well what they meant. If they caught me, I'd wind up at the bottom of the lake, wire and icebox attached, but no buoy to mark the spot where the body lay. Something that wasn't a bumblebee hit the top of the icebox and ricocheted in a screaming whine out over the lake. They were using that .22 rifle. I bent my 250-pound anatomy down as far as I could behind the motor and kept pouring on the coal, running towards a small island ahead. Passing the island, I made a 90-degree turn sharply to port, then reversed my course completely, ducking around the island and headed back towards the center of the lake. The maneuver, which caught White and company by surprise, gained a little distance, but not too much. The wind was freshening, and out in the middle of the lake tiny whitecaps were showing. I aimed at a rocky point on the opposite shore, 1.5 miles away, watching the surface ahead closely and thanking the good Lord that I'd filled the gasoline tank before starting out that morning. A minute passed, and I sighted what I was looking for, another marker, a block of wood bobbing on the surface and attached to a wire. I made a turn to starboard around this marker, doubling as if I intended to reverse my course again. The pursuing boat turned instantly and cut across the arc of my course, thus gaining a full 50 yards of me. 2 bullets whistled by my ear. Caprino was coming close. And then it happened, what I had been praying for. The boat that was chasing me smashed into a low-water rock bar with a resounding crash, and the 3 occupants went flying through the air. They came up one by one, sputtering and cursing, Caprino, Ham, then White, to find themselves up to their waists in water, a good half-mile from shore. Their boat with shattered bow had capsized, and the .22 rifle had been lost in the smash-up. I cut my motor and circled back, to idle about 50 yards from the bedraggled trio. "Now, you're marooned on a low-water bar, and I'd advise you to stay right where you are and not try moving around, unless you're darn good channel swimmers. The water is 50 feet deep in every direction from where you are, and the whitecaps are rising. Stay right there and be good boys, and maybe you can keep your noses above water." "But I can't even swim," bawled White. He looked really terrified. "Now ain't that just too bad?" At the dock, I got Jim Taylor to help lift the heavy icebox and the rubberized bag out of the boat, and told him to keep watch over it. At the lodge, I put in a call to the Blakely City Police Department. "Yep, all of it," I said. "They used boats instead of a getaway car, and they put the money in a rubberized sack inside a fishing icebox. They put their Tommy guns and their other heavy artillery in another rubber sack, attached everything to a floating surface marker by wire, and sank the whole business into the lake, to stay there until things cooled off. They probably dumped their masks and the clothes they used in the holdup into the water, too, weighted down with rocks, and had their fishing clothes on under what they took off." "Yeah, Captain. They're stranded out on the reef, helpless as flies on flypaper. 3 of them. Yeah, I'll have the 4th one hog-tied and ready for special delivery when you get here. Take all the time you want." Sam Willoughby was goggle-eyed. "The big guy's down at the cabin. I saw him just a few minutes ago." Sam took a shotgun from under the counter and handed me a .45 automatic. "Put those guns down," I said. "Guns get people killed. You stay out of this, Sam. Not a gun on the place in that cabin. You said so yourself. I think I'm still man enough to take him." "But you're not as young as he is, and he's as big as you are, Joe." "This will separate the men from the boys, Sam." I limped down to the cabin, trying to fit all the pieces together on the way. I'm not too fast with a think tank. Anything obvious takes me about 30 minutes to comprehend when my brain is working real good. But it came to me on the way. The cook, Lenny Ham, who didn't go out with the 3 of them the first time on the lake the day of the robbery, already was in Blakely City. It was he who stole the getaway car, and he parked it in the woods over the ridge from the lake. Then, at the appointed time, he had met them on the lakeshore, and they had taken him back to a point near their cabin. He had left the boat then, gone to the cabin, while the 3 others returned to the dock and rented another boat and motor. They waited at the dock, and Ham came down to them after apparently just having finished his cabin chores. The 4 then sped out across the lake in the 2 boats, heading for known fishing points, but once out of sight of the landing, they had turned and headed for the south shore. There they beached the boats, picked up their artillery from some shoreline cache, made their way the 1/4 mile over the ridge to the hidden car, and had gone into Blakely right on schedule to rob the bank at 12 noon. They had then raced back with the bank loot, abandoned the car, climbed back over the hill, and soon were back in their boats. They then made it a point to be seen all over the lake, lying to the crappie fishermen that it was noon, the time of the bank robbery, when it was around 2 o'clock. The rest everybody knew. I didn't knock on my neighbor's fishing cabin door, just turned the knob and walked right in. Maybe I couldn't handle the youngster, but I wanted to try. Brown read my intentions and didn't waste a word. He came off the cot like a charging bull, throwing a punch from right field that tickled my left ear as it just missed. I sank a right hook up to my wrist in his middle, judo chopped him across the back of the neck with my left hand, and came up under his sagging chin with a knee. It was real pretty for an old man. Jim Brown wouldn't think I was old at all. That is, he wouldn't think so when he woke up and met all those Blakely cops. The Big Bajoor by Borden. Vanya hurried down the side of the highway to the place where the trailer was parked. The trailer was pulled off the side of the road into a small clearing. When she stepped across the ditch, she saw Shandor lying on his back under the nearest tree. He had his fiddle in his hand, but he was not playing. Vanya stopped to look at Shandor from a distance, before he should be aware of her presence. He was a Rom any gypsy girl could be proud of loving. He was tall, handsome, his black hair curled about his ears, and he played the fiddle as the old ones had played it. Vanya herself was small, dark, pretty, but she had never expected to capture such a Rom as this one. Watching him, she felt the old familiar stab of love and pride inside her. She came on then, and Shandor looked up to watch her approach. He scowled slightly, and she knew that he had planned the scowl for her appearance. "Well, Vanya," he said,
Are you through duckering? It was yesterday that I wanted to core the drum and get started traveling.
We can travel tomorrow, Vanya said breathlessly. Today is the day for telling fortunes.
So, how much money did you make? Shandor said indifferently.
None, she said. She saw the frown again between his black eyes, and she hastened with the news. But I've got a big Bajoor.
Shandor sat up. Vanya watched him with pride and joy. For a year now, they had been married, and she had not had a big Bajoor. Every good wife makes the big Bajoor for her Romany husband. Without the big Bajoor, she was not a good wife, and for a year now Vanya had not found it.
Borrowed, Dad, Shandor said, his voice tense with the excitement. You don't mean to say. Who are we going to swindle? Vanya sat on the ground beside Shandor. She took off her kerchief and loosened her hair to cool the heat from her head. There's an old Gajo woman who lives up the road, she said. Yesterday I stopped for a drink of water. She lives in a big house just on the edge of the town, a house that was painted 20 years ago. It has 17 rooms, and it sits on a very large lot. The old woman lives there alone.
So? Shandor said impatiently.
So today I stopped again. Today I told her fortune. She believed the fortune. For more than an hour I had to tell her all the bad she has seen and all the good that she will see.
She's a very lonely old lady. She's probably got next week's grocery money, Shandor said. This is a big Bajoor.
But his eyes were sparkling with the excitement, and the smile was in them that was not on his lips. I told her that I was a queen of the gypsies, Vanya said. I told her I had the power to bless money in such a way that would keep it safe and increase it by as much again. The old Gajo woman believed. I could tell that she believed.
Vanya turned to Shandor, put her hand on his arm. She squeezed the arm tightly.
She showed me the money, Shandor. She opened the trunk to show me this great bundle, wrapped in newspapers and tied with string. I told her I would prepare the magic, and this afternoon I would bless the money for her because she was a kind lady who gives a gypsy a drink of water.
Shandor grinned. He loved Vanya, but it is good for a man to be proud of his wife, too.
He could hear himself now telling the story of the big Bajoor and how his lovely young wife had worked it.
The old gypsy switch, he said. Vanya nodded her head.
Yes, she said.
He frowned uncertainly. Can you work it? He said. Have you ever tried?
Vanya drew herself straight. My mother worked a great Bajoor, she said. $10,000 for my father in one day.
He grinned ruefully. Don't I know it? That's all I heard about when I set out to buy you from your father. It raised your price nearly out of my range.
She touched him again. I will work the big Bajoor, she said, or I will not come back. She went then to prepare the meal. While she worked, she sang, because she was so full of the happiness she had found today. She knew that her price had been high, and she knew that Shandor loved her, for he had paid a great deal of money for her, and until now she had made them only a living, nothing more. They sat on the ground and ate companionably of the noon meal. They did not speak of the swindle again. After the meal would be soon enough. When the meal was finished, they went silently to work to prepare. Shandor helped her with the preparations. He drove into town and bought 2 reams of white paper and an ample supply of newspapers. They cut the white paper into dollar-sized pieces, stacking them carefully, Vanya measuring the stack from time to time with her hands. That's about the size of the bundle she had, she said at last.
Then your daughters will be old maids, he said, laughing, for no Romany will be able to afford them.
She laughed with him, tasting the sheer happiness in the sound of his voice, and together they wrapped the bundle in newspaper and tied it with a red string. She went into the trailer and changed into the dress with ampler folds and put on the cloak over it. She wrapped up some of the leftover newspaper with a supply of the red string and put the incense into a pocket of the dress. She came outside again and picked up the bundle of blank paper wrapped in the newspaper
and tied with a red string. "Can you handle it all right?" Shandor said anxiously. "It's a pretty big bundle." "I can handle it," she said confidently. She smiled at him, and her hands moved quickly, concealing the bundle inside the voluminous dress. "See?" "But the switch?" She laughed. "Don't worry, Shandor," she said. "I can make the switch. I am the daughter of my mother, and I am Shandor's wife." "I will be ready," he called after her as she started down the road. "We will leave as soon as you return." She tried not to hurry, but she was anxious for the deed to be accomplished, to have it a fact of her life that she had made a Bajoor bigger than her mother had ever done. There was the love of Shandor and the thirst for fame strong in her throat, and both were urging her on, in spite of the flutter of fear deep down in her stomach. Vanya was young, only 20, and her mother had been already old when she had accomplished her great feat. There was nothing to arouse her suspicions. Everything looked as it had this morning. She entered between the old broken concrete gateposts and went up the walk. She stopped on the porch, and the door opened immediately without her knock. She looked at the woman standing in the doorway. She was tall, spare, with a large nose. Her hair was white, and once you could tell she had stood erectly. But now her shoulders were stooped. "I have come," Vanya said in an impressive voice. "I followed your instructions," the old lady said, her voice whispering. "You must bless my money. You must keep it safe." "And double it," Vanya said. "I don't care about doubling it," the old woman said. "But I must keep it, for if I don't, I could never face my father again." Vanya had started for the room where she had told the fortune this morning. Now she stopped, turned. "Your father?" she said. "Is he—" "He is dead," the old lady said. "If I lost the money, I would even be afraid to die." Vanya went on, followed by the old lady. She went into the room and looked about her. It was the same as this morning, cool, high-ceilinged, dusky with darkness from the thick-drawn drapes in spite of the great sunlight outside. No preparation of the room would be necessary. There was a chair before a table, and the old lady had placed the bundle of money, wrapped in tattered newspaper, on the table. "Sit in the chair," Vanya said. The old lady sat down. Vanya lit the incense and placed it on the table. The fragrant, sweet smoke billowed up into the room, making the old lady blink her eyes. Vanya spoke some words in Crowe, the gypsy tongue, reverberating them with her diaphragm, so that they echoed in the room. "Now," she said, "take this newspaper and this red string and wrap your money carefully. Tie it with many knots." The old lady took the newspaper and string uncertainly, with trembling hands. "I have arthritis," she said. "You will have to wrap it and tie it." Vanya drew back in horror. "No," she said, "I cannot touch the money. If I touched the money while I was blessing it, I would die." She began chanting in Crowe, while the old lady began to prepare the bundle with the newspaper and the red string. She was slow and uncertain, but Vanya pushed down the impatience that rose within her. "You are so kind," the old lady said. "No one has been kind to me for so long. Nobody comes here any more, you know. People used to come here. Before the war between the states, they held great dances here. People still came in my father's time, but they don't come any more." "When you are kind to a gypsy, great blessings come into your life," Vanya said. "For this reason I bless your money." "I want to pay you, though," the old lady said. "I have $5 right here to pay you with." "I cannot take pay for the blessing of money," Vanya said. "This is a thing the gypsies do only for friends, and from a friend a gypsy cannot take money." Vanya did not let herself think about the old woman and her loneliness and her money. She kept herself thinking about Shandor instead, and how much more he would love her now and be proud of her. The woman was a gajo, wasn't she?
At last she was finished. The bundle sat on the table in the gloominess of the room. The room was filled with incense now, making it hard to see, the incense overwhelming the mind as well as the senses. "Now," Vanya said, "you must close your eyes, for no one may look upon the blessing. To look upon the blessing would strike your mind, for it is a terrible and a hurting thing." She watched closely to see if the old lady obeyed her. The eyes were tightly closed, the hands held stiffly in the lap, clenched into fists. Vanya began chanting in Crowe. She started low and far away, began coming nearer and louder, her body beginning to thump and beat against the sound of the voice. Her legs jerked out from under her, and she thumped to the floor, where she thrashed, uttering terrible cries. She inched her way toward the table, making the sounds and watching the old lady. Not once did she look toward the table as her hand took out the fake bundle and held it ready. The eyes were closed. Swiftly, soundlessly, she switched the bundle, keeping up the thump and bang of her body against the floor while she edged away from the table. When she had reached her place, she began to let the terrible sounds subside, going gradually away into the distance until she lay silent. At last she sat up and said, "You may open your eyes." The old lady looked at her, and Vanya stood up, wearily, making her face vacant and drawn. "I have blessed the money," she said in a dull voice. "I have made it safe, and it will double within 3 months. You must put it away into your keeping place and speak of it to no one. At the end of 3 months, you may open it and see the increase my magic has brought you." "Are you all right?" the old lady said, peering at her. "You look—" "I must sleep for 24 hours, Vanya said in the weary voice. "Then I shall recover my strength. Gypsy magic is very strong. Remember, you must not look at the money. You must not speak of the money. All the magic will be destroyed." The old lady followed her as Vanya edged toward the door, anxious to be gone. "It worked all right?" she said anxiously. "It will be safe? My father gave the money to me, just like his father gave it to him." "The magic worked," Vanya said. "I must go. I must sleep. I will be very ill, perhaps even die, if I do not sleep soon." She got to the doorway, but the old lady was right behind her. The old lady put her hand on her arm. "You're sure it's all right?" she said. "Of course it's all right," Vanya said, her voice cracking with a strain. "Maybe we'd better look," the old lady said, her voice getting frenzied. She started toward the table where the package lay. Vanya froze, watching her. Then her voice snaked out at her. "No," she said. "Not for 3 months." The old lady turned to look at her, and Vanya knew that she was suspicious now. It had risen up in her suddenly at the thought of the 3 months without seeing the money. "I've got to be sure," the old lady said. "I don't care whether it doubles or not. That part doesn't matter. But it must be safe. I'll look. Then it'll be safe, even if it won't double." Already she was fumbling with a string. Vanya felt an impulse to flee, but she knew it would be wrong. That would certainly arouse the old lady. She stood with her hand on the doorknob, not knowing what to do, thinking, "I tried it too soon. I am too young for the big Bajoor." The old lady's impatient hands ripped the newspaper, and the white paper showed beneath. She looked toward Vanya, clutching a dollar-sized sheet of paper. "What have you done with the money?" she screamed. She came toward Vanya, almost running, clutching at her with both hands. Vanya, panicked, wheeled toward her, pushing her away, thinking now only of escape. She still had the money. If she could escape. The old lady fell backward, clawing at the air. She made a strange cry when she landed on the floor, and there was in her an immediate limpness that frightened Vanya. She stood holding the door, looking down at the old woman, who lay twisted in a strangely familiar way. At last, Vanya left the door. She stood over the old lady. Then she knelt down and put her hand on her face. "Mullah," she whispered. "Dead. Dead." She squatted beside the old woman's body. It had been such a little push, but the old Gajah woman had been so old. She knelt there, feeling the disaster that had come upon her in her youthful pride. She was no good for Shandor, no good for herself. She scarcely deserved to be called by the name Romany. After a time, how long she did not know, she began to think more calmly. She still had the money, didn't she? She could hide the other bundle, clear away the incense and the other signs of a gypsy presence, and go away. The old lady lived alone. When she was found, everyone would assume that she had fallen. She had fallen. Vanya had given her only a little push. Vanya cleared the table of the incense holder, looked about the room. She didn't know what to do with the fake bundle. She picked it up then and took it to the chest where the old lady had kept her money. She put the bundle inside the chest, under a quilt, and locked the chest door. Let her relatives figure out why the old lady kept a bundle of paper tied up in newspaper and red string. She went to the door and looked out carefully. Nothing stirred. She walked out on the porch, turned once, and waved back toward the house as though speaking farewell to the old lady, and then went casually toward the highway. She made herself go slowly down the highway until she had covered more than a mile. Then she began to hurry. She would not tell Shandor. She would tell him only that the big Bajoor had worked, that she had the money. He need not know how she had failed. No one would ever know that the old lady had fallen. When she arrived, Shandor was ready. She got into the car beside him, and immediately Shandor pulled into the highway. "Did you get it?" he said briefly. "Yes," she said, taking the bundle out of the voluminous dress and putting it on the seat between them. They drove for a long time. At first Vanya slept, for she was weary, but when she awoke they were very gay. They laughed and sang, and Vanya was warm with his love, and with the coming fame of the big Bajoor, when their people should be told the story. They did not stop until daylight. "Time for breakfast, little one," Shandor said tenderly. He put his hand on her head and tousled her gently. "But first, let's look at our fortune." His lean, strong fingers began to undo the red string. Vanya watched him, not looking down at the money, but watching his face as he saw it for the first time. She saw the change in him, and her mind could not understand it. At last, he looked up at her, and his voice was strange when he spoke. "Well, little Vanya," he said, "we're rich now. We're rich, just as soon as the Confederate States of America come back into power." Vanya looked then. She saw the bundle of carefully preserved Confederate bills, large and strange-looking, and she felt her soul curl inside her. Shandor had never punished her as gypsy men punish their wives, but she knew that he was going to do it now. Her mind revolted. She had killed the old woman, and then the big Bajoor had been a swindle on her instead. But her body did not move as she waited for Shandor to begin. There was a silence. Then he opened the door of the car on his side. "Get out," he said. "Build a fire." She got out of the car and went around to his side. She kept her eyes to the ground. He did not touch her. "Build a fire," he repeated. "I want my breakfast, woman." "Shandor," she said. There was no pleading, no tears in the voice. "You are going to cook breakfast with the heat of your great Bajoor," Shandor said above her. She went away from him, began gathering the dry pine limbs. She moved numbly,
as though she were an old woman. Chandra stood still, watching her as she knelt before the pile of sticks. He threw a match at her feet. Dazed, she struck it. "A bigger fire," Chandra said. She piled on the limbs she had brought. With one foot he kicked the package of Confederate money near her. Her hands tore the bills out of the stacks. She stopped then. "I can't burn money," she said. "Not even—" "Burn it," he said. She began putting the bills into the resin-hot fire. The flames licked at them, curling the edges, wisping them into ashes that preserved still the engraved pictures. She fed the fire steadily with the bills, her hands moving with a slow hurt that came from deep within her. It was a greater punishment than a beating from his broad leather belt. Chandra went away, came back with the utensils for cooking. He dropped them by her side. "You have swindled me a great breakfast fire," he said. "See now if you remember how to cook my breakfast." She put in the last handful of bills, scrabbled in the old newspaper to see if there were more. She picked up the thin booklet that had lain under the bills, hidden by them, and looked at it stupidly. It fell open in her hands. She kept on looking at it, laughing, a laughing that sounded like crying. Chandra came back to her side, his face angrier still. "What's the matter with you, stupid woman?" he said. She looked up at him for the first time. She thrust the booklet toward him. "Look," she said. "Look, where she has made the mark with the pencil." He looked. His face turned white. He stalked away from her toward the car. She looked at the booklet again, seeing where the old woman had marked the page. "This money catalog is old too," she called after him. "Yet here they're worth $17 apiece. Bodo Dad alone knows how much they are worth now." He was gone into the trailer. She stood up, shouting after him. "The father of the Gaja woman was wise," she shouted after him. "He told the truth when he told her never to let it go. And you burned it. You burned my big Bajoor. $17 apiece." There was only silence. The anger and the weeping laughter left her. She squatted again beside the fire and looked into its red heart. She could still see the ashy outline of the last bill. She touched it with a stick, and the ash crumbled so that it could not be distinguished from the rest. She added the rare money catalog to the flames. Then she began cooking breakfast for her Romany man. Henry Lowden, alias Henry Taylor, by Helen Nielson. As the train neared Kirkland, the land leveled out and took on the look of river country. It was a long time since Henry Lowden had been so far downstate. The coming brought memories of Sunday school picnics with ripe watermelons and bottled pop kept cool in gunny sacks plunged into the water, of girls' laughter and the plop of a baseball in a catcher's mitt, and all the other rich remembrances that hadn't been so far behind Arnold Matthias when he died with a bullet in his back. When he thought of that, Henry Lowden could feel the weight of the snub-nosed .38 hugging his ribs. It wasn't as if he had never killed a man before. A convict who attempts to break out of prison asks for death, and a man whose job is seeing to it that convicts don't break out of prison has to do that job as mechanically as the engineer who was now slowing the train for the Kirkland stop. What troubled Henry Lowden about having fired the shot that killed Matthias was the thing he knew about him. Arnold Matthias hadn't belonged in prison. He was an innocent man. Ripe watermelons, girls' laughter, the plop of a baseball in a mitt. Memories faded as the train came to a stop. Henry Lowden looked at his wristwatch. 2:10 p.m. Only 20 minutes late, and still time to do what must be done. He stood up and took down a small black suitcase from the rack above the seat. He held it firmly as he descended from the train, for it, like the gun whose weight he felt under his coat, was important. The state didn't know it yet, but the case of Arnold Matthias wasn't closed. Lowden was the sole passenger to alight from the train. It was July, hot, clear sky and sultry air, with the dust long undisturbed on the wide leaves of the burdock weeds skirting the station platform, and the sun raising sudden streams of perspiration on his grave, 40-year-old face. He left the sun quickly and stepped inside the station house. The waiting room seemed as devoid of life as the platform had been, until his ears caught a sound from the baggage room. He walked to the doorway. An elderly man in shirt-sleeves and baggy trousers was shoving a large crate across the floor. He paused at the sight of the newcomer. "Are you the station master?" Lowden asked. The old man gave the crate a final shove with his foot. "Fragile," he muttered. "How can anything so dang big be fragile?" Then, remembering the question, "I reckon you could call me that. Station master, ticket seller, baggage clerk. Anything to be done around here, I'm the one to do it." "Can you tell me where to get a taxi?" The old man scratched his graying head. "I do believe I've seen one or two uptown," he answered. "Nobody comes to Kirkland, as a rule, except those that have family to fetch them. You're the first stranger I've seen come in on the train since old State Senator Dawes died, and all his kin come to see what he left in his will." He eased through the doorway and shuffled across the room to a small office with a grilled window. "Got a telephone book in here somewhere," he added. "Whereabouts did you want to go in the taxi?" "The Grand Hotel on Maple Avenue," Lowden said. The old man stopped searching the clutter on a roll-top desk and peered quizzically through the grill. "How long since you was in Kirkland, mister?" he asked. "This is the first time. A friend who used to live here told me about the Grand." "Then your friend must not have lived here for at least 2 years. The Grand Hotel on Maple Avenue burned to the ground 2 years ago, last March." "Is there another hotel?" "There sure is. There's the Grand." "But you just said the new Grand. They rebuilt on Center Street 2 blocks north of the post office. You can't miss it. 6 blocks straight ahead as you leave the station. But I can't go on looking for that telephone book." "Never mind," Lowden said. "I'll walk." He started to turn away, then paused. "Are you sure there's been no one you didn't recognize come off the train in the past 2 days?" "No, sir. Not since old Senator Dawes died, and he didn't leave hardly enough to bury himself. Served them right." The old man chuckled over the joke on Senator Dawes's greedy relatives, and then sobered as his eyes were drawn to the touch of green being slipped under the grill of the ticket window. He took it up in his hands tenderly. "It's yours, if you can remember to do one thing for me," Lowden said. "If any stranger, anyone you can't identify, does come in on the train before I leave Kirkland, you're to call the Grand Hotel and ask for Henry Taylor. That's my name, Henry Taylor. If I'm out, leave the message with the room clerk. Understand?" There was a great deal of understanding in a $20 bill. "Henry Taylor," the old man repeated. "Maybe you should write it down." "No, sir, I never forget a name or a face. Don't you worry about that, Mr. Taylor. And you needn't mention this to anyone." "Not anyone, Mr. Taylor. Not a soul." Any stranger to Kirkland would have recognized Center Street on sight, because of its location. The narrow artery Henry Lowden had taken, neatly divided into blocks of unassuming frame bungalows shaded by oaks, emerged onto a wide circle of green containing more oaks and a bronze Union soldier charging south. Threading out from the circle, twin rows of stern red brick and gray-stone business houses faced one another like scowling adversaries across an asphalt aisle. The new Grand Hotel differed from its unimaginative brethren only in the concession to modernity of a stainless steel-edged canopy and a pair of plate-glass doors. Henry Lowden went inside. The small foyer was dotted with simulated leather chairs holding occupants who, reassuringly, evinced only mild curiosity as he made his way to the desk and requested a room. There were questions. "Name?" "Henry Taylor." Home address? Lowden hesitated. Chicago. Business? Lowden smiled wryly. Historian, he said. Historian, the clerk repeated soberly. I don't believe we've had a historian staying here before. That's odd, Lowden said. It seems that big flood-controlled dam down at the basin would lure every sort of tourist. I beg pardon? 3 years ago, this town was humming. The payroll locally ran over $1 million. The room clerk was a boyish lad who had only shaved a few times. I guess I don't remember, he said. Many things are forgotten in 3 years, Lowden remarked. He glanced at the wall clock above the clerk's head. It was almost 2:30. Here, he added, depositing the small black suitcase on the desk. Send this up to my room. I have to get to a bank before it closes. Don't you want to see the room? The clerk queried. Does it have a bed? Why, yes, of course. Then I don't need to see it. Tell the boy to take good care of the bag. Tossing a 50-cent piece on the counter, Lowden turned and walked back to the street. Outside, he stepped into the first doorway beyond the hotel and waited until he was certain no one had followed him out of the hotel, and then proceeded toward the circle of green that was always called the square. There was only one bank in Kirkland, the Farmers and Merchants, on the southeast corner of the square. It was a 2-story gray stone building with a high arched doorway and a cornerstone dated 1898. Gold lettering on one window advertised the impressive assets within. A figure Henry Lowden studied while straightening a few wrinkles out of his coat and giving a reassuring pat to the area of the shoulder holster. He then went inside. In 1898, banks were designed with high ceilings, marble floors, and piano mahogany furnishings. 6 people were within range of vision. 3 tellers, 1 secretary, female, behind a waist-high counter to the left, a farmer at one of the teller's windows, and a small boy on tiptoe playing with a pen at one of the customers' desks. No bank guard was in sight, but at the end of the room, behind a brass-barred entry, stood the huge circle of the vault. Henry Lowden turned to his left. I'd like to see someone about opening a new account, he said. A nameplate on the secretary's desk informed him that it was Miss Foster who looked up with tortoiseshell-rimmed eyes. Mr. Kern handles new accounts. Won't you wait? Mr. Sam Kern, Vice President, was the nameplate on a deserted desk. Behind it was a mahogany door lettered, William O. Spengler, President. Mr. Spengler will do nicely, Henry Lowden said. Mr. Spengler is in conference with Mr. Kern. Before further enlightenment on this impasse could come, the mahogany door swung open, violently, and the loud, rasping voice of an old man shattered conversation. If I didn't keep check on you, William, you'd have my bank in receivership. No, I won't have you handling my chair. You take me out, Sam. Should have left you in charge of the bank instead of my idiot son-in-law. The occupant of the wheelchair was the last remaining fragment of a man. White hair, piercing eyes, a face withered with age until the skin stretched like parchment over the sharp bones. Out to the street, Sam, he ordered. Ralph is waiting with a car. Don't you jostle me now. I've got a bad heart and can't stand being jostled. Open that gate, young lady. The stream of orders being issued from the wheelchair ceased abruptly as Henry Lowden reached out and opened the small gate in the counter. The piercing eyes looked upward. You're not an employee, the fragment snapped. That's right, Henry Lowden said. I'm not. Couldn't be an employee. Too wide awake. You're a customer. I hope to be, Henry Lowden said. A new account? William! The old man twisted about in the wheelchair. Come out here and take care of this man. 55 years I was president of this bank, and I never failed to shake hands with every new customer. That's one thing folks could say for Josiah Wingate. Sam, roll me over to that desk where the boy is. Boy, you're getting off to a fine start. Here's a silver dollar for you. Ask your daddy to put it in the Kirkland Farmers and Merchants Bank and watch it grow. All right, Sam, don't dawdle. Roll me out to the car. Sam Kern, the chair, and his vociferous occupant rolled out of sight, leaving behind a bewildered boy with a silver coin, promptly deposited in a trouser pocket. Henry Lowden turned back to Miss Foster, but now the doorway behind her was filled by someone who could only be William Spengler. Tall, graying, an expression of smoldering fury darkening his face, he became aware of Lowden and smothered the fury. "Miss Foster, is this gentleman here to see me?" "Why, yes, Mr. Spengler, unless Mr. Kern is busy. Don't keep the gentleman waiting." The office of William O. Spengler, President, was as dated as the rest of the building. Mahogany paneling, a massive desk, tall leather chairs. Spengler had gone to the window and stood peering down at the street below, his hands making fists at his side. Over his shoulder, Henry Taylor caught a glimpse of the invalid's chair being folded into the back seat of a limousine. When Spengler turned about and caught him watching, Henry Lowden smiled. "They get difficult as they grow older," he observed. "Yes, they do," Spengler said. "I have to humor him. Not only is he my father-in-law, but he founded this bank. He can't seem to adjust to retirement. Won't you sit down, Mr. Taylor," he said, as he sat down in one of the leather chairs. "Henry Taylor, I have a letter of credit." He reached under his coat, felt the cold steel in his holster, and then found the inner pocket. "From my bank in Chicago," he added. "I wish to transfer some funds to this bank while I'm here doing research." "Research?" Spengler returned to his desk and accepted the letter. "In what field, Mr. Taylor? Perhaps I can be of assistance." "I'm sure you can," Lowden said. "It's for a book I'm doing on the subject of unsolved crimes." William Spengler had a peculiar face. One emotion could overlap another like a double exposure. What was left of the fury folded into an alerted curiosity which finally became articulate. "And you have come to Kirkland to do research for such a project?" "I'm surprised that I'm the first," Lowden said. "You read the newspapers, don't you?" "I have little time. But you must know that Arnold Matthias is dead. He was shot down by a guard while attempting to break out of state prison 2 days ago. His cellmate escaped, but Matthias was killed." "Yes," Spengler reflected, "I did hear a newscast. And this is the Kirkland Farmers and Merchants Bank, where Arnold Matthias was employed in December of 1956. William Spengler was no longer interested in the letter of credit. His eyes were almost as sharp as those of his father-in-law, and they were fixed on the face of the man who called himself Henry Taylor. "You didn't have to come to Kirkland to learn that," he said. "No, I didn't. But there are some things I did have to come here to learn. Let's recapitulate. Matthias was a trusted employee. Hired by my father-in-law the year before he retired," Spengler added, "and against my advice. Because Matthias had a record? A juvenile record. Let's not make it sound worse than it was, Mr. Taylor. My father-in-law has a philanthropic streak where young people are concerned. You saw him just now with the boy out front. Matthias had come from a broken home. The usual sad story. Mr. Wingate wanted to give him a chance. I wanted to protect the bank. But you kept him on after you succeeded Mr. Wingate. There was no reason not to keep him on. He was a willing worker, seemingly honest. Then in '56, the Dyer Construction Company transferred $500,000 in cash from their St. Louis bank to meet the local payroll on the dam project. We kept it in the vault. Only Mr. Kern and myself handled the payroll. But Arnold took to working late. I never suspected the reason until after the theft. You know the story, Mr. Taylor. Arnold took $200,000 from that vault. He never admitted taking it. But he was convicted in a court of law. I hired Ira Casey to defend him, the best defense attorney in the state. He was convicted, nevertheless. On a plea of not guilty, Lowden said. Do you know what Matthias was doing at state prison, Mr. Spengler? He'd gotten hold of a set of court records of that trial, and he'd gone over every word of testimony again and again until he found something he was looking for. He marked it off and then drew some maps. Maps of this bank. Spangler's face was interesting to watch. It was as if an unseen hand had wiped away all expression, but his voice had a cutting edge. "How do you know all this?" he demanded. Henry Lowden smiled. "Now, I couldn't tell you that, Mr. Spangler. A writer can't reveal his sources of information. They might dry up." "Then why should I believe you?" "Because I'm in possession of those court records, and the maps. I was hoping you might find time to go over them with me. That is, if you really are interested in my book." Spangler was silent for several seconds. One hand reached down and pulled at the long desk drawer in front of him. He seemed about to take something out of it, then changed his mind. "Do you think there's a market for such a book, Mr. Henry?" he asked. "Taylor," Henry Lowden corrected. "Mr. Taylor. Yes, I'm sure there is. Consider the fact that the theft occurred on the afternoon you were called home because your wife was dying. That gives the story emotional appeal. And then there was Mr. Kern's early departure because his only son was playing his first varsity basketball game 40 miles away, and he had to drive over icy roads to watch him play. That gives the story family appeal. But what makes it most interesting, and what has bewildered the authorities for 2.5 years, is the fact that even if Matthias did commit the crime for which he was convicted, no trace has ever been found of the $200,000. "What's the trouble, Mr. Spangler? Is something wrong with my letter of credit?" William Spangler had closed the desk drawer and picked up the letter of credit. He came to his feet. "I'll see if Mr. Kern is back," he said. Then, as he started toward the door, he looked back and added, "Mr. Taylor, perhaps you will have dinner with me in my home tonight." "That's very kind of you," Henry Lowden said. "Very kind indeed. And perhaps you will bring those court records and maps so we can study them together." "Now, that's more than kind. I was sure you would be cooperative, Mr. Spangler." When Spangler left the room, Henry Lowden went quickly from his chair to the opposite side of the desk. He opened the long drawer to find what had held Spangler's interest. It was a newspaper 2 days old, folded to a feature story. Arnold Matthias slain. Arnold Matthias, 24, convicted of stealing $200,000 from the Kirkwood Farmers and Merchants Bank in 1956, was shot and killed early this morning while attempting to escape from state prison. H.T. Lowden, the guard who shot Matthias, stated that Matthias had always insisted he was framed. "I don't know why he broke for it," Lowden told reporters. "I believed in his innocence, too." A cellmate, Thomas Henry, 40, made good his escape in a laundry truck. The man who called himself Henry Taylor read no further. He closed the drawer quietly. It was very old brandy. It lay golden amber in the bottom of the snifter, moving in lazy circles as Henry Lowden gently shook the glass. The dinner had been as heavy and unimaginative as the square-faced housekeeper who prepared and served it. But within William Spangler's study the atmosphere changed. The architecture was still Midwestern Victorian, and the furnishings slightly rural English, but above an ugly mantelpiece hung a surprisingly good French painting. In William Spangler's house, to be more exact, Josiah Wingate's house, the painting was as conspicuous as a carousel in a mausoleum. Spangler didn't touch his brandy. His eyes were fixed on the small black suitcase at Henry Taylor's feet. "It's a pity Matthias attempted to escape," he remarked. "He might have been up for parole soon." "Parole boards are notoriously slow in this state," Henry Lowden mused, "and Matthias had no friends to prod from the outside." "Well, that's not true. I hired Ira Casey, who was a college classmate of yours and friend of almost 30 years' standing." "What's wrong with that?" "Nothing. I would say it was very convenient. I would have considered myself lucky to have such a friend if $200,000 had disappeared from my bank." "I hired Casey to defend Matthias," Spangler protested. "And the Kirkland Farmers and Merchants Bank," Lowden added quietly. "This is excellent brandy, Mr. Spangler. I don't suppose you buy this in Kirkland? I'm not chained to Kirkland. I get out occasionally. Out, Lowden repeated. That's an apt word. It's what Matthias wanted, and a chance to clear his name. Or to recover the 200,000 from wherever he had it hidden, Spangler said. Henry Lowden drained the contents of the brandy snifter and lifted his eyes to meet Spangler's. There was a speculative smile in them. But where could he have hidden it, Mr. Spangler? That's what makes this case so interesting. 200,000 is a difficult sum to dispose of, or to acquire unobtrusively in a town as small as Kirkland. Let's assume that Matthias did take the money, but wasn't convicted. What could he have done? He couldn't use it locally without creating suspicion. He was a bank teller on a fixed income, just as Sam Kern is a bank official on a fixed income. And just as I am a bank president on a fixed income, Spangler interposed. That's my point. The man who took that money from the vault would have had to do one of three things. He could have left town, which obviously he didn't. None of the three men who were in the vault the day the money was taken went anywhere, except one of them to prison. The three men, Spangler repeated. Matthias, Kern, and yourself, Mr. Spangler. It's all here in the court records. Lowden took up the suitcase and carried it to Spangler's desk. He opened it and took out a sheaf of papers. It was the last Friday before Christmas, he continued. The bank closed at 3. The tellers, Matthias, Pearson, Spangler corrected. Lee Pearson. He's still with the bank, and so is Goddard. I was a witness at the trial, Mr. Taylor. I know what is in the records. When the bank closed, the tellers began to count their cash. Pearson and Goddard were finished and out of the bank by 3:30. Matthias had trouble getting his cash to balance. I went over it with him twice before we caught the error. Sam Kern was in the vault checking the Dyer payroll against the remaining funds. The payroll went out on Friday, and the balancing usually kept us at the bank until 4 or later. But at 3:40, Lowden said, you received a telephone call from your housekeeper, Mrs. Holmes. Now, here's a section of testimony Matthias had bracketed. Mrs. Holmes was on the stand being examined by the district attorney. His object was to pinpoint the situation which resulted in Matthias's being left alone in the bank. Question. Mrs. Holmes, will you please tell the court what you did following Mrs. Spangler's heart attack on the date in question? Answer. I got the medicine Dr. Clinton had left and gave her a spoonful. Question. Was Mrs. Spangler subject to such attacks? Answer. Yes, sir. Mrs. Spangler had been a semi-invalid for more than 20 years. We knew it was only a matter of time. I gave her the medicine and got her into bed, and then I called Dr. Clinton and told him this one seemed worse than the others. He asked me to call Mr. Spangler right away, and that's what I did. Mr. Taylor, Spangler interrupted, I told you that I'm familiar with the testimony at the trial. What are you trying to prove? I'm not trying to prove anything, Lowden answered quietly. I'm only trying to discover what Arnold Matthias wanted to prove. A few pages later in the transcript is another bracketed section. It's the testimony of Samuel Kern being questioned by the district attorney. Kern states that he, Matthias, and yourself were alone in the bank when Mrs. Holmes called. He was in the vault. Hearing the telephone, he stepped outside because he thought it might be his wife calling to remind him of the basketball game. Question. When you stepped outside, Mr. Kern, did you lock the vault? Answer. No, I didn't. I wasn't finished checking the payroll. The call was from Spangler's housekeeper informing him that his wife had just suffered another heart attack. He left for home immediately. That is, he started to leave. He put on his hat and coat and went out to the parking lot at the side of the bank. But he came right back. He couldn't get his car started. I offered to push him, but he said it would be better if Arnold pushed him. I had a new car with an automatic shift. Arnold had an old one with a standard shift. When the pavement is icy, it's hard to get a start from an automatic drive. Question. And so Mr. Spangler left the second time with Arnold Matthias? Answer. No, sir. Not then. Arnold never parked in the lot behind the bank. I think he was sensitive because Mr. Spengler had kidded him about his old car giving the bank a bad name. He always parked on the side street around the corner. While he went to get his car and drive it back, Mr. Spengler came into the vault to help me. But he was too upset. Finally, he asked me to call Dr. Clinton for him. I did, but the doctor had already left for Mrs. Spengler's house. By the time I finished the call, Arnold was back. Before Mr. Spengler went out with him, he said to me, "I know how much it means to you to see your son play his first game tonight, Sam. You clear out and let Arnold lock up." Henry Lowden finished reading. When he looked up, Spengler was watching him closely. "That section of testimony is not only bracketed," Taylor added, "but a few words of it are underlined. Mr. Spengler came back into the vault to help me, and again, he asked me to call Dr. Clinton for him. That makes an interesting coupling, don't you think?" Spengler simply ignored the question. "What about your second point, Mr. Taylor? You said that Matthias could have done 3 things with the money." Lowden smiled. "A subject does get tedious when it's pursued too hotly, doesn't it? The second thing Matthias could have done was to hide the money, as you suggested. But where? His room was thoroughly searched by the police at the time of his arrest, and his car was all but torn apart. Moreover, although the theft occurred on Friday when Matthias locked the vault, and wasn't discovered until the following Monday, Matthias made no attempt to leave town, as would have been expected of a man with a very warm $200,000 on his hands. He went to a movie Friday night alone. He caught cold, and according to his landlady's testimony, stayed in his room Saturday and Sunday. On his way to the movie, he had the tank of his car filled at the Center Street station. Less than a gallon of fuel had been consumed when the police examined his car. By their tests, that car made less than 14 miles to the gallon, which means that Arnold Matthias drove less than 14 miles after the money was taken from the vault. Where and when did he hide it, Mr. Spengler?" "You're quoting almost verbatim from Ira Casey's summation to the jury," Spengler said sharply. "All you've omitted was the sentimental reference to his tragic childhood." "Sentimental? Does that denote disapproval?" "I hired Casey." "Unfortunately for Matthias, Casey was your personal friend, with a friend's loyalty and a friend's blindness. William Spengler, respectable citizen, had lost his wife on the day a large piece of the Dyer payroll was stolen. Convention wrapped him in immunity. Another lawyer, to whom William Spengler was just one of 3 men who had access to the vault, would have pounded on what Matthias discovered after 3 years in prison. Mrs. Holmes, under oath, testified that she'd called Dr. Clinton and then, at his request, called you at the bank. Samuel Kern, under oath, testified that you asked Matthias to start your car in spite of his offer. Because Sam had a car with an automatic drive. Because Matthias had parked his car around the corner and you knew it. He had to walk, let's say 200 feet, get his car started, drive around the lot, and then come back inside the bank for you, Mr. Spengler. It was cold, and so naturally you waited inside for him. You went to the vault to help Kern. Then you asked him to call Dr. Clinton. Didn't Mrs. Holmes tell you that she had called the doctor? It must have been a tremendous oversight if she didn't. But Kern, another sympathetic friend, was willing to do anything to help. He left the vault and made the telephone call. Now here's a map Matthias drew of the bank, exterior and interior. He marked the location of the telephone Kern used, and the location of where his car was parked when he went to get it. With Matthias outside and Kern on the telephone, there must have been a period of several minutes when you were alone in the vault. William Spengler hadn't touched his brandy. Now he lifted the glass and drank slowly, never taking his eyes from Henry Lowden's face. When he put the glass down, empty, he said, "And what was your third possibility, Mr. Taylor?" Lowden placed the sheet of paper back in his suitcase. "I wasn't certain until I came to Kirkland this afternoon," he said. But the station master gave me a clue. I understand that the late Senator Dawes had a great many mourners at his funeral. Senator Dawes? And even deeper mourners when it developed that he had left no fortune. But what if one of those would-be beneficiaries had stolen $200,000 and wanted to pass it off as an inheritance? The idea has possibilities, don't you think? Tightly, Spengler replied, "If you're thinking of the coincidence of my wife's death at the time of the theft, you can forget it. She left me nothing. Everything, even this house, is in her father's name." "But he won't live forever, will he? A tight-fisted old tyrant like Wingate must have accumulated quite a fortune." "That's not true. My father-in-law has been ill for many years, and my wife was an invalid for most of our married life. Illness is expensive even in Kirkland." "And frustrating," Lowden reflected, "particularly for a man with a taste for fine brandy and French painting." "The third possibility," Spengler insisted. "The obvious, Mr. Spengler. The Dyer deposit must have been a temptation from the beginning, knowing that you had a ready-made suspect working in the bank. A record is tough to live down, even a juvenile record. The public is seldom in a forgiving mood when someone has made off with its unearned cash. And then your wife had a heart attack on Friday afternoon. Her timing was perfect." "My wife was dying." "That couldn't have surprised you. She'd been near death for 20 years. But it did give you an excuse to leave the bank early on the same day Sam Kern was eager to get off to a basketball game. All you had to do was get Kern and Matthias out of the way for a few minutes, just long enough to transfer $200,000 from the Dyer account to your own box. The money was never found, Mr. Spengler, because it never left the vault." Henry Lowden might have been reading from the court records. He finished his quiet accusation and waited. Spengler's response was electric. "Is that what Arnold Matthias told you when you were cellmates at State Prison, Mr. Henry?" "You made that mistake once before. The name is Taylor, Henry Taylor." "There is no Henry Taylor. I suppose you thought it was too late for me to check on that letter of credit this afternoon. It wasn't. I telephoned the Chicago bank while you were waiting in my office. That letter was a fake." "You were frightened, Mr. Spengler. I'm a good businessman who keeps a 2-day-old newspaper in his desk. You didn't hear of Matthias's death on a newscast. You read about it over and over. What are you trying to do, Henry? Sell me those records and that ridiculous map? Do you think I care what a dead convict suspected?" The man who called himself Henry Taylor didn't lose control. "We're not discussing what a dead convict suspected," he said. "Innocent or guilty. When a man tries to break out of prison, he's courting sudden death. But there's something you don't know about Thomas Henry, who did escape. He wasn't serving time for anything as minor as grand theft. He was in for murder. He's got nothing to lose." "All I have to do is pick up this telephone." "Absolutely nothing, Mr. Spengler. And he's rough. He could make the Sphinx talk if the Sphinx could lead him to $200,000. Go ahead and pick up the telephone. The number of the police station is 110. I looked it up in the directory in my hotel room." William Spengler was reaching toward the telephone. He paused, bewildered, and in the instant of hesitation, Henry Lowden's right hand flicked inside his coat pocket and came out grasping the snub-nosed .38. "No. Don't," Spengler said weakly. "Have you ever been worked over by a desperate man, Mr. Spengler? A really desperate man?" "But I don't have the money here," Spengler gasped. "Where is it?" "At the bank. I can't get it until tomorrow." "Is it all there?" "Most of it. Henry, be reasonable. Everyone thinks Matthias took the money, and he's dead. We can make a deal." "Thank you, Mr. Spengler. We already have." The man who called himself Henry Taylor shifted the gun to his left hand and took up the telephone with his right. Carefully he dialed 110. There was time to explain while the operator rang. "I'm not Thomas Henry, Mr. Spengler. But I knew I could get a confession out of you and clear Matthias if I reached you before Henry. Lucky for you, I succeeded. My name is Lowden, Henry Taylor Lowden. I'm the guard at State Prison who had to shoot Matthias." On the other end of the wire, a voice was answering. Lowden's mouth set in a grim smile. The case of Arnold Matthias was almost closed. The Girl with the Dragon Kite by Edward D. Hoch. He used to see her on the beach almost every morning, during the early months of summer, flying that great orange and black kite with a twining dragon upon it. Sometimes he'd stand by the railing and watch her, remembering the children he'd seen in Japan after the war. Then they'd flown their dragon kites amidst the rubble of bombed Tokyo buildings, when it was the lone pleasure remaining to the young of a conquered land. The girl reminded him of it, even though she was no longer a child, but had the smoothly tanned legs and body of a young woman. He wondered why she flew the kite each day, and decided to ask her sometime. It was toward the end of August, on a morning when she was out there alone, that he finally strolled across the sand to speak to her. "I've been watching you all summer," he said. "You're out here almost every morning, flying that kite." She turned and smiled at him. "I like to get a tan, but I can't stand just sitting on the sand with a book. This gives me something to do." He supposed it was as good an answer as any. Gregor was his name, and he could be found almost any day along Beachfront Avenue, watching, walking, talking now and then to people like the little shopkeepers and the vacationers and the girl with the dragon kite. Some people thought he was a cop. "Morning, Mr. Smedley. How's business?" "Hello, Gregor. You're around early today." Smedley ran a little movie theater on Beachfront, a shabby place that showed nudist films and imported sex movies 6 days a week. On Sundays it was closed, but any other day the place was likely to be half-filled from noon until its midnight closing. Gregor bought a ticket and found a seat in the last row. It was just noon, and the picture was starting. Ahead of him, he could see the scattering of patrons, all men, all sitting alone. He paid little attention to the flickering images on the screen. He was looking for something else. After a time, he got up and went outside to the ticket booth where Smedley was busy adding up a column of figures. "The week's profits?" Gregor asked. "What? Oh, you startled me, Gregor. Picture not very good? Too hot in there. You should get your air conditioning fixed." "I know," Smedley said, and bent his balding head once more over the figures. He wore thick glasses, and his false teeth fit badly. He never seemed interested in the movies he showed, but only in the money the box office took in. "Seen anybody new around the neighborhood?" Gregor asked casually. "You're always asking me that. They come and they go, Gregor. They come and they go." He walked away from the theater, heading down Beachfront toward the string of little bars, the hot dog and custard stands that dotted the area. Somebody shouted a greeting from a passing car, and he turned to wave. The summer had made him a familiar figure in the area. Once he paused at a newsstand to glance at the display of local morning papers. He chose one that headlined a sex murder in a nearby suburb, and read it carefully over the sandwich and coffee that made up his lunch. "That makes 3 in the last 6 months, the counterman said, swabbing the space in front of Gregor with a damp rag. "Girls not safe on the streets anymore." Gregor mumbled something and went on eating. Presently he folded up his paper and continued strolling down the street. His next stop was the After 5 Cafe, which opened at 1, in spite of its name. He went to the After 5 Cafe at least 3 times each day. It was here that he encountered the girl again, this time without her kite. "Hello there," she said, choosing the bar stool next to him. He glanced at her, only half interested. "Where's your kite?" "Wouldn't fit through the door. I have to take a break once in a while. Buy me a drink, huh?" I don't even know your name. It's Polly. Isn't that one heck of a name? Polly West. Want to know my dragon's name? Does he have one? She crinkled her face into a smile, showing an unexpected dimple under one eye. No, but I'd make up one for you. Live around here? He signaled the bartender for 2 beers. I have an apartment for the summer. Really, I'm subleasing it from a friend who's in Europe. What's your name? All at once, without drawing a breath. Gregor. Just that? Just that. Nothing more. She lit a cigarette and sipped the foam off her beer. You've been around all summer, haven't you? Off and on, he admitted. I've seen you watching me. Even before you asked about the kite. I asked Sammy who you were. Sammy Carp was one of the neighborhood characters, an appliance repairman. What did he say? He thought you were either a detective or a pusher. You know, narcotics. Gregor laughed at that. He didn't laugh often, and the sound was strange to his ears. That's funny. She took another sip of her beer. Well? Well, what? Which are you, Mr. Gregor? Do I have to be either one? No. Actually, I saw you reading the paper down at the lunch counter a while ago. You seemed quite interested in that sex murder. What's that supposed to mean? Can't I just be an ordinary bum? A beachcomber? Do I have to be a cop, or a pusher, or a murderer? Everybody is something, Mr. Gregor. I stopped being something a long time ago. I retired from the human race. Sammy says you go into Smedlick's movie house every day. You don't seem the type somehow. I could say the same thing about you. This neighborhood isn't exactly the sort where one finds a pretty girl standing on the beach flying a dragon kite. I suppose that's a compliment, she said with a smile. I suppose. They finished their beers and left the bar together, strolling through the afternoon warmth back toward the beach where they'd first met. It could have been the beginning of something, but Gregor wasn't sure. He only knew that for the first time in months, he no longer looked at everyone he passed. 2 nights later, Gregor visited her apartment. It was in a building facing the beach on the 4th floor, and he was immediately impressed by the spacious charm of the place. It might have been in any downtown co-op, rather than here along a tired section of the city's waterfront. You like it? Polly asked. Very much. My friend gets the credit. It's only mine for the summer. They had a drink, and he settled down to enjoy himself. Who owns this place, anyway? Proctor? She nodded. Actually, he's a very good landlord. Gregor had seen Proctor on the streets. He looked more like a wrestler than a landlord, but he'd always seemed pleasant enough. Where do you work? Nowhere this summer, she answered. That's odd. I could say the same about you. I was in insurance till 6 months ago. I will get some commissions out of it, enough to live on. He picked up his drink and walked over to where she stood by the window, gazing down at the darkened beach, the gloom broken only by the flickering of a single bonfire. It might have been started by a group of teenagers roasting hot dogs, or some wandering bums without a place to spend the night. One never knew in this section of town. You can hear the water, she said very softly. Yes. His breath was on her neck. Gregor? Yes. Not a question. Who do you think killed all those women? He could hardly hear her voice. What women? The ones in the newspaper. Those 3 women. There were 4, he corrected before he realized the words were out. What? 4? One last month out in the suburbs. The police didn't connect it with the others, but it was the same man. How do you know that? The circumstances were the same. The woman was stabbed several times, her body was found in the basement, and she was killed during the day, while her husband was at work and the children at school. I'm sure the police saw the connection, but the newspapers missed it because the address was across the county line. You know a great deal about the crimes, Polly West said. I should. She was very close to him now, her hands behind her back, and he felt an odd sort of malaise at her proximity. Why should you? What's this? He said, suddenly stepping back. What are you trying to do? He felt oddly trapped, as in a nightmare from which there was no awakening. Here is the knife, Gregor, she said, slowly exposing one hand, her voice a soft purr that just reached his ears. The knife, like the others. No! He pushed himself away and ran to the door, throwing it open. As he hurried into the darkened hallway, he glimpsed a face very close to his own. It was the face of a man he had never seen before, standing in the darkness of the hall, waiting. Then he was away from it, from her, running into the street, running until he was away from them. He had never been so terrified in his life. Never, at least, since that night 6 months ago when the first one had died. He slept poorly that night, and when he awakened he was aware of a knocking on his door that seemed to have been going on all night. He rolled unsteadily out of bed and opened the door. It was Sammy Karp, the repairman. "You all right? You went running by me last night like the devils were after you." He scratched his bald head. "I was worried. Are you all right now?" "Thanks, Sammy. I'm all right. Something I drank, I guess." "That cheap wine down at the After 5. It gets me the same way sometimes." "That must have been it. Thanks for your concern, anyway," Gregor said, and closed the door. After a quick shower, he felt a little better, but the sight of the familiar wanderers of Beachfront Street brought it all back to him. It was not a day to face Mr. Smedley and his dirty little movies, or the crowd at the After 5. Something had happened, almost happened, last night, and he had to find out what. He went past the theater to the open expanse of beach, sprinkled as always with a night's collection of empty beer cans, broken wine bottles, and half-smoked cigarettes. The odor of fish was strong. But he looked beyond these things and saw her there again, just as she always was in the morning, flying her dragon kite high above the beach, holding a tight grip against the summer wind's threat. Leaving the sidewalk, he started to cross the sand toward her. In that instant he had the unmistakable feeling that he might never reach her alive. Someone, somewhere, was watching him. He turned suddenly toward the apartment building, but there was nothing to be seen but the casual fluttering of a single curtain caught by the breeze. He walked on, feeling the sand as it sifted into his shoes, hearing the lap of waves against the shore. She turned when he was almost upon her, not surprised nor fearful, standing her ground with bare, tanned legs planted firmly apart in the sand. "Hello," she said, and the mood was broken. "I want to talk about last night." "What's there to say?" "There was a man in the hallway outside your room." "Proctor, the landlord." "Not Proctor. I know Proctor." She turned away. "What about it?" "The knife. I need to know about the knife." "There's nothing to tell, Gregor, nothing." He took a deep breath. "All right. The first one to die 6 months ago was my wife. I came home from work and found her like that, stabbed and bleeding, near the washing machine in the basement. The police never had any clue except a pack of matches I found on the floor from the After 5 cafe. When their leads ran out, I moved down here. I've been living down here ever since, drinking in the After 5, talking with the people, even sitting in the back row at Smedlick's sex movies. Always looking, watching for him. Watching. Do you think you'll know him when you see him, Gregor?" "I'll know him." "Will he be wearing a death's head and carrying a bloody knife, Gregor? Will he?" "I'll know him. He's killed 3 more. He can't stop now. He has to keep it up. And sooner or later he'll come back here to the After 5, and I'll be waiting." "Are you sure he's not here already, Gregor? Are you? Who was the man in the hallway? What were you doing with that knife? Don't you see I have to know?" But he might have been talking to the wind. She had turned away, back to the great garish kite that rippled in the air above them. As he walked away, he had the feeling of not trusting even the ground beneath his feet, as if the sand might open at any moment into a funnel-shaped pit. Truly, this is the age of sex, Mr. Smedley was saying later, over his nightly sandwich in the back room of the After 5. I change my pictures once a week, and whatever it is, I always have a crowd opening day. He thought about it and then added, I have you every day, Gregor. Every day. Gregor lit a cigarette. Seen any strangers around the area lately? A fellow living in Proctor's apartment house? Smedley shook his head. They come and they go. I don't keep track of them. They come and they go. Gregor left money for 2 beers and strolled up the street to Proctor's. The landlord, a shabby businessman who always seemed ready to turn the dogs loose on some luckless tenant, listened in silence, while Gregor spoke of the stranger in the hall, and then shook his head. It might be anybody or nobody, Gregor. Just a drifter, probably. Yeah. I gotta go now. Sammy's coming to fix the washing machine. The troubles of the landlord never cease. Gregor headed back toward the After 5. He glanced once at the cluttered beach, but there was no sign of Polly or her kite. He was drinking more these days as the frustrations of the summer mounted. Thinking back now, he wondered why he had ever abandoned home and friends to start this maddening quest. It couldn't end in anything good, but only, at best, in the reluctant bringing to bay of a strange, sick mind. Sometimes when he awoke in the morning, he would gaze into the mirror and wonder if his was that mind. Wonder if, in some forgotten moments, he might have killed her and then the rest of them. Now, draining the amber glass, he played with the matchbook in front of him on the bar, remembering that first one he'd seen on the floor near her body. A sort of clue, but only one. Was one clue ever enough? He remembered that morning, how she'd looked, the last word she'd spoken. Something about... What was it Proctor had said just a while ago? Why hadn't he remembered it before, during all those days of police questioning? Then suddenly he was running, out of the After 5, down the dirty street where people turned to stare. Where is she? He shouted at Proctor, seeing the landlord emptying a barrel of rubbish. Polly West. Polly? I guess she's downstairs in the laundry. Gregor started down the stairs 2 at a time, knowing it couldn't happen again so soon, knowing he must be wrong, knowing 1,000 crazy thoughts that crowded his mind and fought for attention. And then he was throwing himself against the door to the laundry room, battering down the flimsy wood, and facing Sammy Karp. Sammy standing over Polly with his bloody knife. Gregor hurled himself at Sammy then. Blinded by his fury, he missed him, landed instead against the white metal front of the washing machine. Dazed, he saw Polly helpless on the floor and tried to pick himself up, but Sammy was again raising his murderous knife and... There was just one shot, but it caught Sammy in the side of the neck. Turning quickly, Gregor saw the nameless man from the upstairs hallway, standing in the doorway with his police revolver drawn. Later, much later, after they'd taken Sammy's body away, Polly West said to him, It might have been you all along, Gregor. Don't you see that? We had to know. That was why I went through that foolishness with the knife while Ned waited in the hallway. He was almost too late to save you today. I couldn't scream. I was so startled. Imagine Sammy Karp. I imagined, Gregor said, running a hand over his eyes. I found my wife's body near the washing machine, but I just remembered today she'd been having trouble with it. The other women, too, all killed in their basements during the day by a washing machine repairman, Sammy Karp. You should have left it to the police, Gregor. Didn't you think we'd follow up on those matches from the After 5? They had me out here flying that damned kite all summer, just to attract attention. Your kite flying attracted me, but it attracted Sammy, too. I'll settle for you, Gregor, if you're ready to leave this seedy neighborhood. He thought about Smedley and the After 5 and all the rest of it. Then, relaxing, he said, Yes, I'm ready.
Fat Joe and the Demon by Robert Allen Blair. His late evening visitor perched upon the edge of the sofa, balanced his hat upon his knee, licked his dry lips. "As you know," he began uncertainly, knowing his welcome to be less than warm, "I am often busy outside my shop, reuniting refugees from mainland China with their families." "I have heard it called ransom by extortion from apprehensive relatives," sniffed Fat Joe disdainfully. He disapproved this slight restless shadow of a man, an importer, whose shop offering Oriental merchandise had long been a Grant Avenue landmark, because it was known that he dealt in other than inanimate goods. The time-honored practice of American fathers importing implausible numbers of their children had assumed unsavory new dimensions since the change of regimes in China. "As a merchant of some experience," said the importer without offense, "I deliver fair value received. This is a practical exchange. The People's Republic needs funds, and many Chinese Americans have relatives in China." He set his hat beside him and leaned back. "My assignments continued to increase, until I am stealing attention from my shop. I have been in business too long to see it fail." "This I can understand," said Fat Joe dryly. "But why need it trouble me?" "They suggest that I share my assignments. You know many people, are liked personally, and respected professionally." Fat Joe sat forward in his worn leather rocker. "What princely reward do they think would induce me to participate?" The importer spread his hands. "The commissions are generous." Fat Joe peered beyond him, to their images reflected endlessly down the long, illusory corridor in the mirrored wall, remnant of finer days, when his apartment had been the grand ballroom of the Baxter mansion. "It is money smelling of anguish and fear, to glut the treasury of the adversary." Small Chinatown merchants are determined conservatives. And those who cannot afford to pay the price demanded, what of their loved ones? No better, no worse. They remain in China. How can a person like you do this to your people? The importer sighed. The world of today distorts values. Without changing direction, I find myself and old colleagues on opposite sides of a political barrier. Did they one day become not friends because they began living under a red flag? A favor asked, am I to refuse? Impatience for social reform creates unusual alliances. I can be useful to them in a way that does not unseat my conscience. Perhaps the good surpasses the bad. People are made happier by what I do. Holding his temper in check, Fat Joe stood up. Did you honestly expect me to accept this rationale and join you? No, said the importer sadly. I brought stronger argument. From an inner pocket he took an envelope, handed Fat Joe a photograph. Someone you recognize? His name is Xiang Yuan. Fat Joe switched on the crystal chandelier, filling the room with jewels. He saw a small boy, straight as a soldier and serious of mien, standing near a playground. I may have seen him, he admitted. A second photograph. And this woman? A sturdy, handsome girl, not over 30, was pictured arm in arm with a Red Army captain. It seems a familiar face, but whereas the child's picture could be anywhere in the world, this one could be only in China. A third. And this? Fat Joe sank back weakly into the rocker. An older woman, hair straight and severe in the old style. I have a copy of this, he said, not looking up. I am not surprised. It is an old picture, one which she might have enclosed in letters. Fat Joe asked quietly, Is she gone? She did not survive the upheaval by many years. Fat Joe closed his eyes. He acknowledged a certain responsibility for his elder sister's remaining in China to her death. Their father was not a young man when he came alone to San Francisco, leaving wife and infant daughter in Canton. He labored on the Embarcadero, saved his money, bought a hand laundry, and sent for his wife. The child she left with her mother, for the money was not enough, and a woman-child was not regarded highly. They were to send for her later, when they'd saved enough. In 3-room quarters behind the laundry they lived, both working long hours, not prospering, but slowly setting money aside for the girl's passage. Then they diverted it to immediate needs when the mother became pregnant. Fat Joe was a year old when his father died. Hope of bringing the girl vanished, for the mother barely kept the boy and herself alive. As soon as permitted by law, she apprenticed him to Moon Kai, the herbalist. Through her frequent correspondence with her daughter in China, Fat Joe developed a warm personal relationship with this sister he had never seen. In rambling, childish letters, they dreamed of her joining them in San Francisco. Once he had started earning money, he made optimistic adolescent promises to send for his sister. But she was then almost 20, and long before he had made the money, she married, and her future was fixed irrevocably in China. Less and less did they speak of their shared dream, but their correspondence continued until the revolution triumphed, after which her letters dwindled to sporadic, hasty notes. For more than 10 years, he'd had no word from her. "This young woman, this child," said Fat Joe. "Her daughter and her grandson. Where are they?" "The boy's parents are now dead," said the importer. "Your niece died only recently of illness. Her husband was killed last year, fighting anti-Mao forces in Canton. You are now Xiang Yuan's nearest surviving relative. If he remains in China, he will of course be reared in the Spartan tradition of the Red Guard. Such was the wish of his father." Fat Joe looked fondly at the sober little face in the picture. "And, knowing that I cannot permit that to happen, you offer me the child? In exchange, they do not ask money of you, only your cooperation." "And if I prefer to give money?" The importer smiled. "Not from you. You have but one way to bring the boy." "Refusal will be most difficult," whispered Fat Joe. "What must I do? Surely my acceptance alone will not bring him." "When you have completed an unspecified number of assignments to their satisfaction, their local courier will order him flown to Vancouver." "What is my guarantee that they will not extend my assignments indefinitely?" "What is their guarantee that you will not report this conversation to the police?" Fat Joe slumped low in the rocker, passed a hand across his eyes. "I should then jeopardize the boy's every opportunity of coming." "Exactly. The agreement must rest in part upon faith, yours and theirs." Fat Joe placed the pictures upon the end table and pushed wearily to his feet. "I must have time to think," he said, crossing aimlessly toward the front window. "Will they wait?" "They are accustomed to waiting. Years, decades if necessary." The importer rose and went to the door. "But the boy, can he wait? He is now 4 and beginning to assess the world about him. Which world is it to be? This must be the urgency behind your decision. Tomorrow their courier will bring me new assignments. One of them may be yours. Please call me." Fat Joe stood unmoving in the window as the importer let himself out, watched him walk away into the night. A child, to brighten his late years. Fat Joe enjoyed the company of children, they his, but he had never been a father. Once in his days of apprenticeship, Moon Kai imported from China a well-born bride for his young clerk. She was an exquisite little creature whom Fat Joe adored. But within a year after marriage, like a flower transplanted into unfavorable soil, she withered and died. He lacked courage to subject another to the same risk, and Moon Kai, having invested heavily, did not care to repeat. Fat Joe was content to bask in the tender memory of the bride who was forever a bride. He had that much, and nothing could take it from him. A child whose existence he had not known before, but who now meant everything to him, descended from his beloved sister, his revered mother. The child must come. This he resolved without qualification. His only doubt touched upon his civic responsibility. He found in a trunk the treasured letters from his sister, works of art in their meticulous calligraphy, a skill which would be taught her grandson in the Chinese language school that follows classes in public school. A phrase, "Now that I know I shall never see you, I pray that my little girl may somehow realize this dream that you and I have discussed so long. In a small way it will be I, coming to you through her." Through her son. Fat Joe slept little that night, and awoke early, leaving the house in the gray mists of morning and walking across Nob Hill, accompanied by the mournful sob of foghorns. He did not at once raise the closed shade upon the shop door, but climbed the narrow stairs at the rear to the loft and the great roll-top desk that was his office. He sat in the creaky swivel chair, looked down through the rail at the orderly shelves stocked with small bottles and foil boxes. Xiang Yuan might learn the herbalist trade from him, but only if the boy wished. Fat Joe would not presume to choose his career. Perhaps he would send the boy to college, enabling him to make his way in the competitive world of the Occidentals. He turned, rested a hand upon the telephone. To this indulgent planning was attached a painful price. He picked up the phone, dialed slowly, held the final digit against the stop before allowing it to complete the connection, released it. Detective Lieutenant Cogswell came on after a slight delay. "This is a switch," he said. "You calling me. What do I know that you don't?" Fat Joe asked. "Does your department attend to the traffic in mainland Chinese?" "That's mostly the Fed's job, but we try, off and on. It's a little like Chinatown gambling. We never have it entirely under control, and we never know where it's going to pop up next." "Why? Do you have a lead for us?" "I was merely curious." "Your people just won't cooperate," complained Cogswell. "They clam up whenever we mention the subject." "That is small cause for wonder. They dare say nothing which might hinder the migration of people whose most sinister motive is a life of tranquility and hope." "Illegal migration," growled Cogswell, "that comes under the official heading of smuggling of aliens." "Yes." Fat Joe frowned, wishing he had not called the police. Cogswell went on brusquely. "All other considerations aside, we have to cut off the flow of funds to Red China." "Of course," murmured Fat Joe. "We could use your help. If you could manage to finger their contact man for us, the man who hands out assignments and arranges delivery." "I must refuse," interrupted Fat Joe. "I was seeking information only." He hung up before Cogswell could present persuasive reasons for his assisting the authorities. If they were to apprehend the courier, Xiang Yuan would never see America. It was at this instant that Fat Joe knew he would accept the importer's terms. Once more he took up the phone. With some trepidation he approached the family of his first assignment, and encountered the fear and hostility foreseen. But then he said, "They ask of you only money, but I too have someone in China, and this is my price. You will pay, and have done, but I must pay. How often? How long?" Word went round Chinatown of Fat Joe's dilemma, and where the importer had met scorn, Fat Joe met sympathy, which made his transactions easier to negotiate. The importer grew more sour with every meeting. As was his custom on pleasant Saturdays, instead of reopening his shop after lunch, Fat Joe strolled along the nostalgic pagoda facade of Grant Avenue, mingling with a weekend tide of foreigners, non-Chinese, from the harried world outside. Aromas of sandalwood and incense floated from open shop doors, and shrill recorded Chinese music gently pervaded the midday like the soporific song of late summer insects. At Pine Street, He turned down the hill to St. Mary's Square, that small hidden park, which is also the roof of an underground parking garage. Neighborhood children played beneath the benevolent eyes of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, sculpted in stainless steel, memorial to a Chinese republic of another era. Now the children came flocking around Fat Joe, black-haired and bright-eyed, clamoring for a story from Uncle Joe. His mother had brought from China many old tales, most of which he remembered, and he passed the legacy to this generation. He selected a bench at one side of the landscape promenade, while his listeners settled into an anticipatory circle at his feet. The circle tightened as he began the story of the little magician, actually a peaceable sort, forced to rule the city by the power of an evil demon that possessed him. The tension of eagerness mounted, for this was their special delight among stories. Fat Joe, acting the part of a wise man, learned by subterfuge the secret name of the demon, and at night placed the children of the city strategically around the house of the magician. At his whistled signal, the dread name rang out through St. Mary's Square 7 times, scattering a cloud of pigeons and drawing the attention of passers-by. Looking over the heads of his audience, Fat Joe saw watching him from the path a statuesque Eurasian woman of rare beauty, with long glossy black hair and split-skirt silken gown. She smiled slightly, nodded. After the 7th name shattered the air, the children fell silent, and Fat Joe concluded, "Everywhere within sound of that great shout, even to the hills around the city, the spell of the demon was forever broken. The children had saved the city." From experience, they knew that Uncle Joe told no more than one story per sitting, and they ran chattering back to their play. "A charming story," said the woman sitting beside him. "You are a man of unexpected talents, and complex. At times you have me puzzled." "Do you know me?" he asked. "I might be your evil demon, and the importer your little magician." She took from her handbag a tiny battery-powered tape recorder, switched it on, and he heard his own voice. "Migration of people whose most sinister motive is a life of tranquility and hope." She turned it off. Fat Joe had not moved. She said, "Calling the police was neither wise for you nor reassuring for me. Still, you told them nothing, and you refused their request for help. Why?" "I will cooperate with the police," he said reluctantly, "only when the situation warrants." She put the recorder away. "I am impressed by your performance to date. The confidence you enjoy among the people of Chinatown is an asset. If you are to be trusted, and I'm not sure of that yet, you could become of much greater value to us now than the importer." Fat Joe eyed her critically. "It is as I had thought. Another assignment, and another, each more involved and more responsible than the last. And the boy is the bait that you dangle, ever out of my reach." She smoothed her skirt. "Is Vancouver so out of reach?" she asked. He caught his breath. "He has left China? But I have hardly begun. Monday I am flying to Vancouver." "To fetch Xiang Yuan?" She shrugged. "Possibly." Fat Joe stiffened himself against premature hope. "As soon as Monday, whether or not I accept further assignments?" Her manner was not unkind. "Do you really have a choice?" Slowly he shook his head. "I must do whatever you say. You control his destiny. Absolutely." She touched his arm. "It is not espionage or sabotage we ask of you, but a quiet fundraising program. Why resist? I've studied you, and must question your stubborn adherence to a society caught up in a fever of acquisition and fun." "You have learned little from your study, or you would know that I cannot hurt people. I cannot be motivated by hate. Hatred of ideas, not of persons." "But your hatred is personal," he insisted, else you could not toy so callously with the hearts of people who can do you no harm. Love thy neighbor is outdated, she mocked. Not love, but understanding, is the antithesis of hate. Love, like hate, is an unreasoning emotion, and potentially is perilous. One may love while he hates, but he cannot hate someone whom he understands. Do you pretend to understand me? She asked, amused. I see an intelligent, dedicated woman who professes what she believes and is to be respected for it. If you have abandoned self-doubt and are supremely confident of your course, I congratulate you. You are a strange man, she said thoughtfully. No, I try only to be honest. She stood up. You will come to the restaurant of the exterior staircase, Monday night after 10, and ask for Dunya. The boy will be there. He could not believe. Once I have him, will you trust me to take more assignments? You will wish to ensure the child's security. Children vanish every day from the streets of large cities. Fat Joe felt trapped. I understand, he said. I am not disappointed. She moved away with long, easy strides, and was gone along the narrow way toward California Street. The woman had opened to him a glimpse of a chill, no-nonsense world, which was, after all, not so distant. Where one touched it, he came away with clammy fingers. No magicians nor evil demons there. Here the sun shone, and children laughed, but to Fat Joe the day had become muffled gray. Who's your good-looking lady friend? He looked around. Detective Lieutenant Cogswell stood between him and the shrubbery. Fat Joe promptly withdrew inside his shell. I do not know her name, and I have not seen her before. Cogswell sauntered over and sat down, stretching his long legs before him. He pulled out a notebook, flipped a few pages. Let me fill you in. Name? Nunya Skarin, born Shanghai. White Russian father, Chinese mother. She and father evacuated Shanghai in 1949, ahead of advancing Reds. She has remained in touch with her mother, who has held various powerful political posts in the Red government. Lives in Chinatown, makes frequent trips Canada and Mexico. He dropped the notebook into his pocket. That's enough for a start. The feds have her under surveillance, and, naturally, when she turns up in the park chatting with someone I've touted as my valuable Chinatown informant, I'm interested. Especially since my valuable Chinatown informant has recently inquired about alien smuggling. Are you mixed up in this? Fat Joe turned haunted eyes to him. Is there sufficient evidence to arrest her? Next time she tries to leave the country, the feds are ready to nab her at the airport. Fat Joe moaned. Unless you can delay them until she returns, let your conscience hereafter be burdened with the responsibility for sending my grandnephew back to China. Cogswell gave a low whistle. I see. Say, I'm sorry. It's a personal angle, isn't it? They got to you, too. I don't know if I can hold them off, but I'll sure try. Once she gets out of the country, she doesn't have to come back. And are not the results the same? Whether she is out of the country or in their custody, the smuggling is curtailed. It's a point. When is she going, do you know? Fat Joe drew a deep breath. Monday, he said in a very low voice. I'm to get the boy Monday night. Cogswell leaned toward him confidentially. Tell you what, I'll see if I can't get them to pick her up at the airport after she brings the boy in. Then we can look into legalizing his entry. If you're his only family, there ought to be a way to cut through the red tape. He hesitated, frowned. You are his family, aren't you? His only family, nodded Fat Joe humbly. If you can do this, I shall be grateful. Cogswell patted him on the knee. Don't worry about a thing. I feel like a heel.
even beginning to suspect you were in with them. I should have known better.
There are hidden sides to every man. Your training drives you to seek them. Fat Joe sat motionless upon the bench long after Cogswell had gone, eyes closed and hands clasped across his belly, but he was not asleep. Wisps of fog sailing over the hill on a damp westerly wind drove the people from the park, and then Fat Joe was alone. When he, too, departed, he took the same path as the woman. At California, he trudged up the steep grade with short steps, paused for breath at Grant before he went on his way. Assuming that he was watched, he wandered along Grant, pausing before an occasional restaurant to read the menu posted outside. Undecided, he looked up and down the street. He crossed, climbed the exterior staircase to the second-story restaurant, asked for a window table where he could be seen by an observer in the street. He lingered leisurely over his meal, while the restaurant filled with dinner trade, mostly foreigners. There was also an inner stairway and entrance. Through the glass door he saw stairs leading to the upper floors, where presumably Dunya Scarron had an apartment. As he paid the woman at the cash register by the outer door, he said in Cantonese, "I must see Dunya." The cashier's eyes flicked across the room toward the other door. She said rapidly in Cantonese, "Top floor, first right," and followed in English, "Restrooms down the hall at the rear, sir. Thank you." After a reasonable wait in the men's room, he sauntered along the hall and out the inner door. A white-jacketed waiter confronted him, and even before she spoke, Fat Joe recognized Dunya, pale without makeup, under a wide-brimmed hat pulled low. "Your imagination will tell you," she said tensely, "why I hide my right hand in my pocket, and why you will now precede me down these stairs to the street." The implied weapon did not intimidate Fat Joe. One dies, and the manner and time are seldom of his own choosing. But he obeyed without comment, for he would talk in a place less public. "Turn right," she ordered. "Walk at a normal pace to the next corner, and right again. Remember, I am not far behind. Do not turn around, nor give any indication that you know me." "These precautions are unnecessary," said Fat Joe. "Do not talk here," she warned. "Move on." They passed unnoticed amid the normally confused pedestrian traffic on Grant. A placid old man and a waiter going home from work. 2 blocks above Grant, she ushered him into a small imported car parked at a meter and drove swiftly west across Nob Hill. Continually she watched the rear vision mirror for evidence of pursuit, and her profile beside him was stony. "I am quite sure I was not followed," said Fat Joe. "They are more interested in you than me." "You were seen with the police lieutenant in the park. Is it coincidence that you came afterward to the restaurant?" "It was not at the direction of the police that I came. They would not have approved. I came to offer counsel, but the hate-trained mind, which must also be a fearful mind, sees only treachery. An understanding mind would weigh my alternative reasons, I believe." She swung north into Van Ness, turned to look at him. The white mask of her face seemed softer in the fog-dulled afternoon light. "Tell me," she said. In detail, omitting nothing, he related his conversation with Cogswell. "Then, after I had begged him to delay the federal authorities until Monday, I would not rest. Once I had scrutinized the problem thoroughly, I came to recommend your immediate departure, with no thought of return. Observation would suggest that you have reached a similar conclusion." Now, upon the elevated approach to the Golden Gate Bridge, they were moving faster. The fog thickened as they neared the straits. Dunya did not speak until they had passed the toll gate. She sat back, no longer hunched over the wheel. "You know that if I do not return, there will be no Xiang Yuan. And this is what you recommend to me?" He bowed his head. "Yes," he said heavily. "My desire to see the boy blinded me to everything else. No more. I must be content that your departure signals suspension of your program here. Another courier will come, she said almost apologetically. If he comes, he comes, but not tomorrow, nor even the next day. At the center of the span, apex of a broad, shallow arch, they emerged into brilliant late afternoon sunshine, glaring upon the vast cotton layer of fog, and the sky was clear to the horizon. Dunya took off the confining hat, shook out her hair. You sacrifice your ever seeing the boy for this small victory? My joy in him would ever be clouded by this living reminder that I had repaid you for his delivery by leading you into a trap. Now, he drew a deep breath, looked off to the west. He will return to China. It is as well. That is the life he knows. Once more the gray of the fog enveloped them. At the north end of the bridge, instead of remaining on the express highway, Dunya veered right into Sausalito, steep hillside village crowded close against the bay by the looming dark flanks of the coast range. Past the village center, she left the flow of traffic and parked. Deep in thought, she turned off the ignition, stared ahead through the windshield. Drawing the words out with much difficulty, she said, I lied to you. Xiang Yuan is still in China. I see, said Fat Joe without expression. But the end is the same. The bait would have dangled long. I knew they were watching me, and I was uneasy because you were friendly with the police. I gave you the wrong date, to gain a little time while I slipped away tonight. Then you appeared at the restaurant, and I hastily revised my plan. You could not remain behind to report that I had gone. It is a long way to Canada, and public transportation would be unwise. Revenge is not my way. I am but grateful that the coercion demanding division of my loyalties has ended. I would say nothing. I know that now. Therefore, I may return to my original plan and proceed alone. She twisted in the seat and pointed back toward the village center. There by the old ferry slip, you can catch a bus back to the city. He asked with surprise, I may go? She gave him a small ironic smile as she started the engine. Unless you choose to come with me. I still think you are on the wrong side. You've almost convinced me that there can be decent people in the capitalist camp. Not yet ready to believe, he climbed out uneasily, bent to look in at her. You too display unexpected talents, he said. She reached across the seat and pulled the door closed. Is it impossible for me to learn honesty? I have been exposed to a master. She pulled away from the curb and sped north without looking back. The charade was over. The unreality of recent events came emphatically over him. There was no such person as Dunya Skaran, and Xiang Yuan. With dragging steps, he walked back toward the bus stop. A purpose had gone from his life. On Monday, which was to have been the awaited day, Fat Joe resumed the even tempo of his well-ordered existence. It could not truly be said that he forgot the episode, but he put it behind him as best he could. Shortly before noon, Detective Lieutenant Cogswell came into the herb shop, found the herbalist busy with the account books at the desk in the loft. He said pointedly as he climbed the stairs, The feds tell me our girl seems to have skipped town. Fat Joe did not look up from his work. So I have heard. Yeah? Cogswell sat on the cane-bottomed kitchen chair beside the desk. Where? I made inquiry at the restaurant Saturday, returned Fat Joe promptly. Just what were you doing there? A certain physiological function peculiar to restaurants. Eating. Smart guy, drawled Cogswell. You wouldn't have had anything to do with her leaving early, would you? Fat Joe turned upon him an injured look. Lieutenant, he said patiently, Could it ever be in this lonely heart to deliberately prevent my grandnephew from coming? For this is what her early departure means. Cogswell squirmed uncomfortably. Well, I thought I'd ask. This is a grievous blow to me. Can your practical Western mind comprehend that? What kind of a stick do you think I am? I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. Did you see the woman again? Fat Joe looked past him reminiscently. These ancient eyes delighted in the beauty of the silk-clad Eurasian woman only in St. Mary's Square. I must confess, in naming today, she outwitted me. For you, that's quite a confession. Obviously, she wished me to pass the same word to the authorities. Fat Joe returned to the account books. Now she's gone. And I know that Xiang Yuan's destiny does not lie in America. I bow to fate. Cogswell honored his dejection and went away quietly. Several weeks had passed when again the serenity of the late evening was disturbed by the doorbell. Fat Joe shuffled in soft slippers across the cathedral-vaulted foyer to swing open the heavy front door. Again the importer was standing under the dim porch light. Before Fat Joe could release his anger, he said, I do not ask to come in. He pointed toward a taxicab waiting with lights on and engine running. I have been in Canada on business, and I come now directly from the airport with the consignment of Oriental merchandise that you have ordered. I have ordered nothing, said Fat Joe. Please to go away. As you wish. But what then shall I do with the consignment? He is so fatigued with traveling that he fell asleep in the cab, and I had not the heart to wake him. A spark of hope revived within Fat Joe. He whispered, and followed the beckoning importer down to the cab. Stretched asleep across the rear seat, wincing drowsily against the dome light that flashed on when the door opened, was a diminutive figure in blue coat and cap. Xiang Yuan, said Fat Joe hoarsely. He drew the importer beyond the hearing of the cab driver, asked then with stolid resignation, And what price? How many assignments does she demand of me in return? No assignments, said the importer kindly. No demands, no conditions. I was to deliver only the boy and this message. He handed Fat Joe a small sealed envelope. Hands trembling slightly, Fat Joe opened it, held it in the glow from the dome light. A brief note. Decent people on both sides. Good luck. D.S. Suddenly Fat Joe was smiling so broadly that his jaw muscles ached, and he was not ashamed of the tears upon his cheeks. All the Same, by Bill Pronzini. Jeffords lay on the bed, smoking and thinking about Penny. Outside the open window, the night was choked with heat. The air smelled of mesquite, and there was no moon. He listened to the night sounds. An animal screamed somewhere in the desert, and in the motel courtyard, a car engine idled roughly. Voices rose from the room next door, shrill, plaintive. The cigarette was raw in Jeffords' throat. He stubbed it out in the glass ashtray resting on his bare chest. He wore only a pair of shorts, and sweat coated his skin, glistening in the darkness. The sheets were wet beneath him. "You fool!" somebody said clearly in the next room, and then it was silent again. Jeffords reached across to the nightstand for another cigarette. The pack was empty. He tried to remember if there was a machine in the motel office. Potted plant and wrought iron furniture, and a long flat formica counter. Rack with magazines. Was there a damn machine in that office? His temples had begun to throb, and Jeffords swung his legs off the bed and sat with his head in his hands. After a time he got to his feet, located a towel under his clothes on the chair, and wiped his chest dry. Then he put on his trousers and a soiled white shirt, not buttoning the shirt, and opened the door and stepped outside. The motel was set in the shape of a horseshoe, with the open end facing out toward the highway. The office was the first one on the right as you came in. His room was at the closed end of the horseshoe. Jeffords stood there, breathing the thick air through his mouth. There was a white stone patio in the center of the courtyard, with an oval-shaped swimming pool and a strobe light mounted behind it at one end. The light flashed red and blue and green, and the glare hurt Jeffords' eyes after the darkness of the room. The drive that circled the patio was graveled, and his steps crunched loudly in the stillness as he walked toward the office. A small white light burned over the door. As he approached, Jeffords could see a sleek white sports car parked in the driveway beside the office. Its engine was idling, and Jeffords thought that it must be the one he had heard from his room. Someone was behind the wheel, a black, still shadow. Jeffords passed the car and came up to the office. Just as he did, the door opened and a girl came out. He stopped. She was blonde, with her hair pulled into a fanning ponytail at the back, fastened with a wide blue band. She wore a pair of white shorts and a yellow bolero-type shirt with little bobbing tassels on the bottom. She cocked her head to one side, holding the office door open with one hand, looking at him. A quizzical smile played at the corners of her mouth. Jeffords wanted to say something to her, but he could not think of anything. He wet his lips and nodded meaninglessly. She was still holding the door. He reached out and took it, and she gave him a wide smile, and then went to where the car stood idling. Jeffords watched her get inside, and the black shadow at the wheel let out the clutch. The rear tires spun, spewing gravel. The car went to the closed end of the horseshoe and stopped before a room 2 away from Jeffords. He realized he was still holding the door open. He turned and went inside. The fat woman in the shapeless sundress, who had given him the room that afternoon, was still behind the counter. She was looking at Jeffords as he came in. "Yeah," she said. "Do you have a cigarette machine?" he asked. "Right there against the wall." Jeffords turned and saw the machine. He went to it, seeing himself in the mirrored front. His black hair was tangled and damp, and beard stubble flecked his gaunt cheeks. His brooding, deep-set eyes were rimmed in red. He fished in his pocket for change. All he had was a quarter. He took out his wallet and went to the counter again. "Change for $1?" "No change," the woman said. "What do you mean, no change?" "Just that. Safe's locked for the night." "Then open it," Jeffords said irritably. "I want to get some cigarettes." "Can't." "Well, why the hell not?" "Watch your mouth, sonny." "Listen," Jeffords said, "how can you run a damn business? Suppose somebody comes in for a room." "I said to watch your mouth," the woman told him. She had little pig eyes, and they were staring a hole through Jeffords. "You fat old biddy," he said impulsively. The woman's face grew bright red. She stood up and pointed a finger. Fat jiggled on her bare arm like gelatin. "I'll have you thrown out, you bum," she shouted. "You get out of here, or I'll have my husband throw you out." Jeffords stared at her. "You're all the same," he said, "every single one of you." "What? What?" He turned and went outside and slammed the door. Back in his room, he lay once more on the bed. Immediately he began to think about Penny, his wife Penny. Damn her. Why had she run out on him the way she had? What had made her take up with that big, ugly salesman? He had given her everything, bought her fine clothes, and still she'd run off with that salesman after just 3 months of marriage. She had taken all the money with her, too. Almost $2,000 from their joint checking and savings accounts. All she had left him was the $600 in his special account, the $600 which had dwindled to the $480 he now had in his wallet. $600 and the furnished apartment and his car. That was all. When he discovered that she was gone, he'd been half crazy. He hadn't known what to do. Finally, he had quit his job and packed his few belongings in his car and gone looking for her. That had been 10 days ago, and here he was, in the middle of the desert, with no idea where to go next. Where was there to go? 100 places, 1,000 places, and all of them empty. Jeffords lay looking up at the ceiling. He had slept very little in the past week, and it was beginning to tell on him. He dozed, lying there. The sharp knocking on the door snapped him off the bed and onto his feet, his heart pounding wildly, the inside of his head spinning with the fog of sleep. The knocking grew more insistent. Jeffords put on his trousers and went to the door, shaking his head and wiping sweat and sleep from his eyes. It was the girl from the sports car, the blonde girl with a ponytail. Her eyes were wide and dark and flashing, and the front of her bolero shirt was torn. "Let me in, will you?" she said. Jeffords did not know what to think. "What is it?" "Just let me in," the girl said. "Please let me in." "All right." He stood aside, and she came in, and he shut the door behind her. "He tried to attack me," she said, turning to look at him. "Who did?" "Van." "Who's Van?" "The fellow I was with," the girl said. "I had to hit him. I hit him with a lamp." Jeffords felt a sudden panic. "Listen, I don't want to get involved in anything." "I knocked him out," the girl said. "He's lying in my room, knocked out." "Why did you come to me? What do you want me to do?" "I don't know. I remembered you from the office." "How did you know which room was mine?" "I saw you through the window when you came back." Jeffords sat down on the bed. "Why did you come here with this Van? Didn't you know he'd try something?" "No, he was nice and very polite when he gave me the ride," the girl said. "When he suggested we stop for the night, he said we'd take separate rooms, and he even let me go in to register. I said good night to him, but a little while later he forced his way into my room and went kind of wild." She paused, studying Jeffords. "Look, are you waiting here or something? For somebody to come?" "No," he said. "When are you leaving?" "In the morning." "Can't you go now?" "What for?" "I want to get away from here. Can you take me with you?" "You're nuts," Jeffords said. "I can't take you." "Have you got a wife somewhere?" "No," Jeffords said bitterly. "I don't have any wife." "Where are you going?" "I don't know. Los Angeles, maybe." "Take me along." "I can't do that." "I don't want to be here when Van wakes up," the girl said. "I don't know what he might do." "I can't help you. And I don't like the police. We don't get along too well, the police and me." "I'm sorry." "Come on," she said. "Please." Jeffords stared at her pleading eyes, and he felt himself softening inside. Girls like her, like Penny, always affected him that way. He wanted to believe in them, in their basic goodness, and he always ended up getting involved in one way or another. He moistened his lips. "You're crazy if you do it," he told himself. "She's trouble. Can't you see it? She's just like Penny. She's another one of the same. Don't do it. Don't get involved with her." Even as he thought this, he heard himself saying, "All right, come on." As if his vocal cords and his brain were separate entities, as if he were two people instead of one. "Thanks," she said breathlessly. "Thanks." Jeffords had just one suitcase, and he threw his clothes into it and put on his shirt. The girl took his arm and they went outside. He said, "Do you have any luggage?" "Just one small bag." "You'd better get it." "I don't want to go back over there." "I'll go with you. You don't want to leave your stuff here." "What if Van's conscious by now? I didn't hit him very hard." "If he is, I'll take care of him." They went across to the girls' unit and inside. Van was a pudgy man in his late 40s, and he was lying face down with his arms spread. There was blood on his right temple, but he was breathing. The porcelain lamp the girl had hit him with was shattered on the floor beside him. "Is he still out?" she asked. "Yeah." She gathered up her bag and they went outside again. She said, "Where's your car?" "Over there." "Let's go then, before he wakes up." Jeffords felt the hot desert wind on his face, blowing in through the open window. He stared out at the long, straight black ribbon of the highway. The desert was a half-world of shadows on either side. The girl, her name was Marcy, she told him, leaned against the passenger door watching him. After a while she said, "You're kind of quiet, aren't you?" "Sometimes." She laughed. "You have to watch out for the quiet ones." Jeffords was silent for a moment. Then he said, "What are you doing out here, all by yourself?" "Just drifting with the wind," Marcy said. "Hitchhiking. Seeing some of this big, wide country." "You're kind of young for that." "Oh, hell. You can get into a lot of trouble." "Like with Van, you mean?" "Like with him. There aren't many like him. How old are you, anyway?" 24. "You ought to be married or something," Jeffords said, and wondered why he had said it. Marcy laughed. "Sure, someday. Right now, my bag is kicks. That's what makes the world go round." Like Penny, he thought, just like Penny. Why did I have to take her with me? Why did I have to feel sorry for her? "Hey," Marcy said, "have you ever been to Los Angeles?" "Yes," Jeffords answered. "It must be some place. Everybody I ever knew who went to Los Angeles said it was some place." "It's some place, all right." Marcy yawned then and turned on the seat, moving close to Jeffords. She put her head on his shoulder. "I'm getting sleepy," she said. "Go to sleep, then." "Okay. You don't mind?" "No, I don't mind." They drove through the night, and subtly, Jeffords felt his mood change. He could smell the soft, sweet fragrance of the girl's hair, and her body was warm resting against his. She's just a kid, he thought. Kind of wild, but nice. A good kid. Maybe she's different from the rest. Maybe she's one of the few good, different ones. It was past dawn when Marcy awoke. They were coming out of the desert now into Barstow. The morning sun was a hot, bright globe in the eastern sky. The reflection of it off the shining metal of the hood was blinding, but it didn't bother Jeffords, not at all. Marcy stretched. "Where are we?" "Barstow. How did you sleep?" "Like the proverbial log?" "Are you hungry?" "Am I?" "We'll stop for breakfast." They ate bacon and eggs at a small cafe, and Jeffords found himself in a light, carefree mood. It was the girl who made him feel that way, and he couldn't explain it. It was almost as if he were coming alive again, as if things mattered again. Marcy, he thought, savoring the name. Marcy. They lingered over coffee and bought sandwiches for the remainder of the trip. Then they left and drove through to the coast, stopping once to eat a picnic lunch. They laughed a lot and talked a lot, and Jeffords' buoyant mood increased. By the time they reached Los Angeles, shortly after dark, he felt as he had had on his honeymoon with Penny, right with everything, happy with everything. "Well," he said, "we made it." "We made it all right." "Do you want to stop somewhere?" "Okay, you must be tired." "I am." They took a motel just off the freeway, 2 rooms with a connecting door between. Marcy kissed him good night there, with feeling and promise, and he went to bed smiling and slept deeply, dreaming good dreams. He awoke at 10 in the morning, rested, still smiling. He got up and dressed and opened the connecting door to peer into the adjoining room. Marcy wasn't there. Jeffords went outside and looked around, and didn't see her. He walked down to the motel office. The same man who had given them the rooms the night before was still there. "Have you seen the girl I came here with?" Jeffords asked. "Oh, I saw her, sure," the man said. "Where is she?" "Gone." "Gone? Gone where?"
The man shrugged. She got on the San Diego bus.
What? She got on the what?
The bus for San Diego, the man said. It stops out on the highway there. She got on about an hour ago. I figured the two of you...
Jeffords did not hear the rest of it. He ran outside and back to his room. His temples were pounding as he opened his suitcase. He had put his wallet in there the night before when he had gone to bed. The wallet was still there, spread open on top of his shirts. He picked it up. It was empty. Jeffords stood absolutely still, and he was remembering the pudgy man, Van, lying on the floor of the motel unit in the desert. Marcy had said he'd tried to attack her, but maybe the truth was he had caught her going through his things, looking for money or valuables. Or maybe the truth was she hadn't wanted to wait for him to go to sleep, and she had hit him with the lamp when his back was turned. Well, it didn't matter. Nothing mattered now. Very carefully, Jeffords put his wallet back into the suitcase. He took the car keys from his pocket then, and went outside to where his car was parked and opened the trunk. There was a small brown box inside, behind the spare tire, and he took that out and returned to the motel room. He put the case on the writing desk, unfastened the catches, and took out the gun. He stood looking at it for a time. Then he put it into his belt, under his shirt, took the suitcase and the small box out to his car, and left the motel. He drove onto the freeway, south toward San Diego. They're all the same, he thought. There's not a single bit of difference between any of them. They're all the same, every one of them in the world. He knew what he had to do, what he would have to do again and again and again. When he found Marcy, he would put the muzzle of the gun against her heart and he would pull the trigger, just like he had done with Penny when he'd found her alone in the Las Vegas motel 3 days before. 2 Women, 2 Victims, by Donald Honig. It would be just before dusk when the youth came, walking slowly up the stone path toward the austere old house with gables and gloomy dormer windows from which the shades were never lifted, walking past the weeds that rose in what once had been a front lawn, weeds that frequently grew man-high. He would disappear behind the ornately scrolled front door, reappearing 2 hours later and walking away, his attitude unchanged, rapt, perhaps even a bit bewildered. It seemed peculiar and unnatural, the young man's coming to visit so often. Of course the neighbors had no hope of attaching a scandal to the visits. The old lady was well over 80, and so finally free from all tinctures of calumny and suspicion. After a few months, the neighbors ceased being curious. They would watch the youth come and go in his slow, profound way, the visit soon becoming part of the block's colorless routine. The youth, who was familiar, being a part of the neighborhood, remained aloof, however, walking with his head down, arms limp, speaking to no one. The young man and the old lady would sit in the living room, across from the lone lamp that cast deep shadows across the walls and ceiling. "At first it was your mannerisms," Mrs. Coombs said one evening, in her soft, dry voice. "The way you walked. And then when you first stepped onto the porch, that first time I called you, I saw how striking the resemblance actually was. In the eyes especially. I thought to myself, Robert's eyes have come back in the face of this boy." "You were in love with him?" Vincent asked. "Oh, yes," Mrs. Coombs said, her soft voice falling almost inaudible. "So many years ago. He died a few days before we were to be married in this very room. He was just your age when he died." "How did he die?" "Suddenly. And you've never stopped loving him?" She shook her head, her wide, gazing eyes regarding him mysteriously. "You'll never know what it all meant to me," she said, "loving him like that." He stared at her, enchanted, as if he had struck back a somber and inviolable curtain and discovered some ancient and grieving Juliet. I resemble the man she loved more than a half-century ago, and whom she has never forgotten, nor ceased to love, he thought. It was both beautiful and ghostly. Staring at her now, he remembered the pictures she had so proudly shown him, when he had first begun coming to her home. She had been very beautiful in a blithe, haunting way. And now she was so old, that nothing was left of her except a mere suggestion of the person she had once been. It was as if two different people had grown out of the same soul. Because the old lady asked him to, and because he felt himself somehow a participant in this gray, tragic, mystic love affair that had begun in another century, he kept coming back to the dark, gabled old house. Detective Joe McKenna of the Capstone Precinct took the call, and because he knew of the house and had always been intrigued by it and its solitary old occupant, he decided to go there personally. A neighbor had found the old woman lying face down on the faded living-room rug. The neighbor had knelt and rolled the old woman over by the shoulder and taken one look at the soft, wrinkled old face, and rolled her back over again and gone out to telephone, thinking, for the first time in all the years, her light did not go on at 8 o'clock, so I knew that something had to be wrong. Thinking it almost smugly, taking pride in the astuteness of her deduction. Concern for the old lady who had lived alone in the grotesque old 3-storied house like some grim and ancient and stubborn relic had become the particular province of the neighbor who now knew that her days of concern were at an end. In a way she was relieved, because now they would be able to tear down the gloomy old house that was so out of place in Capstone. "It's like a pall here," one neighbor said of the house which so banefully darkened the otherwise pleasant back street. Even as he drove through the quiet streets to the house, McKenna had the feeling that something was wrong, that because it had happened in this house, it would have to be wrong because the house itself, which seemed to have defied the blasts of time, was wrong, something living beyond its time, its congruity. As he drove down the street, he saw the people clustered around the house. The house stood off by itself, aloof, indrawn, at the point where the upgrade street crested and began its steep, unbroken descent down and out of Capstone. Weeds grew all around it like the skeletons of ancient guards, and an old dead tree stood in front, huge and bowed. The old woman had lived here alone for more than 60 years, remote and reticent, an enigma to her neighbors who had long ceased speculation on what her story might have been. Occasionally McKenna saw her sitting behind the porch railing looking at the weeds. She was close to 90, he imagined. She would sit in a high-backed rocker which dwarfed her small, bony, shawl-wrapped body. She seemed to have passed from all life and sound into this shrunken parody or satire, her eyes stark, staring, and lidless in 2 deep concaves. McKenna got out and slammed the door behind him and walked around the front of the car, pushing his hat far back on his V hairline. "Well, that's that, Joe," a man in the crowd said to him. "Is it?" McKenna said, not looking at the man, not looking at any of them. He did not like it when they called him Joe, or became in any way familiar. But he had been a policeman in Capstone for 20 years, and had learned to accustom himself to it, walking through them up the stone walk that curved through the somber weeds. A policeman was standing on the porch with a woman. "This is Mrs. Morgan," the policeman said. "She's the one who found her." "I was suspicious," Mrs. Morgan said eagerly, "because her light didn't go on last night, so I decided to investigate this morning. My husband told me that I shouldn't." "Where is Mrs. Coombs?" McKenna asked. "In the living room," the policeman said. McKenna went in alone. The moment he passed over the threshold, he felt a strangeness, felt that he was an interloper, and he had to resist the impulse to turn around and see if the outside was still in the present, if the people and the houses of the street were still there as he had left them. His eyes moved warily, curious, through the downstairs rooms. Everything was very old, somber, pristine, with that prim and reticent pride of things that have flowered in another time. The chairs were stiff and straight, the carpets faded, the windows covered by faded crimson drapes. The furniture was ponderous in disuse. There were chandeliers. The very air was of another time, breathed and rebreathed, stale and gray. She was lying on the rug in the middle of the living room, face down, very small, shabby-looking, like a rag doll that had been flung and abandoned. He went to her and knelt and gently turned her over and looked at her soft, dead face, the silent, shrunken mouth. He knelt over her, propping her with one hand under her small, bony shoulder, looking at her for a long time. An hour later, McKenna was sitting in the station house, in a small room that was bare except for a desk, 2 wooden chairs, and a row of steel file cabinets. He was talking to another detective, Borden, who was a heavy, thick-set, rather ugly man. The big joke on the block used to be that it was a house waiting for a murder, McKenna was saying, tilting his chair back, his eyes studying the flat blank desktop. Well, that's another joke that turned hard, and that they won't laugh at anymore. She was struck on the head with something. It looked like it must have been a fairly sharp blow, just enough to kill her. I found a pair of scissors lying under a chair. My guess is she tried to defend herself, but a woman her age never had a chance. Last night? Borden asked. Yes, it was last night, between 8 and midnight, probably. What bothers me at the moment is not who, but why. Right in that very room, I found almost $90 in cash, and the old lady had a diamond on her finger that was worth more than a new car, so it wasn't a thief. Maybe he got panicky and took off before he could rifle the place and... No, it wasn't that either, McKenna said, quiet, thoughtful. Sometimes they don't need a reason, Borden said, his heavy voice harsh, blunt, complementing the thick pugnacity of his features. No, McKenna said, murder is always for a reason. To us it may be blind, senseless, as this one certainly appears to be, but it works on logic. People always react logically, according to their traits. Maybe bizarre or incomprehensible to us, but still is tied in logic. We'll have the fingerprint report soon, but I think I know who it was. The neighbors told me there was a young man from the neighborhood by the name of Vincent Peterson, who used to go to visit the old lady fairly regularly. They say he used to walk by there every day on his way home from work, and that about a year ago he struck up a hello acquaintance with the old lady that gradually evolved into his coming to the house in the evenings and sitting with her for a few hours. They said he was the only one who ever came to see her. Was he there last night? Yes. All right, Borden said, his voice flat, deductive. He was after her money. He was trying to talk her into leaving it to him. She wouldn't go for it. They argued. He lost his head and... No, McKenna said, shaking his head. Not this time. I can tell. You can feel that. Money always leaves a stink, but not here. This is something else again. I see, Borden said. You're building up one of your theories for this one. McKenna smiled. Yes, he said, I think so. I asked around, and it seems that this fellow is something of an oddball. He had no real friends, kept to himself, confided nothing. How old? 21. Extremely shy. Hypersensitive, too, it seems. And morbid. He sounds like he's morbid as hell. Why morbid? Well, that's my word. But I garnered it from the way they spoke of him to me. The way he walked, the way he looked at you, or didn't look at you. A creep, Borden said bluntly. Well, McKenna said thoughtfully, trying to give a fair assessment. Maybe. He sounds sad, unhappy. And he killed her. Yes, for some reason known only to him, and maybe even not so clearly, he killed her. And he'll own up to it when we find him. He'll tell us he did it. But I want to know why. That's the puzzle here. As far as they knew, Emily Coombs had no family, no close friends, no one, only it seemed the missing young man whom McKenna believed had murdered her. Vincent Peterson's family could tell McKenna nothing about the young man's relationship with the old lady. In fact, they had known nothing about it. They knew that he went somewhere in the evenings, but he was reticent about where, as he was about everything else. A picture of him shown to McKenna revealed a thin, pale, brooding young face with thick, sullen lips and intense, almost hostile eyes. From what small circle of acquaintance the boy had had, McKenna learned that Vincent had been unable to interest any girls in himself, although he had tried, and quite hard at one time, it seemed. He was too shy, one of Vincent's ex-schoolmates told McKenna. He couldn't open his mouth, but that he would shut it right away and lower his eyes. "I suppose everyone gave him a bad time," McKenna said. The boy shrugged, sheepish, uneasy. "I guess so," he said. "You know how it is. Everybody gives a loser a hard time." "That might be why they're losers," McKenna said. The boy's face brightened, gratefully. "Yeah, that might be it," he said. The story was the same from whoever had known Vincent. Apparently, he'd become tired of being rejected and avoided, and then it seemed tired of talking, too, of knowing people. The small circle that he had known, that he had drifted merely on the periphery of anyway, did not know anything about him during the past year. Vincent had gone out the previous evening at his usual hour, had been seen by Mrs. Coombs' neighbors going up the porch steps and into the house. And that was all, the end of him. He had not come home again. None of the neighbors had heard anything unusual during the evening, no indication of anything amiss in the old house, only that the light did not go on at the ordained 8 o'clock. McKenna went back to the house that evening, letting himself in with one of the keys he had found there. He turned on a light and went into the living room. He stood in the somber, brooding silence, tight-lipped, attentive, striving not to draw or infer anything from the silence, but to participate in it, to partake, and to know. He moved across the rug, staring at something lying on the table. It was an old photograph. He picked it up. It was a picture of a young woman, a very beautiful, shyly smiling young woman. The picture was quite old, the paper brown and fragile, the creases in it like cuts. From the woman's hairstyle and clothing, McKenna judged it to be from the last century. It had been taken in a studio, in front of a crude landscape with trees and clouds and shadowy, unfluttering birds. Moodily he stared down at the picture, at the preserved and unmarred beauty in the shy, smiling, ageless face. The woman was in her 20s. She had long, light, lovely hair. The more he gazed at the shy, beautiful, demurely tilted face, the more it seemed to alter, imperceptibly but palpably. Her lips seemed parted, not in a smile alone now, but in an expression of deep, restrained, enigmatic love, perhaps of love vanished, or unattainable. There was a sad, angelic quality in her eyes, sad and timeless, and McKenna felt them even now, reaching poignantly through the void and the deadness of the years, touching him, their questions unanswered, their enigma forever unsolved. He turned the picture over. On the reverse side, in thin, ancient ink, a fine, careful hand had written, "Our Emily, 1891. So she had been a very beautiful woman in her day, McKenna said. I'm not a kid anymore. I've seen them all. But this was something different. If I'd ever seen a face like that when I was younger, I wouldn't be a brooding bachelor today. And to think, that's what that old woman once looked like." "It happens," Borden said. "What does?" "Old age." "It happens, yes, and it's incredible, especially when you see it jump 50 or 60 years at once. It's a jolt." "Any sign of Peterson?" Borden asked. "No. How about the murder weapon?" "That hasn't turned up either," McKenna answered. "What do you think it was?" "It could have been anything. It wouldn't have taken much.
I've ordered a thorough search of the house tomorrow. Where do you think Peterson's at? You can never tell with that kind, McKenna said. He might be on his way to California, or he might be hiding in his cellar. He might be on his way to California, but he's not in his cellar, Borden said, adding dryly, We checked. I still have a hunch he'll turn up. Don't have such faith in murderers, Borden said. What have you got there? The picture, McKenna said. He was holding it in his hand, staring at it profoundly, his eyes searching. He leaned back in the leather-seated swivel chair, thinking, his thoughts vague at first, like scraps of abstractions, but then beginning to shape, to form, not into ideas, really, but more into a kind of hope, a faith, gaining a certain mysterious, shadowy meaning and cohesion that refused to fully develop, that remained lurking and tantalizing. Vincent Peterson had gone to the old lady's house some time early in the evening, in the soft hours of dusk. A few hours later, he had killed her. For some reason, some strange and twisted reason that was probably intertwined with his coming there in the first place, he had struck and killed her. And then he had disappeared. He had disappeared as utterly and completely as if into the great darkness of what he had done. McKenna put the picture down and looked up at Boland. You want to know what my theory is? He said. What? Boland asked. McKenna came forward, resting his arms on the desk, his eyes fixed intently upon the picture as he talked. In his mind, the old lady had killed the woman in the picture. By growing old and decaying the beauty of the face in the picture with which he had fallen in love. He fell in love with a picture? Boland asked, his voice gruffly skeptical. That's right. The old lady must have shown it to him during one of their conversations, out of great pride, probably. He was a lonely, sensitive boy. The woman in the picture represented something to him, something ideal, something absolute. She could never hurt him like other girls, never reject him, never mock him. So he fell for her. It was an ideal relationship, except for one thing. She wasn't there. And the reason she wasn't there was because the old lady had destroyed her. That's all he knew, all he cared about. Well, that's crazy, Boland said. Maybe, McKenna said, getting up, slipping the picture back into his inside pocket. McKenna left the station house and walked around to the parking lot on the side and got into his car and drove off. He turned through the dark, voiceless back streets, his head hot with the idea. It had McKenna as intrigued and as excited as if the complete and sympathetic solution of the one murder could prevent all others. A youth like that, alone, cast out, would be searching, could find something like love, even in a picture. A youth like that could become hypnotized by such beauty as was in that picture, such beauty as had once graced the old woman, and which had vanished into old age. And a youth like that, McKenna reasoned further, might not be able to differentiate, if his emergence from his hypnotic love were sudden, between the natural way of age and the wanton destruction of beauty. He pulled up in front of the house and got out and walked up the stone path, up the porch, and let himself into the dark house. He closed the door softly behind him and stood in the dark, in the close, musty, breathless silence for a moment, then went forward and turned on one of the lamps. The shadows rose about him like dark, lifeless flames, cast on the walls in baneful designs. Nobody saw him leave, he thought. Of course he might have left, and without being seen. But why not this other possibility, too, if none of the rest of it makes sense? Looking up into the dark, he began mounting the stairs, his feet soundless on the carpeted steps, the shadows rising around him until the light was gone. He came to the second floor and stopped, stood for a moment at the head of the stairs in the tomb-like dark, sensing closed doors and stale unused rooms and cold undusted furniture, and something else. Something there, the same as he, still, poised, watching, breathing. McKenna moved again, groping in the dark for a light, his hand swaying, finding nothing. He stood still again, listening to his own breathing, and then aware of something peculiar in his breathing.
It was too fast, not right, and then, he realized, not his alone. There was something or someone near in the dark, still and silent except for its drawn breaths, alert, watching. He could even hear the soft hiss of its exhalations. He turned slowly, his eyes trying to penetrate the dark. He listened to the tense breathing that was as distant and remote as falling surf, but yet as close and intimate as his own breath. Then it stopped, and McKenna knew that he must be looking at whoever was there. He began to walk slowly, following the level, unblinking gaze of his eyes. The house seemed enormous now, bunched and swelling with unknown threats. "Who's up here?" he asked, walking slowly down the hall, his voice flat, instantly dead in the musty, attentive dark. Something moved. He felt it in flight even before he heard it. It was light, swift, desperate, like something startled in its lair, running on instinct and fear. It was darting up the last flight of stairs, fast and quiet. Then it was overhead, and McKenna was after it, going rapidly up the dark stairs, freezing at the head of the stairs because the other had frozen, near in the dark, suspended, watching, probably dangerous now. "Peterson?" McKenna said, fumbling in his pockets. He brought out a book of matches, tore one free and scratched it. The small flower of fire bursting and blooming yellowly in the dark, settling to a steady burning. McKenna walked slowly behind the leaning flame. Just before it burned out, he saw the face. It was against the wall near him. The eyes watching him furiously, desperately, ghastly and bodiless in the dying light. The match curled over and was out. They were staring at each other in the dark, eye to eye, although each was invisible to the other. "What are you doing, Vincent?" McKenna asked. "I'm standing with my back against a wall," Peterson said, his voice quiet. "What happened to Emily?" "Mrs. Coombs is dead." "How did she die?" "Why don't you go away?" "You killed her, didn't you?" "Go away. You'll never believe me. No one will ever believe me." "I know why you killed her, Vincent." "It was an accident. She struck her head on a chair." "But you did it." I had to push her away. She was coming at me with the scissors." "Why? Did you threaten her?" No. She was confused." "The old lady tried to kill you? That's quite a story. Now you'd better come on out of here." "Who are you?" "I'm a police officer." "Go away. Leave me alone," Peterson said. McKenna listened to the slow, tense breathing. "I want you to come with me, Vincent," he said. "I know why you killed her. Now let's go." There was no reply. McKenna took a step toward him, then paused. He's got something in his hand, he thought, sensed. He struck another match and held it high. He saw Vincent standing against the wall, in front of a closed door, not cringing, not afraid, not even insane, but sullenly hostile, resentful, his eyes round and fixed, the match glowing yellow in them. McKenna saw the candlestick in his fist, held upside down, the flat base ready to strike. "Why don't you go away?" Vincent said. "I want you to come with me. Let us talk this thing out." "Go away!" McKenna felt the flame burning against his fingers. The moment the match was out and the dark had closed over Vincent's fixed, desperate eyes, McKenna stepped aside. But he was barely quick enough as he felt the candlestick smash against his shoulder, and then he was ducking and throwing himself against Vincent's lunging body, the two of them wrestling wildly in the dark, panting and scuffling. McKenna tried to swing him to the floor, but the candlestick struck again, hard, savage, against the side of his ducking head, and his legs almost buckled, but he held on, his head hot and rushing with pain, and he swung Vincent again in a wild lurch, trying to keep him off balance, the two of them spinning in the dark. McKenna wondering vaguely how close they were to the railing, and then knowing, his hips striking it, and his back beginning to curve over it, and Vincent pushing and pushing, his breath hot and foul in McKenna's face, his furious strength pressing and pushing out of the jerking shadows of his body. McKenna felt himself going.
His legs, braced, were forced by the breaking strain on his back to relinquish, and he was over the railing, not struggling any more, not afraid or panicked either, but feeling a sudden foolishness, an absurdness, as if he could see himself falling briefly through the dark and striking a step with his shoulder and rolling and bouncing down to the foot of the stairs. He heard Vincent thundering down the stairs. He tried to rise. He saw Vincent in the dark rushing past him. McKenna reached for him, missed, started to run, but his leg crumpled and he had to drag it, the pain twisting up through him. In a moment, Vincent would be down the stairs and through the door and outside and gone. McKenna, moving painfully after him, pulled out the book of matches, ripped off one and struck it, and with it ignited all the rest, dropping the flaring burst of fire down on the stairs, shouting, "Vincent, look out!" Vincent stopped, froze, his eyes transfixed by the falling fire, watching it burn savagely on the steps. McKenna moved then, bad leg or not, and reached Vincent just as the tiny, mesmeric fire was going out, and hit him once, knocking him out, catching him with one arm as Vincent was about to collapse. They had been questioning him for hours, in one of the small bare rooms, McKenna and the others, but McKenna mostly, his voice striking out at Vincent doggedly and relentlessly, his eyes dark and furious. "Why did you kill her? Tell us why you killed her. Wasn't it because you fell for her, the way she was in that picture? Because to you she—" "I didn't kill her," Vincent said, his voice dogged too, but weary. "What I told you was the truth. That was the way it happened." "Tell us again," McKenna said. Vincent drew a deep, tired breath and let it sigh out of him. "She came at me with the scissors. She said that I wasn't going to walk out on her. She had confused me with Robert, the man she was in love with and was supposed to marry a long, long time ago. She was talking crazy. Her eyes were crazy. I circled around, tried to keep away from her. She told me that I wasn't going to run out on her. This fellow was going to run out on her, you see. She told me that once. He had told her at the last minute that he was in love with someone else. She told me she had killed him with the scissors. And now she was going to do it to me because she believed that I was him. She was living the whole thing over again, can't you see? She came at me, and I had to push her away. She fell and struck her head on the chair. I got scared and ran upstairs. I knew she was dead. I went downstairs once and looked at her. I was scared, really scared." The door opened and Borden came in. "Joe," he said, "it checks out. Emily Coombs was tried for the murder of Robert Carney in New York City in 1891. She was acquitted under a cloud." "What did she kill him with?" McKenna asked. "A pair of big black scissors," Borden said. They all looked at McKenna, then at Vincent. McKenna nodded. "All right, Vincent," he said. "Relax." McKenna sat there alone, the failing daylight coming over his shoulder. He was staring at the picture, his eyes entranced, clouded. He felt something uncanny spiraling softly through him, as it rose brushing against his every fiber. "Damn!" he said aloud, suddenly, flinging the picture face down. "Of course, it's crazy. It's ridiculous." When he left that night, though, he had the picture with him. Heaven is a Frame of Mind, by Richard Hardwick. Contrary to Arthur Prentice's lifelong belief and fear, dying was not at all bad. Other than the painful and panicky moments just preceding it, the transition from the world of the quick to that of the dead was no more traumatic than dozing off and waking after a cat nap. In fact, at the very moment it took place, he had experienced a certain excitement, reminiscent of those Christmas mornings in his boyhood. "Art?" said a voice. "Art Prentice? Is that you?" Prentice pulled his wits together and looked about curiously. A vague shape seemed to be drifting there a dozen paces from him. "By golly," the voice continued, "it is you, Art." Prentice blinked and rubbed his eyes. The figure seemed to be Clem Bagley, which was momentarily quite confusing,
as Prentice clearly remembered having served as a pallbearer at Clem's funeral 8 years ago. Clem? Bagley smiled and drifted toward him in the swirling ankle-deep mist. Take your time, Art. There's no rush. Like they say, you're a long time dead. Then I did die. He touched his cheek tentatively, looked down at his hands. I'm really dead. Bagley nodded. As a mackerel. Strange, Prentice thought. Very strange. Just like in the movies. Swirling mist, the flowing white garment Clem wore. And wasn't that the faintest sound of harp music coming from someplace? He turned back to his late friend. It's good to see you, Clem. At least I suppose it is. How have you been? Bagley smiled and gave a little shrug to his shoulders, an act which brought to Prentice's attention that the part about the wings had been incorrect. Clem was wingless. I'm fine, he said. Everybody here is fine all the time. His smile faded momentarily, replaced by a vague wistfulness. To tell the truth, I'd give a lot to see just one good old rotten gallbladder. I suppose so, Prentice replied, recalling that his friend had been a surgeon. And now that you're here, you and I have a little unfinished business, in case you've forgotten. Prentice regarded the doctor strangely, watching as he reached down into the heavy mist and pulled up a small gilt table and a pair of folding chairs. We were halfway through a game of gin rummy when my coronary hit me, Bagley said by way of explanation. Don't I have to check in or something? Plenty of time for formalities. It's your deal. He opened a deck of cards and handed them to Prentice. The newcomer smiled and sat down. Okay, my deal. For a moment, the doctor watched his friend shuffle the cards. Then he said, Just what happened to you, Art? I don't think you were more than 30 when I died, were you? Prentice put the deck on the table, Bagley cut, and Prentice began to deal. I'm 38 now, that's right. He paused and rubbed a hand thoughtfully across his mouth. Actually, I don't really know what happened to me, Clem. An accident? Auto wreck? Prentice shook his head. No. Let's see, I'd just gotten home from the office, and it wasn't long before I began to feel like the very devil. Started vomiting, blacking out, really sick. Yes, and I remember distinctly, very distinctly, that I was terribly afraid, as if I knew I was going to die. Bagley pursed his lips professionally. Nausea, blacking out, extreme anxiety. Until you came home, you felt all right? Prentice nodded. And you just came home and began to feel this way? Yes. Well, no, not exactly that. I did have a drink, but I had one every evening when I got home. Bagley nodded and after a moment said, You prepared the drink yourself. Prentice dealt a single card and stopped, scrutinizing his friend's face carefully. A smile started and failed. Actually, Ella fixed the drink. Sort of a habit, a custom. I'd come home from the wars and Ella'd meet me with a kiss and a drink. He gazed blankly at the partially dealt hand on the table. Seems the kisses were getting colder and the drinks warmer. He lifted his eyes suddenly. What are you driving at, Clem? Get to the point. I think you know what it is. Something was in the drink. Is that it? That's absolute nonsense. Bagley bent his head slightly. The symptoms can't be ignored, Art. I'll say one thing. I'd love to have a peek inside your body, run a few tests. Of course, in a case such as this, there are bound to be questions. If anything fishy happened, it'll turn up. The toxicologist doesn't fool easily. By the way, how'd you and Ella get on these past 8 years? I recall you two used to battle quite a bit. It's been rough, no denying it. About 5 years ago, I started moving up with the company.
His face brightened momentarily. I'm executive vice president now. You were executive vice president, Bagley reminded him. Yes. Anyhow, as soon as I began making good money, Ella began spending more. I was making more and enjoying it less, and Hoch up to here all the time. We had to keep up appearances, she said. The good times were fewer and farther apart. His voice trailed off, and a faraway look blazed his eyes. Then he bent a serious gaze on the doctor. Laugh if you like, Clem, but 6 months ago I got myself a private eye. I had an anonymous phone call that Ella was running around, and I had this fellow trailer for a couple of months. He finished dealing the cards and picked up his hand. For several seconds he slipped cards in and out, then fanned them together. Nothing. He reported that she only went to a doctor's office 3-4 times a week, beauty parlor, bridge club, golf. Clem Bagley looked up curiously when his friend's words trailed off once more. I wonder, Prentice murmured. Sure, it has to be. That's it. What's it? Chris Turner. Do you remember Chris Turner? A not-too-successful gynecologist, wasn't he? That's the boy. And I thought Ella was just on some female trouble kick. What a fool I've been. Wait a second now, Art. Don't jump to conclusions. Me? You're the one who started picking at the symptoms. A knowing grin passed slowly over his face. Oh, I see. Even after they're dead, the doctors stick up for each other, is that it? Then his expression began to change. He rubbed one hand back and forth across his forehead and closed his eyes, as if trying to summon some elusive memory. There's something else, Clem. Something I seem to remember. I suppose it was just a few minutes ago. I was having this excruciating pain, but I do remember now. Someone was there. Ella? And someone else. She was talking to him. They were standing beside me. Over me, really. Ella said, Is it going to work? And I heard him answer her, and it was Chris Turner's voice. And he laughed and said, It has worked, baby. It has worked. And the next thing I knew, you were calling my name. They sat silently for a time, the mist swirling slowly, soundlessly about them, the piped harp music floating ethereally. They'll get away with it, Prentice said at last. Chris was there, and he'll put on a long face and say it was a heart attack. Bagley sighed. I suppose it will go something like that. Prentice picked up his cards disconsolately. I had a pot full of insurance. That must have had a lot to do with it. Bagley nodded. As I recall, Chris had a weakness for horses and the like. Prentice's lips drew taut across his teeth. Bagley discarded, and Prentice drew. The game proceeded in silence, without interest, and after a time Bagley spread his cards. Gin. Just up my day all around, Prentice said with a weak smile. Art. Bagley began gathering in the cards. Art, it might be wise to wait until you cool off. But a thing like this, well, it's pretty obvious from this end what happened to you. What I'm getting at is that there is something you can do, if you choose. Something I can do? The medic nodded. There's a sort of court we have. There has to be a hearing, of course. But in this case, that would be almost a formality. They'll give you a crack at Ella and Chris if you want it. You mean I can do something to them? That's it, yes. Prentice moistened his lips. I could make Ella die if I wanted to, he queried. Or Chris, or even both of them. There are limits, of course. Can't tamper too much with the course of events, no torture, that sort of thing. You can understand that. Yes, he broke in impatiently. But I can have them killed? Definitely. Prentice grinned broadly and rubbed his hands together. Wonderful. Ella will go straight to hell for what she did to me. Wonderful. She'll... Hold it, old boy. I hate to disillusion you, but there is no hell. Prentice's face fell. No hell? No hell. Seems the old tent maker was right after all. If you have Ella attended to, she'll come here. Oh, not that you have to see her or be bothered by her. After all, this is a pretty good-sized place, and just about everybody from the start of time is here. Prentice frowned deeply. It just doesn't seem right. There must be something. I've got to do something. I've got to. Ella and Chris were down there cackling with glee this very minute, getting set to collect the insurance money and live it up, dance on his grave. Neither of them with any more conscience than an alley cat. There had to be a way. Clem Bagley put a hand on his friend's arm. Let it ride for now, Art. There's time. Here. He stood up, folded the table, and slipped it back down into the mist. I'll walk you over to registration, and then show you around a bit. Sort of help you get your bearings. But you'll think of something, Art. You always were a resourceful sort. Time passed pleasantly, so much so that Prentice was glad he had not acted hastily at the beginning and brought Ella and Chris here. He received word that the insurance company had paid off without a hitch, and after a sensible and respectable time, Chris and Ella were married. Soon they would fall into the routine of everyday life. Chris would come home from the office or the hospital. They would have a couple of drinks, perhaps sit around the pool and talk, maybe cook steaks on the grill. There would be the usual parties. Yes, in time Chris would take his place completely. Prentice began to dwell on this thought. Habits would persist. Chris would, as a matter of course, have a cocktail when he came home in the evening, and after a time, being a reasoning creature, wouldn't Chris begin to regard the glass with just a hint of suspicion? By then the honeymoon would have been swallowed up in the past. The bickering would have begun. Prentice knew Ella well enough for that. The carping, the disagreements. And Ella, aware of Chris's professional knowledge and easy access to all those chemicals and drugs that a doctor has access to, wouldn't Ella begin to imagine a peculiar taste to her food? And wouldn't she perhaps begin to sleep with one eye open, expecting the tiny prick of a hypodermic? They would never be able to erase the memory of the pact they had made, nor of the sight of Arthur Prentice and his death agony. Prentice and Clem Bagley had a gin-rummy date a few days later. You look like a man who has come to a decision, the surgeon remarked. Does it concern Ella and Chris? Ella and Chris, Prentice said. Where do I go to see about having it carried out? After the game. Now, sit down. Bagley began to shuffle the cards and place them before Prentice for the cut. What did you come up with? I think I told you they got married, didn't I? You did? So? Grinning, he thought of the homecomings, the customary cocktails, the quiet dinners with just the two of them, the suspicion growing like a canker, day by day, year by year. He cut the cards with a flourish. I've a little surprise for Ella and Chris. They're going to live to be the oldest married couple on the face of the earth. He sat down in the little golden chair and began to pick up his cards, one by one. The Operator, by Jack Ritchie. Inside the police station, I found the motor vehicle section and approached the sergeant. He took his time about going through some papers on his desk, but finally he looked up. Well, I cleared my throat. I'd like to report the theft of an automobile. He yawned, opened a desk drawer, and reached for some forms. It was a 1963 Buick, I said. 4-door. The body is dark green and the top cream. He looked up. Buick? Yes. I parked it on the bluff above the lake on Lincoln Drive. I just got out for a minute or two and walked around. When I came back, it was gone. The license number? I rubbed the back of my neck for a moment. Oh, yes. E20256. He looked at the civilian clerk at the next desk. They both grinned. As soon as I found that my car was gone, I said, I flagged down a taxi and came here. This is the right place to report this, isn't it? Yep, it's the right place. He turned to the clerk. Fred? Fred left his desk and came over. He had a slip of paper in his hand. The sergeant glanced at it and then looked up again. Let's see your ignition keys. Ignition keys? I reached into my right trouser pocket. Then I tried my left. I began patting my other pockets. Finally, I smiled sheepishly. I guess I must have lost them. No, mister. You didn't lose them. His face lost the grin. Don't you know that it's against the law to leave your ignition keys in an unlocked car? I shifted uneasily. But I was gone for just a minute. You were gone a lot longer than that, mister. The boys in the squad even took the trouble to look for you. They couldn't find you any place around there. I frowned. The boys in the squad? That's right. They waited 15 minutes, and then one of them had to drive the car away. A policeman took my car? He didn't steal it, if that's what you mean. He just took it to the police garage for your own protection. His eyes became cold. Mister, did you know that in 80% of automobile thefts, the owner left his keys in the ignition? Well, I guess I read something about that, but... No buts, he snapped. It's people like you who make it possible for the punks to steal cars. I bristled. Wouldn't it have been simpler just to lock the car and take the ignition keys, and maybe leave a note under the windshield wiper? Sure, it would be simpler, but it wouldn't teach people like you anything. But this you'll remember. He seemed to relent a little. It's just your tough luck, mister. We've got orders to crack down this week and haul away any car if we can't find the owner. You should have read about it in the papers. He reached into another drawer this time and came out with a smaller form. Like I said, it's against the law to leave your keys in the ignition. The fine is $25. $25? You can pay right here or take it to court. So far, that's never done anybody any good. Just adds $12.10 to the tariff. That's costs. I exhaled slowly. I'll pay here. I took out my wallet and put 2 10s and a 5 on his desk. Let's see your driver's license. I put the wallet on the desk in front of him. He filled out the form, shoved it toward me, and pointed. Sign there. I signed. Where can I pick up the car? He tore off the stub along the perforated line and handed it to me. Your receipt. Show that to the sergeant in the basement garage. He'll let you have your car and keys. 7 minutes later, I drove out of the garage. It was a clean car and handled nicely. I wondered who it belonged to. Earlier that morning, I had parked my car with the Lincoln driveway arched down to the lakefront. It had been cool, and only a scattering of cars were parked along the drive. I lit a cigarette and walked easy, taking in the automobiles I passed. Some of them were occupied, and the empty ones appeared to be locked. And then I came to the 1963 Buick. It was parked 200 yards from the nearest other car, and the keys were in the ignition. I investigated the paths near the car and saw no one. At the bluff's edge, I looked down. A man and a woman strolled along the beach far below, and it seemed like a good bet that they belonged to the Buick. Even if they started back up right now, it would take them 15 minutes to get up the twisting path to the top. I walked back toward the Buick and was almost there when I saw the squad car parked behind it. Both cops were out of their car. The taller one glanced my way. Your car, mister? No, but I wish it was. I kept walking and got back to my car 10 minutes later. I looked back down the long drive. One of the cops was still at the Buick, but the other had disappeared. I watched. 5 minutes later, the tall cop reappeared. I guessed that he had been looking for the owner of the Buick and hadn't found him down there on the beach. He got into the Buick and pulled away. The squad car followed. I turned on my ignition and kept about 2 blocks behind them. They took the Buick to the downtown police headquarters, and it disappeared into the basement garage. I parked my car
and slowly smoked a cigarette. The tall cop finally came out of the basement drive and got back into the squad car. It drove away. I thought it over and then grinned. I opened my glove compartment and took out the wallet that had once belonged to somebody named Charles Janik. I drove the Buick the half-mile to Joe's garage, and he opened the doors when I blew the horn. I eased the car to the pair of doors at the rear of the shop and into the room no legitimate customer of Joe's ever saw. In 24 hours, the Buick would have a different paint job. The motor block number would be changed, and it would leave here with a new set of license plates. By tomorrow afternoon, it would be across the state line and on a used car lot. Joe closed the doors behind us and looked the car over. "Nice buggy." I nodded. "Cost me $25. He didn't get that. "Where did you pick it up?" I grinned. "You'll probably read about it in the papers this afternoon." We went into his office. "I'll phone in," Joe said. "You should get your money in the mail tomorrow. Have it sent to the Hotel Meredith in St. Louis. Taking a vacation?" "You might say that." But it was more than a vacation. After what I'd just done, every cop in the city would have a complete description of me down to the last button. I phoned for a taxi and took it back to where I'd parked my own car. At my apartment, I packed a suitcase and then drove to St. Louis. The trip took 3 hours, and I checked into the Meredith at 2:30 in the afternoon. The clerk swiveled the register back so he could read my name. "How long are you staying, Mr. Hagen?" "I don't know. It all depends." Maybe I would stay 3 or 4 weeks before I thought it was cool enough to go back. Or maybe I wouldn't have to go back at all, if I got the telephone call I was hoping for. The story got into the St. Louis evening papers, all about the man who walked into a police station and stole a car. The newspapers seemed to think it was hilarious, but the police didn't, especially not the sergeant I'd talked to. He had been suspended. I stuck to my room, and the phone call came the next afternoon. It was a voice I'd never heard before. "Hagen?" "That's right." He wanted to be a little more sure he had the right party. "Joe says we owe you some money for the last errand." "Send it here." He seemed to relax. "I see you got into the papers." "Not my picture." He laughed slightly. "Some people would give a lot to have it." I waited, because I didn't think he had called just to congratulate me. "The man in Trevor Park wants to talk to you," he said. "You know who I mean?" "I know. 8 tonight." He hung up. I got to the main gates of Trevor Park at about 7:30. You couldn't call Trevor Park a town. It had no stores or gas stations, and the big houses were far apart and not even numbered. But it was a place of trees and acres and money. It had its walking guards to keep the ordinary people out, and a private police force to help them. The cop at the gate came to my window. "Hagen," I said. He checked the clipboard he carried and nodded. "Mr. Magnus is expecting you." "Which is his place?" "The 4th one on your right." The 4th one on my right didn't come up until half a mile later. There was another gate at the entrance, but it was open. Another 200 yards brought me to a circle driveway in front of a 3-story Norman. Eventually, I found myself in a large study facing 2 men. Mac Magnus was big and graying at the temples. Looking at him, you would have thought he was born to the clothes he wore. He was that far away from where he had started. The other man was tall and thin, with shrewd gray eyes, and when he spoke, I recognized his voice as that I'd heard on the phone. His name was Tyler. We got drinks served on a tray, and Magnus looked me over. "Did you read about yourself?" "In St. Louis, page 3. He indicated some newspapers on the desk. "You did better than that locally." I walked over and glanced down. The front page, bottom. There was a picture of the unhappy sergeant, too, but I didn't think he would save it for his scrapbook. When I looked up, Magnus was still studying me.
"I suppose you know you cut your own throat," he said. I shrugged. "You'll never be able to go back. At least not for a long time. Right now, if you passed even a rookie patrolman, he'd look you over sharp and wonder if he should have a talk with you." I sipped my drink. "There are other cities?" Tyler spoke now. "Hagen, just why did you take a chance like that in the first place?" "I just wondered if it could be done, and so I tried." But that hadn't been the real reason. I stole the Buick in the way I did because I wanted someone up high to notice me. I didn't want to be doing nothing but stealing cars the rest of my life. Magnus glanced at Tyler. "I still think it was a fool thing to do." "Maybe," I said. My eyes went around the room, taking in the expensive furnishings. "The car racket must be good, if you can afford all this." Magnus laughed softly. "Not that good, Hagen. But I'm like a supermarket. I got all departments. The canned goods, the fresh vegetables, the meat counters, the frozen foods. Hot cars is just a little counter somewhere in the back of the store." But I'd known that, too. Magnus had his finger in everything that paid. He was everything. He was on top and safe. Magnus looked at Tyler. "He's got your okay?" Tyler nodded. Magnus went to the map on the wall and pointed. "Ever been there?" I looked at the dot. No. "It's a medium-type city of about 200,000. I don't have a big operation there, but I want you to report to Sam Bernardi." "I go to work for him?" "No. You replace him." "You don't like him anymore?" Magnus selected a cigar from a humidor. "Don't get any movie ideas, Hagen. Sam's 65 and worried about his ulcers. He wants to retire to one of those colonies in Florida and play golf all day." He lit the cigar. "Like I said, Hagen, it's not a big operation, so don't get excited. And you can thank Tyler for the promotion. He seems to think you got something. Nerve, maybe. But as far as I'm concerned, you're still only a second lieutenant, and that's way down on the ladder." I decided to find out just where Tyler stood in the organization. "Tyler's second in command?" Magnus laughed. "There is no second in command. You might say that Tyler's my personnel and recruitment officer, and that's only for the operating personnel, not the bookkeepers. He's got his job, and I don't want him to know any more than that." I reported to Sam Bernardi the next day. Sam was a small, florid man with nervous gestures, and his office was on the second floor of a toy factory. He shook hands. "Tyler phoned, said you were taking over." He indicated a cabinet. "If you want a drink, help yourself. I don't drink myself. Bad for the stomach. Later, maybe." He looked me over. "They're sending them up young these days. I've been in this business 40 years, 30 before I got to sit behind this desk." He sighed and looked at some papers. "Well, let's get at it. We've got 96 people on the payroll, and they're all good men. Counting the toy factory? No, that's legitimate. 32 employees. Mr. Swenson is the supervisor." He looked down at the papers again. "The real business is organized into 4 divisions. D1, that's all the gambling, including the bookies. D2, junk. Reardon in charge. He's not hooked himself, so you can depend on him. D3, Mabel Turley. The girls like her. And D4, cars." "What do I do? Just sit here?" "Most of the time. There's the toy factory to consider, too. That'll keep you busy a couple of hours a day." He beamed. "We cleared 28,000 last year, mostly because of the Dottie-Dee dolls. Ever see one?" "No. I'll show you around the factory later." He got up and went to the city map on the wall. "This is our territory, everything north of the river, including the suburbs." I looked at the map. The river divided the city into 2 almost equal sections. "What about the south side of the city?" Bernardi shook his head. "We leave that alone. That's Ed Wilkie's territory. We mind our business, and he minds his. That way, we got no trouble. He came back to the desk. We got a treaty, like. There's no sense in fighting. I play golf with Ed twice a week. He sat down. I'll be in every day for about a month to break you in. I phoned Captain Parker, and we arranged a meeting at the Lyson Motel just outside of Reedville. Walt Parker listened to what I had to say and then grinned. So it was you who stole the car. I had to get attention from the right people some way. This fell into my lap. Parker agreed. You could be stealing cars for 20 years and maybe never get noticed by Magnus. You got away with 5 cars so far? Including the Buick. He nodded. They shipped them to a place called Carl's Used Cars in Haynesford, just across the state line. We could clamp down, but there's no point to that now. We're after bigger things. So we dip into the fund, buy up the cars for real, and store them in the garage for now. After this is all over, we'll make the adjustment with the owners or their insurance companies. Pretty rough on the fund. If this all works out, everyone will forgive us. What about the sergeant? In a way, he's got it coming, considering how he let you get away with what you did. But we'll pass the word to the chief, and it won't be too hard on him. Parker sat down on one of the beds. So now you're a second lieutenant in the operation. It's still a long way from the top. Magnus won't be handing me any secrets for some time yet. At least it's a toehold. Magnus has got himself a great big organization. I wouldn't be surprised if it covered every one of the 50 states and Puerto Rico for frosting. And this isn't the type of operation where you can carry the bookkeeping under your hat or in a little black notebook. There's got to be a central bookkeeping headquarters, and we're out to find it. It's the only way we can really nail Magnus. Parker lit a cigar. We know how Magnus runs the operation. Take Bernardi's, for instance. It's just like any of the hundreds of others Magnus controls. Once every month, Magnus has a crew come in to microfilm Bernardi's books. The film is mailed to a box number. Somebody picks it up and mails it somewhere else. Maybe it goes through 5 or 6 hands before it reaches that bookkeeping headquarters. But Magnus has so many safeguards on the way that we've never been able to follow the mail all the way through. And when the film gets to headquarters, half a dozen or more trusted accountants get to work on it, and the hundreds of others like it. And Magnus gets to know how much he made, and where and when, and by whom. Magnus's empire is like a head of hair. We can snip off a little here and there, maybe even give him a crew cut, but the roots are still there. We've got to get at those roots, and our best bet is to find out where in these whole blessed United States he's hidden that bookkeeping headquarters. After a month, Sam Bernardi left for Florida, and I was left to play golf with Ed Wilkie on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons. Wilkie was in his 50s, tanned, and played in the 80s. His wife was dead, but he had a 12-year-old son named Ted. I learned that Wilkie's organization was long established and conservative. Everybody waited patiently for his promotion. There was no idea of mutiny. Everyone took his orders from Boss Wilkie, and didn't feel frustrated about it. On a Tuesday afternoon, 2 months later, when I pulled up in front of Wilkie's house, I noticed Ted duck back behind the garage. I was about to ring Wilkie's doorbell, but then I changed my mind. I went to the garage and found Ted hiding behind it. Aren't you supposed to be in school? He glanced uneasily toward the house. There's no school today. On a Tuesday? He didn't meet my eyes. Well, I didn't feel so good, so I stayed home. But your father doesn't know that. Ted didn't say anything. Do you play hooky a lot? You're not going to tell my father. No, I never cared much for school myself. How do you get away with skipping school? He grinned. I write the excuses and sign Dad's name. What do you do when you skip school? You go somewhere special? His eyes brightened. Mostly I go down to the lake and watch the boats. They have races almost every day now. There's a big one Thursday afternoon. And I suppose you'll be there." He grinned. "I guess so." I went back to the front door and pressed the button. Wilkie and I drove to the Wildwood course. He shot an .82, and I came in with a .76. The next morning I left the office for an inspection trip of my territory. I found the 2 big men I thought I could use and had them report to my office in the afternoon. I came right to the point. "I've got a little job for you." They looked at each other a little uneasily. "Job?" "It's about the simplest thing you've ever done in your lives. I just want you to sit on the back seat of my car. I'm going to pick up Ed Wilkie tomorrow afternoon. I'll drive the 3 of you a couple of blocks, and then I want you to get out, go back to work, and forget everything." They looked at each other again, and then the bigger one spoke. "Just that? Nothing else?" "Nothing else." "I don't get it." "You're not supposed to. Just do as you're told." He had one more question. "You don't expect us to do any rough stuff? I mean, well, those days are gone. I got a wife and—" "No rough stuff. Nothing but what I told you. I'll pick both of you up at noon on the corner of 6th and Wells." At noon Thursday, I packed my golf bag in the trunk of a car and stopped at 6th and Wells. We drove on to Ed Wilkie's big house, and I honked the horn. Wilkie came down the walk carrying his golf clubs. He opened the car door. "A foursome today?" "No," I said. "Just giving them a lift." I drove 2 blocks and then pulled to the curb. The 2 men got out of the back seat. When I pulled back into traffic, Wilkie said, "Who are they?" "Just a couple of friends from Chicago." After the 18th hole, Wilkie and I went to the clubhouse. We got some Cokes and sandwiches at the counter and took a table near the window overlooking the first tee. I glanced at my watch. "As soon as you're through eating, Ed, you'd better call a meeting of your division heads." Wilkie took a bite of his sandwich. "Why?" "I want you to make the announcement that you're retiring because of your health, and you're appointing me to take your place." His eyes narrowed. "You're crazy." "No. You'll make that announcement if you ever want to see your son alive again." He stared at me unbelievingly. I smiled. "Remember those 2 nice men who were in the car when I picked you up? They've got your son by now." I tried my sandwich. "He's perfectly safe, Wilkie, and he will be, as long as you do what I say." He glared at me for 30 seconds, and then rose abruptly. He strode to the telephone booth. I followed and kept him from closing the door. Listen, I wouldn't want you to say anything rash." I watched him dial his home number. He got his housekeeper, Mrs. Porter. "Amy," he said, "is Ted there?" "Why, no, Mr. Wilkie. He came home for lunch and then went back to school." Wilkie hung up and began paging through the phone book. I watched his finger run down the list of public schools. He dialed the number of Stevenson grade and got the principal. "This is Edward Wilkie. Is my son Ted in his class?" It took about 10 minutes for the principal to get the information. "No, he isn't, Mr. Wilkie, and I've been meaning to speak to you about the number of times—" I touched the hook on the side of the telephone and disconnected us. "Are you satisfied, Wilkie?" His face was gray. "I want to speak to Ted. I want to be sure he's all right." "I can't accommodate you, Ed. I don't know where they took him." He didn't understand that. "Self-preservation," I said. "If I knew, you might be able to beat it out of me. But this way it wouldn't do you any good." I gave him another minute to think things over and then cracked down. "All right, start phoning your division heads. Have them meet at your office." By the time we got to his office on the 3rd floor of a furniture factory, his chief lieutenants were waiting. Wilkie took a deep breath and made the announcement, and the reason for it. They seemed to believe him. He didn't look too healthy. I watched their faces for signs of resentment over the fact that an outsider had been promoted over their heads. I didn't see any. If there were some, they kept it off their faces, and possibly they were just specialists in their line. None of them ever really expected to get the number 1 position. When they were gone, Wilkie turned to me. "Now, do I get my boy back?" "Not for a week. You'll be gone at least that long yourself." I drove him to the airport and explained things on the way. "You'll take the first plane out of here to Los Angeles. You'll stay there 1 week. At the end of that time, you can come back, and you'll get your son safe and sound. 1 week will give me enough time to consolidate everything here. By the time you come back, you won't be able to do anything about anything." The smile left my face. "But if I were you, I wouldn't bother to come back at all. It might not be too healthy for either you or your son. Why not just send for him? I think he'll like California." At the air terminal, I bought him a non-stop ticket to L.A., and we walked to ramp 202. I glanced at the waiting passengers. They were all strangers to me, but I nodded to a heavy man whose luggage seemed to indicate that he collected hotel stickers. He nodded back, probably wondering who the hell I was. I turned my back on him and spoke to Wilkie. "See that big man all wrapped up in that light tan coat?" His eyes flicked that way. "The one you nodded to?" "That's right. When you get to Los Angeles, I want you to follow him." "Follow him?" I nodded. "Check in at the same hotel he does. Stay there 1 whole week. He'll always be somewhere around to see that you do." "He's one of your—" "Don't talk to him, and don't try to buy him. He doesn't know any more than his part of the job. And remember, no phone calls to anyone. I don't want you arranging things behind my back. Remember, we've got your son. Don't even try phoning your home. If you do, I'll know about it. Mrs. Porter has orders to—" I stopped and shrugged irritably as though I'd revealed something. Wilkie must have felt surrounded. He certainly looked that way. 10 minutes later, I watched him walk up the ramp and disappear into the plane. He was still wearing his billed golf cap and sports shirt. He looked small. When the plane took off, I phoned Mrs. Porter and told her that Wilkie would be gone for a week and not to worry. It was a business trip. I expected a telephone call that night, but it didn't come until 8 days later. Tyler told me to report to Magnus right away. When I pulled into the Circle Drive in front of Magnus's house, I noticed a dark-haired girl on the lawn near the lake. She had set up an easel and was painting. She gave me only a momentary glance and returned to her work. Her picture was in the Mac Magnus file. Valerie Magnus, 23, his only child. Tyler and Magnus were waiting for me in the study. Magnus let me stand for a while, and then he said, "I hear you took over the South Side." I nodded. "That was 8 days ago," Magnus said. "Why didn't you let me know?" "I wanted to be sure the merger would take." "Did it?" "Wilkie could come back today, and I don't think anybody would listen to him." Magnus went to the humidor. He took out a cigar, looked it over, and finally lit it. He walked to the TV set and tapped it with a knuckle. "If I turn this thing on, I'll probably find somebody giving a spiel about soap. The talk will be that there's only one thing you're supposed to use when you do your washing. Soap. Don't use harsh detergents." He tapped the set again. "And if I turn to another channel, I'll probably find somebody else pushing detergents. Detergents are the modern thing. Don't use old-fashioned, inefficient soaps." I noticed that Tyler was smiling. Magnus went on. "What most people don't know is that the same company, the same syndicate, manufactures the soap and the detergent. They really don't give a damn which you buy, as long as you buy one. The money all goes into the same pocket." He waited for that to sink in, and then he said, "Wilkie works for me, too." I blinked. "Bernardi didn't say anything to me about that." "Bernardi didn't know that. And Wilkie doesn't know that Bernardi worked for me either. I wanted it that way." Tyler spoke. "Divide and rule. Empires are built that way." Magnus held up a hand. "I don't want one finger to know what the other's doing, but I want to control the hand." He took a deep puff of his cigar. "Tyler, I'm beginning to think that you made a mistake about Hagen." Tyler rubbed his jaw. "Hagen, how many people helped you pull this off?" "None." And I told them all about it. Magnus was impressed in spite of himself. "Damn, you scared Wilkie silly. He didn't do a thing but stay in that L.A. hotel for a week. When he got up enough nerve finally to phone his home, he found that his son hadn't been kidnapped at all. The next thing he did was to phone me." Magnus glared at me. "I told Wilkie to come right back. And as for you, Hagen, I want you to get back to the North Side and stay on the North Side." Tyler stepped forward. "I've been thinking, Mac. If Wilkie's scared that easy, maybe he's not the right man for the job." "He was scared because of his kid," Magnus said. "Sure, but he still shouldn't have waited 8 days before he told us what happened to his organization. Do you want somebody like that working for you?" Magnus worked on the idea for half a minute. "Tell Wilkie he's through. He should have reported." Tyler nodded. "And as long as the district's consolidated, why not leave it that way?" Magnus showed teeth. "And I suppose you mean leave Hagen in charge?" "Why not? I'd say he can handle the job. He has been, as a matter of fact, and it would have cut down on overhead." Magnus looked as though his arm had been twisted, but he said, "All right, Hagen, you got it." Then he glowered. "But if you get any other fancy ideas, you'd better clear them with me before you do anything." Outside the house, I stopped for a moment to watch Magnus's daughter. Her back was toward me, and she was still at the easel. She was slim, but from the picture in the files, you could hardly call her pretty. I had the suspicion that she did a lot of painting, mostly because there was nothing else to do with her time. I wondered what kind of a part she played as Magnus's daughter. Did he try to keep her ignorant of what he was? It seemed almost impossible that she could fail to know about him. Maybe she knew a lot more than he thought. It was tempting to walk over there, admire her painting, and introduce myself. But on the other hand, I thought that if I were that direct, and Magnus heard about it, I'd be broken down to private. And yet, it might pay to know her. I went to the left rear wheel of my car and let the air out of the tire. The wind came off the lake, and I didn't think she could hear the hiss. I got the jack and handle from my trunk, and I made some noise while I was doing it. As I jacked up the car, I covertly glanced her way. She had turned and was watching. When I pried off the hubcap, I allowed the iron to slip and strike my knuckles. I jerked to my feet, holding the fingers of my left hand. I walked stiffly in a circle, cursing softly. It hurt more than I had anticipated. That brought her over. "Are you hurt?" "No, I always dance this way." She looked down at the jacked-up wheel. "I can get somebody to change that for you." "Thanks, but I think I can manage as soon as my wound heals." I flexed the hand. "Nothing seems to be broken." I knelt down and began removing the bolts from the wheel. "Do you work here?" "Would I be sitting on the lawn painting second-rate pictures if I did?" "Why not? I imagine you'd get time off and all the free scenery you can eat. No reason why a maid can't paint." "I'm Magnus's daughter." "Oh," I said. I removed one bolt from the wheel, then the next, and the next. "You're still allowed to talk to me," she said acidly. I shrugged, but still said nothing. I removed the fourth bolt. She took an exasperated breath. "I suppose you work for my father?" I nodded. The fifth bolt came off, and I removed the wheel. I went to the trunk for the spare. She followed me. "You just don't talk to anybody at all? Is that it?" I took the spare out of the trunk, and when I straightened, we were eye to eye. I kept it that way for about 10 seconds, then I smiled faintly. "Let me put it this way. You're country club, and I'm corner tavern. Kismet." "I am not country club. As a matter of fact,
We've never even been invited to join the one in Trevor Park."
I grinned. "Why not just buy the place? Your father ought to be able to do that."
"Of course he could. But you just don't do things like that. You've got to be asked. It makes all the difference in the world."
"To you?" I was mildly curious.
"No, I really don't care much, one way or the other. But it does bother Dad."
I rolled the wheel to the side of the car. "Why doesn't he just send the club a $5,000 gift, but make it anonymous?"
"Anonymous? What good would that do?"
"The members of the board, or whoever runs the place, won't be able to send the money back because they won't know who gave it to them. So they'll think, well, now that's nice, and we do need a new bar, and they'll spend it." I began tightening the bows. "That's the first hook. A month later, your father ought to send another 5,000.
Again anonymous. Keep that up for 4 or 5 months."
She was interested.
"And then?"
"And then stop sending money. But by now they'll be accustomed to getting the money regularly. They'll be wondering how they ever got along without it. They've begun to depend on it. As a matter of fact, they wouldn't have started building that new swimming pool if they hadn't expected the dollar rain to continue." I tapped the hubcap into place. "And then let it leak out that your dad is the one who's been sending all that beautiful cash, out of the goodness of his heart,
and in the spirit of general neighborliness."
I looked up at her.
"And so there'll be a meeting of the board, and nobody will say anything direct about money, but someone will clear his throat and say, 'Everybody in Trevor Park belongs to the country club except Mr. Magnus.' Now, I was thinking, isn't that just a little inhospitable?"
And somebody else will say, 'After all, he's never been convicted of anything. There were just rumors, and this is America, isn't it? We shouldn't convict a man just on hearsay.'
And they'll all feel good and American and virtuous, and besides, they still need another 5,000 to finish that swimming pool. And the next thing you know, a delegation will call on your father, and within another 6 months, he'll be the chairman of the Memorial Day Dance Committee."
She grinned when I finished.
"I'll be sure to tell Dad."
"And don't forget to mention who gave you the idea," I thought. I put the spare in the trunk and wiped my hands on a rag. This time I looked at her longer, bolder. I grinned faintly. "I still wish you only worked here." Then I got into my car and drove away, not pausing to look back.
I thought I'd played things just about right. I didn't press the situation, yet I thought that you would spend some time thinking about me.
After I told Captain Parker how I'd taken over Wilkie's territory, he frowned. "But we know that both Bernardi and Wilkie work for Magnus. It's in the files we gave you to study. You should have remembered that." I grinned. "I did." "Then why?" "Because it was time for me to get noticed again, to move up another notch, and I did just that." Parker rubbed his ear. "What did Magnus think about it?" "He wasn't too happy at first, and maybe he's not enthusiastic now, but the point is that he was impressed." Parker sighed. "You have a lot of luck." "Maybe some. Tyler seems to think I've got possibilities. As a matter of fact, I might not have been able to make it if Tyler hadn't been on my side." Parker still looked unhappy. "Why don't you let us know before you do any of these crazy things?" "I never really know what I'm going to do next. I make plans and wait for the situation. If it doesn't show up, I forget them. But if it does come up, I have to act fast." Something else bothered Parker. "We can have you stealing cars because we're working on a bigger thing. But this kidnapping—" "There wasn't any kidnapping." "Not actually, I suppose. But still, if Wilkie had some other trade and could be in a position to complain, you'd get yourself into trouble we couldn't get you out of." He took an envelope out of his pocket. "Your check. If you'll endorse it, I'll bank it for you." I looked at it. 1 month's pay. 20 years from now, the figures probably wouldn't be much different. I turned it over and signed my real name. When I got back to the city, I had Wilkie's chief clerk bring in the books.
I went over them, hoping to find something wrong, something I could run to tell Magnus about and get another gold star in my record. But the books were clean. I did notice something else, though. Even if there was nothing wrong with the books, the handwriting had changed abruptly 18 months ago. I called the clerk back into the office and wanted to know why. "That was when Fielding retired, sir," he said, "and I took over the job. Is there anything wrong with the books?" "No." "Fielding was a very sick man, sir. His kidneys. You might say that he didn't exactly retire. He just wanted to spend his declining days in a warmer climate. California, sir." "How is he getting along?" The clerk sighed. "I received a letter from his wife last week. Fielding passed away." When the clerk was gone, I lit a cigarette and mulled things over. "What the hell," I thought finally. "You can't hurt a dead man." I studied Fielding's handwriting and for a while considered trying to imitate it, but I gave that up. I didn't think anybody was going to be comparing handwriting anyway. I got some blank paper and copied 2 of the pages from the account books Fielding had filled out. I kept the items the same, but I changed the figures. I folded the paper and rubbed it on the floor a few times. I wanted to make it look at least 18 months old, but it wouldn't have to pass a laboratory test. At 1 o'clock, I made a call to Magnus's place in Trevor Park. I got a formal voice. "This is the Magnus residence. Could I speak to Mr. Magnus?" "He isn't here, sir. He won't be home until 5. Do you wish to leave a message?" "No." I hung up. Perhaps it was just as well Magnus wasn't in. While I was working on this, I might as well keep something else going, too, and make it seem accidental. I phoned the Magnus place again. "The Magnus residence," the butler said again. I hung up without saying a word. 5 minutes later, I called again and did the same thing. Eventually, the butler would get tired of picking up the phone and having no one to talk to. I thought he'd go to somebody and complain. And since Magnus wasn't there, it would be Valerie. He must have been a patient man. It wasn't until 12 calls later that I finally heard Valerie's voice. "Who is this?" she demanded. "I'd like to speak to Mr. Magnus." "Have you been phoning every 5 minutes and then hanging up?" "Why, no. I just got to my office and—" I stopped. "The voice is familiar. Is this the girl who paints?" "Hagen? Pete Hagen?" "I didn't think I left the name." "You didn't. I asked Dad." She laughed lightly. "He sent the first 5,000 to the country club. He liked the idea." "Good. Can I talk to him?" "He's not here right now." "Tell him I'll be there around 5. Now look, Pete, Hagen, nobody just says that he's coming here. That much I know. You wait until—" I hung up. At a little after 5, the patient butler showed me into the study once again. Tyler was with Magnus, and they had evidently just returned from a golf course. Magnus glowered, but held himself in until the butler closed the door. "Damn it, Hagen, nobody calls up and tells me he's coming here. If I want to see anybody here, I'm the one who does the inviting." "I thought I ought to see you personally. I don't know how clear your phone line is." He seemed to go along with that precaution, but he still wasn't happy. "All right, what is it?" I took the sheets out of my pocket. While I was going over Wilkie's books, I found this. It must have slipped behind one of the shelves. Magnus glanced at them. "So?" "I checked these with the ledgers and found the right pages. The items are identical, but the figures are different. It looks like you were being taken, Magnus, for about 500 a week." He wouldn't believe that. "I have those books checked every month." "There's nothing wrong with the books. The juggling takes place before the entries themselves are made." He frowned. "Wilkie?" "No. A clerk Wilkie used to have. Fielding. I compared the handwriting and it checks." The name Fielding meant nothing to Magnus or Tyler. He was just another one of hundreds of clerks. "I thought I'd let you know before I did anything about it," I said. "You told me you wanted things that way."
He studied me. You want to do something about it? I nodded. Fielding retired 18 months ago to California, but that isn't good enough for us. I think I'll take a trip out there. Magnus waited. At least we'd have his hide, I said, if not the money. We can't let anybody in the organization get away with something like this. And you take care of that little thing yourself? Sure, but I wanted to clear it with you first. Tyler looked worried, and I thought he'd say something, but Magnus laughed softly. Thanks for volunteering, but all I need is Fielding's address. I've got a division that specializes in people like him. And Magnus would arrange for Fielding to have visitors. But the visitors would discover that he had unfortunately died before they could see him. But I had scored 2 points. For one, I could be trusted to keep the books honest. For another, so far as Magnus knew, I was willing to commit murder for the organization. The phone on Magnus's desk rang, and he picked it up. He listened for a minute, and then hung up. His eyes were thoughtful. Benson's dead. Tyler and I looked at each other. The name didn't mean a thing to either one of us. Heart attack, Magnus said. Went just like that. He puffed his cigar and finally looked at Tyler. You once mentioned that you had some kind of a degree in accounting? Tyler nodded. Magnus let things ride for a quiet half-minute. Then he said, Tyler, you got the job. The job? Benson's job, Magnus said. It's a promotion, Tyler. You'll be the only one besides me who knows where central bookkeeping... He stopped and looked my way. Evidently, he had forgotten I was still there. You can go now, Hagen. Outside the room, I walked past doors to the front of the house. None of them opened. I began to wonder about Valerie. I'd made the phone call specifically so that she'd know I'd be here and when. At my car, I waited. Still nothing. I'd been wrong before in my life, and this looked like another time. I got into my car and drove down the winding drive. Valerie waited at the gate. She gave the hitchhiker's sign, and I slowed the car to a stop. She smiled. Hello. Hello. How about a lift? I rubbed my hand along the steering wheel and tried to look uneasy. Car breakdown? No, she smiled. Are you afraid of something? I took a breath. No, get in. I waited until we were out of Trevor Park before I said anything. How will you get back? I'll take a taxi. Wouldn't it have been much simpler if you'd just taken your car? I walked down to get the mail. There wasn't any, so I decided to go to town. Flash of the moment type of thing. Does the mail come this late in the day? She looked at me. Do you think that I deliberately waited for you to come along? I didn't say anything. She stiffened. You might as well stop right here. I'll walk the rest of the way. I slowed the car down to about 20, and then stepped on the accelerator again. I sighed. Care for a cigarette? I took the pack and lighter out of my pocket and handed it to her. She lit 2 cigarettes and passed one on to me. Suppose I weren't Magnus's daughter. Maybe I'd ask you for a date. Maybe. Why? What do you mean, why? Her eyes were level. I have a mirror. People don't ask me for dates. I stared at her as though I didn't have the faintest idea of what she was talking about. Watch the road, she said. But she had blushed, and she was pleased. I got the car back into my lane. You wouldn't happen to know if there's a good restaurant in town? I haven't had anything to eat since breakfast. There's Henrich's. After a while, I asked, Have you had dinner? No. This time, when I looked at her, I smiled, and so did she. In the restaurant, we kept the talk small, but at coffee, she said, I wish you didn't work for my father. He gives out nice money. No, he doesn't. She looked away. As my father, I love him, and he loves me.
But I know what he does, what he is. I'm not a little girl who thinks her father's in the investment business. After I paid the check, I drove her back. At the entrance to Magnus's estate, she touched my arm. I'll get out here and walk the rest of the way. I had intended to stop here anyway. I didn't want Magnus to see me with his daughter, but I made the motions of protest. I'll take you up to the house. No, I think it would be better if we just... Sure, I said. I guess you're right. We're both right. It's better to say goodbye. I didn't mean that, she said desperately. I mean, just for now. I stopped the car, got out, and opened her door. She stepped out, looking small and lonely. It was evening, and a full pale moon hung in the sky. I looked down at her. I like that restaurant. Henrich's. I don't suppose you'd like another lift to town? Say, tomorrow night at 8? Her smile was sudden. I'll be here. I will. When I drove away, I glanced back. She still stood beside the road, watching me. I got to my apartment at about 9. I made myself a stiff drink and walked to the mirror. I looked about the way I felt, a little dirty. I went to the window and stared out over the lights of the city. How long would it take before I found out where Magnus kept that damn bookkeeper's nest? 1 year, 2, and then what? Another assignment and a 3-figure monthly check? I took out my wallet and counted the money. $1,900. And that was just spending money. Something you carried around to keep from feeling insecure, just for odds and ends. But I'd never had that much in my wallet before. I'd never expected to. I had a good deal going here. Suppose I kept it that way. Suppose I told Captain Parker to go to hell. I swallowed half the drink. There was a lot of money to be made with Magnus, a lot. But there was something else, too. Just working for him was one thing, but suppose... It could be done, I thought. Get Magnus to see me more often. Get him to invite me to his house, like Tyler. Get Magnus to trust me completely, depend on me. Make it so that when he saw what was happening between Valerie and me, it wouldn't bother him at all. Maybe I could even get him to think that it was his own idea. Yes, it would take time, but I could sell it. And what about Parker? There wasn't much he could really do except to let Magnus know why I'd gotten into the organization in the first place. How could I get Magnus really to believe that I'd switched sides? How could I convince him? How? My phone rang. It was Tyler. Hagen, I'm at the Carson Hotel in Bellington. That's about an hour's drive north of where you are. I'd like to see you right away, room 408. When I got there and knocked, Tyler opened the door. I noticed a bottle and 2 glasses on the table. Tyler patted me on the shoulder. Come on in and help me celebrate. I closed the door behind me. Sure, your promotion. He grinned. I just finished inspecting Magnus's central bookkeeping headquarters. It's right here in Bellington. The front is the Spencer Insurance Agency. The complete books are there, Hagen, everything. I frowned. I thought that kind of information was something you were supposed to keep under your hat. Tyler laughed again. There's no reason why I can't tell you, Hagen. We're both working for the same organization. I know, but... Tyler's face became serious. Hagen, did you think that in something this big Captain Parker would have only one man working on the job? I stared at him. There are at least a half-dozen besides you and me, Hagen. I don't know who the others are, but I was told about you. It took a little while for what he had said to sink in. I shook my head. Why didn't Parker tell me about you, or the others? Because if something went wrong, he didn't want any single man to pull down all the rest. But still he told you about me. Because I was in a position to help you along. Did you think that you alone made all your luck? You might still be stealing cars, if I hadn't been there to keep calling you to Magnus's attention. He poured whiskey into 2 glasses. I've been on this assignment for 5 years, Hagen, and that's a long, long time. But it looked like I'd gotten into a dead end, so my instructions were to help you along whenever I could, try to get you to the top, and maybe you could do what I hadn't been able to. And then this good thing came along. Benson died. Luck? Sure. But it wasn't luck that I was up there for Magnus to tap on the shoulder. I took one of the glasses and almost emptied it. Have you told Captain Parker about the books? Not yet. I phoned his office and got referred to his home. But his daughter told me that Parker and his wife went out for the evening. She didn't know where they went. I left a message for him to call me here just as soon as he gets home. Tyler lifted his glass in a toast. Parker will get his squads busy, and we ought to have this thing wrapped up before morning. I stared at the liquor in my glass. No one knew about the books yet, but Tyler. He frowned slightly. About this clerk, Fielding. We've got to stop that. We don't want anything to happen to him. Fielding died about 2 weeks ago. Tyler grinned slowly. You're a smart operator, Hagen. For a while there you had me worried. Murder's going too far. Is it? I smiled faintly to myself. I would kill Tyler. I would kill him and tell Magnus who he was, what he had been. And then I would tell him who I was, and that I'd changed sides. Even then, he might not believe me, until I told him I knew where Central Bookkeeping Headquarters was, and hadn't gone to the department with the information. I reached for the bottle and filled my glass. Easy on the liquor, Hagen, Tyler said. You want to be on your feet for the raid, don't you? Sure, but I took another long drink. The phone on the table rang. When Tyler picked it up, his back was toward me. I slipped the .38 out of my holster, leveled it at Tyler's back. Tyler spoke into the mouthpiece. Parker? I found myself perspiring. Just one shot, and it would be all over. It could be as simple as that. My finger touched the trigger, and then I closed my eyes. No, I couldn't do it. I cursed myself for being a fool, a sucker. But I slipped the .38 back into the holster. Someday I would figure out why a badge was more important than $1 million. But I didn't want to work on it now. When Tyler was through, he turned. It's all set. Parker's getting the wheels moving. He's even going to pick up Magnus tonight. A reflective haze came into Tyler's eyes, and he grinned wryly. There's a lot of money to be made with Magnus. There were times, well, you know, there were times when I was a little tempted to change sides. I pulled a cigarette slowly from my pack. Yeah, I know what you mean. I parked and waited outside the car. The road ahead was white with moonlight. There wasn't any reason for being here, I thought. Not now. I glanced at my watch. 8:15. Then I heard the footsteps, and in a moment Valerie stood at the gates. She was a nobody now, I told myself savagely. She didn't mean millions. She didn't mean information I wanted. And yet I was here. She walked slowly to the car. Why did you come? I don't know. Was it pity? Everything was planned, wasn't it? Meeting me, talking to me. Yes, I planned it. You didn't have to come back now, she said. Everything has been done. I know. Did you travel all this way just to say goodbye? I touched her face lightly, and she began to cry. I held her, and I knew why I'd come back. Death by Calculation by Donald Martin. Lieutenant Costa was certain he had caught a murderer, and it was a good thing, too, because the public, in their peculiar, inexplicable way, had been rather indignant about the murder of old George Grimes, the grocer who had been found dead in the room he occupied behind his store, his head crushed by an object the police said had been a length of pipe, and which they said they had recovered from a sewer several blocks away.
As a rule, Costa did not like circumstantial evidence, but for once he was grateful for it. For the DA wanted a murderer, or more explicitly, a conviction. 18-year-old Willie Bradford, who lived a block away from the grocery store, had been caught in its net, or more pointedly, its noose. A fountain pen belonging to the youth, which he readily admitted was his, had been found next to the body. Willie had explained its presence there by saying that a few days before he had gone into the back room with Mr. Grimes to help him compose a letter to Mr. Grimes's family in Scotland. But the letter had never been received, the police learned from the family in Scotland. There had been no forced entry, so whoever had murdered the old man had been allowed into the clothes store without suspicion. Willie admitted being quite friendly with the old man. But was it genuine friendship? Lieutenant Costa asked. Didn't Willie's family owe a bill of nearly $40 to Mr. Grimes? Hadn't there been a rather severe argument between Willie's alcoholic father and the grocer just a few days before the murder, with the grocer threatening to sue Mr. Bradford for the money? Hadn't Willie begged Mr. Grimes not to do it, then threatened him if he did? Yes, Willie said. But it had been said first in anger and then as braggadocio, because two of his friends had been there. But it had been said. And now a man was dead. It never pays to threaten anyone's life, Costa told Willie, because it might just happen that that person might die. You're hammering nails into my coffin, Willie had screamed at Costa. Maybe, the lieutenant had snapped back. But who went and built the damn coffin? But the crowning piece of evidence was Willie's inability to explain his whereabouts on the night of the murder. I was with a woman, he said. What's her name? Costa asked. I can't tell you. Why not? It's a matter of honor. Where does she live? I can't tell you. She's a married woman? Yes, she's very married. If I told you anything, there would be another murder for you. Why doesn't she come forward? I don't know. This has been in all the papers. She surely knows about it. She's probably afraid. This matter of honor, Costa said, might very well cost you your life. Willie's mouth tightened, his face turning white. I can't tell, he said. You want us to just take your word for it, huh? Costa said. If you're doing this much for her, don't you think she ought to do something for you? Your predicament is in every newspaper all over the city. She's afraid to say anything, Willie said. And she was the only one who saw you that night? Yes, Willie said. It was a good story, Costa thought, but it didn't fool anyone. Phantom alibis were pathetic, were desperate, but they melted down before realities. So Costa was convinced, and the commissioner was convinced, and the public, and it looked as if Mr. Grimes would be able to sleep peacefully and avenged in his grave. But then Harold Glennon walked into the police station. He was tall and quite good-looking, with graying temples, neat wavy hair. He had about him an easy, affable, affluent manner. He spoke quietly, concisely, in a soft, pleasant voice, and they listened very carefully to him. Lieutenant Costa was sitting in his office writing his report on the Grimes case when the door opened and Sergeant Clifford came in. He closed the door quietly and stood before the desk. We have a guy out there, Clifford said, who has just confessed to the Grimes murder. Costa's eyes came up from his papers, looking at Clifford skeptically for a moment, then falling again as he went on with his writing. I know what you're thinking, Clifford said. If you know what I'm thinking, Costa said, not missing a stroke with his pen, why don't you send him where he ought to be sent? Because what he says is interesting. Costa laid down his pen. He looked at Clifford. They're all interesting, he said, his voice a trifle short of patience. Lunatics are always interesting. How many is that have confessed now? 12? 24? Clifford didn't smile. He kept looking at Costa. I think you'd better talk to him. Why should I talk to him? Costa asked. He knows more about the murder than we do.
A few minutes later, Harold Glennon was ushered into the office. Costa stared at him critically, unimpressed by the man's neat, respectable, responsible, utterly sane appearance, searching for that flaw in him, that tiny flaw of irresponsibility that would explain his confessing to a murder for which Costa had already all but convicted someone. "All right, Mr. Glennon," Costa said, leaning back from the desk. "The floor is yours." "I don't understand your skepticism, Lieutenant," Glennon said in his quiet, affable voice. "I should think that policemen would be eager to interview confessors of the sin." "What makes you think I'm not eager, Mr. Glennon?" "Because you have Willie Bradford caged up in more ways than one." "We think he's a murderer." "Your evidence is rather slight, don't you think?" "That's for the courts to decide. Willie Bradford is innocent of this crime." "So you say." "I killed Mr. Grimes, and not with that iron pipe you found a few blocks away. I think you know very well that that could never have been the weapon. Isn't that so?" Glennon prodded. Costa's face colored. "We never said it was," he said irascibly. "You implied it rather strongly, and Willie's connection with it, I believe you said, was that he as a plumber's helper had access to precisely that sort of length of pipe. Now I call that deduction in desperation. Anyone, even a spinster or child, could get hold of an instrument like that. But that's neither here nor there, for isn't it true that the murder weapon was a hammer, and that Mr. Grimes was sitting down when he was struck, because the fatal blows were rained upon the top of his head and left indentations upon his skull that only a hammer could leave? And couldn't this have very well been the hammer?" Glennon asked, taking from a small parcel he had been holding a hammer, laying it before Costa, who stared intently at it, as if eager to pick it up but unwilling, stubbornly so. "You also implied," Glennon went on, "that the murderer had to be a close acquaintance of Mr. Grimes. Otherwise, why would the old man have let him in after the store was closed? But is that really so? If you were a grocer, and a man tapped at your door after hours and asked you to sell him a bottle of milk or a loaf of bread, wouldn't you do it?" "Mr. Grimes did. He let me in that night, and although he knew me, I was hardly what you would call a close acquaintance. Does that sound so implausible to you?" "So you came to buy a loaf of bread, then decided to kill him. Why? Because he overcharged you?" Costa asked sarcastically. Glennon smiled tolerantly. "I'll tell you why. Several months ago, I owned a dog, a beautiful collie named Shep. He was the finest dog in the world. I would let him roam all over the neighborhood because he could be trusted to stay out of mischief and always came home. But one night he didn't come home. A few days later I received a call. Shep had been found dead. He had been poisoned. This most beautiful animal, Lieutenant, proud and faithful and alert, had been maliciously poisoned by someone. How any human being could ever conceive to do such a thing, I could not imagine. But I set out to find that person. It developed that Shep had had a penchant for nosing around Mr. Grimes's yard, and that the old man had chased him several times, and then finally laid out some poisoned meat for him." "How did you find this out?" "Through Mr. Grimes himself. I narrowed my suspects down to him. I went into his store one day, luring him into a conversation during which I stated an abhorrence for animals, particularly dogs. Emboldened by this, Mr. Grimes slyly admitted what he had done. That sufficed for the moment. But a few weeks later, after having brooded almost incessantly upon this, I went back to him. It was late at night. He had been closed for hours. I tapped on his door, and he came out and raised the shade, and I asked him to sell me a bottle of milk. I think he remembered me. Anyway, he opened the door. I should say that I did not go there with the intention of murdering him. When I got inside, I told him who I was. He immediately became frightened and ordered me out. But I wanted compensation. I demanded $100 for what he had done. His alternative was, I told him, a good sound thrashing. We went into the back to talk it over. He was quite frightened. He agreed to write me a check. It would be for $50. I insisted upon my original figure. He began to hem and haw. The more he did, the more furious I became. He then made the remark, "Do you know how many damned dogs I have killed off like that?" The implication being that I was the first to demand amends from him, and that it was quite unreasonable of me. This remark seemed to completely dement me. I looked around, saw the hammer, picked it up, and in an uncontrollable rage— the rest you know. "And this is the hammer?" Costa asked. "Yes." "And you want me to believe this story?" "You have no choice but to believe it." "Assuming that it's true, do you know what will happen to you?" Costa asked. "I'm quite aware." "Then why did you come in?" "It may or may not interest you, but you have an innocent boy sitting in a cell praying away his life," Glennon said sharply. "Why didn't anyone see you leaving the store?" "Because no one was there. It was late at night." "How late?" 10 o'clock. "Where did you go when you left?" "I don't remember. I don't remember anything from the time I began hitting him to the time I woke up in my own room the next morning." "You just walked around holding that hammer in your hand?" "I assume I put it in my pocket." "How many times did you hit the old man?" "About 6 or 8 times." "Did he die immediately?" "That I don't know. I left him lying on the floor." "When you woke up the next morning, didn't you feel any remorse? Didn't you rush to tell someone, or to find out how the old man was?" "No, I didn't feel any remorse, frankly. Nor did I seek to find out about the old man. It was already in the papers that he'd been found dead." "You didn't tell this to anyone?" "Of course not." Costa sat back in his chair, contemplating Glennon's calm, perfectly composed face. The lieutenant sighed. "All right, Mr. Glennon, we'll hold you." "Have I convinced you?" Glennon asked. "Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to check your story out. It's all the truth." "We'll see," Costa said. Later, Costa sat alone in his office, pondering. He honestly did not know what to make of Glennon's story. The man seemed sane enough. His story was plausible enough, as well as implausible enough, to be true. A man's conscience could move him to come in and confess a crime, rather than see an innocent person pay for it. But, of course, many people confess to crimes for the sake of publicity, or because of some inhibition or disturbance. That occurred every day, particularly with murder cases. Glennon had been pat, blunt, controlled. That could or could not mean something. And he had known about the hammer. Costa didn't think that had been in the papers. The story had been told fairly completely by the papers. There had been pictures of Grimes lying on the floor. Glennon could have pieced together certain things from that. Costa shook his head. This certainly was inflation. He had a murder, and for it he had one person all but convicted, and another confessing eagerly and logically. So Costa set about checking Glennon out. He learned that Harold Glennon, aged 41, lived alone in a 3-room basement apartment in a good part of town, that he had no family and few friends, that he was fairly well-to-do and did not work. And Glennon had had a dog, neighbors told Costa. The dog disappeared several months ago, and Glennon had seemed quite perturbed and then bitter about it. "I asked him where it went," one neighbor told Costa, "but he wouldn't say. He just said it was gone." "Had he been very much attached to it?" "Oh, yes, he loved it. That was the one thing you could get him into conversation about." Checking with the local ASPCA, Costa learned that the collie had been found dead. Through its tag, they had notified Glennon, who had come down and had been quite distraught. "What was the cause of death?" Costa asked. "I have no way of knowing," the man said. "Where was it found?" It had been found almost a half-mile away from Grimes's grocery store. "If it had been poisoned," Costa asked, "could it have got that far?" "It depends upon the amount of poison. I would say that it was possible." "What happened to the dog's remains?" "Mr. Glennon took them. I understand he had them cremated." The next day, Costa called upon Dr. Robert Franklin, Harold Glennon's physician, and it seemed the one close friend that the latter had. The doctor was astonished to hear of Glennon's confession. "It doesn't make sense to me," the doctor said. "I'm afraid that it does to me," Costa said. "I'm beginning to believe his story. It still sounds incredible." "How long have you known him, Doctor?" "We were roommates in college. I've known him since then. I think I know him as well as anyone. We've been in touch through the years." "Would you say that he had that kind of violence in him?" Costa asked. "No," the doctor said. "He never married?" "No, I think he was rather lonely." "Was he well?" Costa asked. "Mentally or physically?" "Both." The doctor got up and walked to the window, staring through the blinds at the street, his face absorbed deeply in thought. Costa watched him curiously. "Lieutenant," the doctor said, "his whole story is a hoax." "How do you know?" "I know. I was sworn to secrecy about something. I don't know whether I can violate that confidence." "I can tell you, Doctor, that his life is at stake here." The doctor turned and faced Costa, smiling wryly. "His life?" The doctor sat down again. "You asked me," he said, "if he was well. Mentally he is well, but physically he is not. Several months ago, it was my unpleasant duty to tell him that he was a sick man, a very sick man." "What?" Costa said. "It's true. He was always a sickly man anyway. This had a decidedly adverse effect upon his thinking. I think it made him the introverted person that he was. It seems that he had a series of recurrent pains that were diagnosed as a coronary disease. After suffering an attack so painful that it warranted hospitalization, he was told that it looked very much like a coronary case. You can imagine how it affected him. He began to brood upon it. We told him that the diagnosis was not certain, but he was determined to accept it as so. His attitude was gloomily fatalistic, and nothing we could say would dissuade him. This soon became an obsession." "He thinks he's going to die, Doctor?" "He's quite certain of it." "Do you think it's influenced him in this matter?" "There's no question of it." The doctor shook his head, smiling grimly. "In fact, you might even say that I myself am implicated to a degree. You see, Lieutenant, Harold evinced an interest in this murder almost from the beginning, or from the point where it was announced that the boy had been arrested, when it became plain from the newspapers that he was going to be stuck for it. Harold showed a deep sympathy for the boy. It seems that there were certain parallels between his own and the boy's background, a broken home, an alcoholic father, etc. I never knew what was in his mind, of course. He came to my office several times, and we sat and discussed the murder. His interest, he said, was purely academic. He asked me my opinion on various aspects of the old man's death, how it might have been inflicted. There had been a rather lengthy and penetrating story about the old man's injuries in the paper. Harold asked me if I thought a lead pipe could have done it. Well, from the manner in which the papers described the old man's skull being crushed, I said no, that it seemed to me that a hammer had to be the more logical weapon. We talked about it at great length. He studied the pictures, conjecturing upon the way the old man had fallen, that it must have been from a chair, and so on. I went along with him on these things, never dreaming what was in his mind, because I thought it was a good thing for him. He seemed to be occupying his mind so fully. I never dreamed. He claims that the old man poisoned his dog. His dog did die, but he never told me how. It was an old dog. It could have simply been from old age. Then you think that this is all just a noble gesture on his part? I think that's fairly obvious. Would you talk to him, Doctor? Certainly. Glennon had been expecting him. He was not surprised when the cell door swung back and the doctor came in. The doctor sat down on the cot with Glennon. The latter seemed amused. "Harold, what is all this?" the doctor asked. "It's true, Bob," Glennon said. "Don't tell me it's true. I know what's in your mind. You just want to help this boy." "I killed that old man." "Are you insane? Do you know that you've got Costa almost believing your story? You've got to repudiate it before it's too late." "I don't want that boy to die for what I did." "You don't want that boy to die, period. He might be a murderer, Hal. You might be sending him out into society to kill again. He's not a murderer. Suppose I told you that your diagnosis was not complete, that further studies might show that there is nothing wrong with your heart. I would say you were trying to trick me. I'm not trying to trick you. Of course you are, Bob. You've got to believe me, Hal," the doctor said, his voice intense, filled with heat. "How do you expect me to believe that when even now, at this moment, I can feel the pain in my breast?" "Give us more time." "Time is the one thing I don't have anymore," Glennon said. "You say to me that I'm sending a criminal out upon society to possibly murder again. Well, aren't you attempting to do the same thing? I'm a murderer." "I don't believe you. You're not capable of such a thing." "Costa thinks I am." "He's beginning to. This is all very noble, Hal. It's almost commendable, but you can't do it." "Is it so difficult to believe? Perhaps you didn't know me as well as you thought, Bob. Why did you ask me all those questions about the murder, then?" "I'll tell you why. Because I knew no one would believe me. You see, I was quite out of my mind when I began hitting the old man. All I remember is wandering about the street with a hammer in my hand. I literally had to find out what I had done, and how, before I went to the police." The doctor frowned, his eyes falling. Later, after the doctor had gone and Glennon was lying on his cot, he thought, "Yes, now even he believes it. That last thing convinced him. Gradually, they're all going to believe it. And then that boy will have his second chance. God knows I'm doing the right thing. What does it matter how a man dies?" "Dom?" Sergeant Clifford said from the doorway. Costa looked up. "I've got something that'll interest you." He opened the door all the way, and a woman, a blonde in her 40s but still attractive, walked in, shyly, uncertain, afraid. "Sit down here, Mrs. Wainwright. This is Lieutenant Costa. He wants to hear what you told me." The woman sat on the edge of the chair, holding her purse against her. Her eyes were rueful, nervous. "I was the woman," she said abruptly. "Willie Bradford was with me that night. I should have told before. I wanted to, but I was afraid. My husband, he's kind of crazy. But I don't want the kid to—" "He was with you that night?" Costa asked. She began to sob, nodding her head. Yes. I don't care if my husband knows. I mean, I do care. But what can I do? What is a woman supposed to do?" "It's all right," Costa said. "Your husband need never know, now." "Glennon?" Costa said. Glennon stood up, staring at the lieutenant. "It might please you to know," Costa said, "that the DA is moving to have you indicted." Glennon nodded. "Of course," he said. "Why not? Willie Bradford went home this morning." Glennon smiled, bitterly, triumphant. "His story finally checked out," Costa said. Glennon's smile stopped. "What do you mean?" "The woman finally came forward." Costa knew then saw it in the one unguarded instant that Glennon permitted, the twitch of smile, the flatness and flash of shock that came into his eyes. "Is there something you'd like to tell me now?" Costa asked. Glennon's eyes fell. He turned around, staring reflectively at the concrete walls, the cot, the small barred window beyond which the gray twilight lay soft, attentive. Inaudibly he sighed. He turned back to Costa. Their eyes met for a moment, then Glennon's fell. "No," he said. Costa went back to his office. He sat down behind his desk and grimaced. Go ahead and become a cop, he thought, bitter and ironic. You have a murder, and for it you have one person all but convicted, and another confessing. You end with the murder still unsolved, and an innocent man going nobly to the electric chair, figuring he's going to die soon anyway, and so it makes no difference. The newspapers will be happy, and the public will be happy, and most of all, the DA will be happy. And the day after this innocent man dies, we'll probably find the real murderer, and I personally will smash his head open to see if he has a conscience. On the night that Harold Glennon was to walk to the electric chair, Dr. Franklin sat with his wife, watching the clock, fondling a glass of brandy. I was the only one who came to say goodbye, the doctor said. I told Hal I still was unconvinced by that story of his. What did he say? His wife asked. He didn't say anything. He merely gave me an odd smile and turned away. You didn't tell him the truth, then? No. It would have been useless and cruel. How did the doctors in the prison find out? His wife asked. You never did tell me. I spoke to one of them. It seems Hal took ill just a week ago, violently ill. Because his pain was really bad, he was hospitalized and he consented to extensive x-rays and tests, and because the pain was more localized than it had ever been, they were able to find he had stones in his gallbladder and in the ducts. That apparently had been his trouble all along. After the stones were removed, the symptoms, of course, disappeared. Hal never had anything wrong with his heart, so that noble gesture of his was nothing but a tragic, unnecessary sacrifice. The poor guy. If he'd only have given me more time, I'd have found out what the prison doctors learned too late. Fiesta Time by Douglas Campbell. When I first saw her, I liked what I saw, but I saw trouble too. After years of trying to dodge it, you develop a kind of sixth sense in detecting it. Trouble, I mean. Maybe it was just because she was beautiful, and a beautiful girl spells trouble 9 times out of 10. Or maybe it was because she seemed like she was in trouble. She was alone and looked lost, because she kept looking around, searching for something or somebody. This was on the Avenida de los Santos, on the first night of the Fiesta del Novio. This festival of the young bull I'd never quite understood, although I'd been on the island 4 years. It was a pagan celebration, I'm sure. Undoubtedly, it had some special significance only a native could understand. All I knew was that it brought everybody out, especially the pretty young señoritas, a sight I enjoyed. Then, all of a sudden, there she was, in the middle of everybody. She was wearing a tailored white suit in the middle of flashing reds and greens and glowing blacks and yellows, being pushed and shoved around like a little boat in stormy waters. Only she wasn't a señorita. She was a miss, a product of the USA, one of ours. It seemed gentlemanly as well as enterprising to go over and try to help her out. I fought my way across the Avenida, giving as much as I took in the way of good-natured mayhem. Since she wasn't making very much progress, she was easy to catch. "Hi, American lady," I yelled as I grabbed her elbow. She evidently thought I was after her purse, the way she pulled her elbow out of my grip and whirled on me. But I guess my homely, freckled, honest American face put in a good word for me. She just stood there silently. "You look like you need a convoy," I told her. "Can I escort you anywhere?" I'm not going anywhere especially, she said. Then let me get you out of this mob, I suggested. She seemed agreeable to that. I took the same elbow that had been yanked away from me, and this time she let me. I led the way and took the punishment. After maybe 10 minutes of struggle, I got to where I wanted to go. The Casa Briosa was usually pretty quiet, even during Fiesta time, and it looked that way now. How about sitting down and having a cool drink? I asked her. The Casa Briosa is nothing but a bar, and it's small. 40 customers would jam-pack it. It has candlelight, good liquor, and interesting murals. It also has a fat bartender and 2 grinning waiters, all 3 of whom speak English. With her approval, I ordered a pair of cool rum drinks. My name is Pete Lansing, I told her. I'm Elise Martellon, she answered absently. Well, that's a pretty fancy name, I said. But you're American, aren't you? Yes. She didn't seem anxious for conversation. She kept looking all around, the same way she'd done out on the street, searching for somebody or something. But it gave me a chance to stare at her. At those close quarters, I confirmed my first impression that she was beautiful. She was a blonde, not the bright yellow kind, but the softer honey variety, and her hair was fashionably short. Cool green eyes, straight aristocratic nose, lips neither too thin or too full, skin well cared for and tanned, but not burnt. This Elise Martellon looked like a lady. After the drinks arrived, I couldn't control my curiosity any longer. You expecting to meet somebody? I asked her. Not exactly. All of a sudden, she stopped her searching. But she still didn't pay attention to me. She stared down at her drink. I'm pretty well acquainted around here, I said. Maybe I can help you. For some reason, that remark of mine got a quick response from her. Do you know Sheila Ramey? She asked me suddenly. I'm glad it was a female she seemed to be hunting for rather than a man. Sheila Ramey, I repeated. Seems I've heard the name, but I can't be sure. You're a resident, aren't you? She pursued quickly. I mean, you live here on this island, don't you? I guess you can say I live here, I admitted. Off and on for the last 4 years, anyway. Then you were here last year at this time? I must have been. Well, Sheila Ramey was here then. She was here on this island a year ago. I know because I received a postcard from her, and she mentioned this Fiesta. I waited for her to continue the explanation, but Elise broke off there. She was glancing around again, and this time there was a real funny look in her eyes. This is the Casa Briosa, did you say? She asked me. That's right. I'm sure Sheila mentioned this place, and that proves she was here, doesn't it? I mean, there can't be a Casa Briosa on every island in the Caribbean. No, I don't imagine there is. Then she had to have been on this island. Of course, she could have left here and gone somewhere else, but this is the last place I'm certain she was. Now you've lost me, I said. She started searching again, but this time it was my face she looked at. I let her look for a minute or so, trying to be nonchalant. I hope I can trust you, she said finally. Well, sure. I'll have to trust you. There's nobody else. Do you want to hear my problem? You bet. She sipped occasionally at her drink while she told me. I'm originally from Ohio, but I've been in New York for the last several years, modeling, a little bit of television work, just enough to get by on. From the clothes, I said jokingly, I had you picked for an heiress. She smiled just a little. I get discounts, she said. Is Elise Martellon your real name? Yes, it happens to be. But now that you know I'm not an heiress, Mr. Lansing, do you want to leave? Why should I? I'm already in my favorite bar, and the name's Pete. She didn't return the favor. Do you want to hear about Sheila Ramey? She asked. Sure I do. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine. Sheila Ramey was my friend. We shared a little apartment in New York for almost 2 years. Then Sheila took a vacation, a Caribbean cruise. She wanted me to go along. But I had some modeling commitments at the time that I couldn't afford to pass up. So Sheila went alone. This island was on her itinerary. She sent me a postcard from every place she stopped. Her last postcard was from here. She stopped and stared down into her glass. The top of her head was glistening gold in the candlelight. "Is that all?" I asked her. "Just about all. I never saw or heard from Sheila after that." I asked the obvious question. "Did you report the disappearance to the police?" "To the State Department. They handled it. I don't know what routine they went through, but they didn't find Sheila." "And so you came down here, to the last place where you knew she'd been, to look for her?" She glanced up at me. "Does it sound silly?" she asked. "I don't know. Depends on how good a friend of yours this Sheila was." "She was a very good friend. But there's more to it than that. Sometimes I have the feeling that something awful must have happened to her. Then at other times I get the notion that maybe Sheila disappeared deliberately. Maybe she found something here, or met someone. The lure of the islands, huh?" I offered her a cigarette, but she refused. "There is a certain fascination about this area." "Is that why you're here, Mr. Lansing?" This seemed a time for an exchange of confidences. "Life is easier and slower down here," I admitted. "I'm lazy and earthy, I guess, but I've grown to like it." Sheila might have felt the same way. "But there's one difference," I pointed out. "The State Department knows where I am. I didn't disappear or go into hiding." "Well, now you know my problem, Mr. Lansing," she said. "The name's Pete." "That's my problem, Pete." I ordered 2 more of those cool rum drinks. Things at Fiesta time never get started till late afternoon at the earliest. When I had breakfast with Elise at her hotel, the Casa del Mar, at high noon, the place was just about deserted and the few people around looked sleepy. But Elise wanted to get a head start, and spending the whole afternoon and evening with her was all right with me. The girl looked even more gorgeous in the daylight. She seemed to like white. She was wearing a white blouse and white Jamaica shorts. She had a model's legs, slim and curvy, and nicely, moderately tanned. We began with a general layout of the island. I'd rented a car, and we made the complete circuit of the coastal road. "What's in the middle?" Elise wanted to know, immediately. "About half is uncleared jungle," I said. "The other half is farmland. Sugar is the principal crop. There are a few villages in that part." "What's in the jungle? Trees, vines, undergrowth, insects, and reptiles? No people?" "I don't think any people live in the jungle, but they make excursions into it, hunting mostly, I guess. Then there are a few voodoo devotees. They go into the jungle for their voodoo rites." I pulled off the road a little and stopped the car. To our right was the beach, utterly deserted, running down about 50 yards to meet the waves. To our left, maybe about 10 yards away, was a green wall. "Take a good look at it," I said, pointing. "There are no roads in the jungle, only paths, and they're overgrown. You have to use a machete if you want to go in there." But her mind was on what I'd said before. "I've read a little about voodoo. They practice it on these islands, don't they?" "More or less. What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking about Sheila, of course." "What picture do you get? A New York model turning into a voodoo priestess?" "You're making a joke of this, Pete." "I'm sorry if it sounds like that. Maybe I just don't like the looks of that jungle, and I'm trying to forestall your suggesting that we search in there for Sheila." "But what about the voodoo?" "American tourists usually don't get mixed up with voodoo. It's a private little game the natives play among themselves." "Do you believe in it yourself?" "Oh, I've heard some weird stories, but I've lived here 4 years, and I haven't had any direct contact with it."
Elise was thoughtful as I started the car again and drove on. It was a mistake to begin with this tour, I decided. I'd intended to emphasize the beauty of the beaches and the ocean, maybe get her out of her slightly morbid mood. I shouldn't have mentioned the voodoo business. I could see that. We hummed along the coast road, passing a truck now and then, but no other cars. The breeze was fresh and clean, filled with the tang of salt. I stole a glance at my girl now and then. The breeze mussed up her short-cropped blonde hair entrancingly, but her profile looked serious. "Do you swim?" I asked her.
"A little."
"Have you ever modeled swimming suits?"
"Now and then."
"I'll bet you look good in a swimsuit."
"I suppose."
"When are you going to give me a chance to see?"
"Do you think we'd find Sheila lolling on a beach somewhere?"
Okay, I said. Business before pleasure. We went back to town, and I showed her all I could by car. I pointed out the nice buildings, the hotels and clubs, the government places, the residential section where the wealthy landowners and the foreign businessmen lived. Then the modern housing development for better-paid white-collar workers. Finally, the squalid native quarter, through the few streets wide enough for the car anyway. "You see, there's not a whole lot of it," I said. "I presume this Sheila must have been pretty good-looking if she was a model. So I had the feeling it would be kind of hard for a good-looking American girl to get lost on this island without somebody's knowing about it."
"So you don't think she's here?"
"I doubt it."
"You think I shouldn't bother?"
"Oh, no, I want you to search. I certainly don't want you to hop on a plane and fly away. At least not till we get to know each other a little better."
"Pete," she chided. But each time she chided, she did it a little more softly. "You're still not taking my problem seriously." The streets were beginning to fill up with revelers by this time. I suggested we have dinner, and then go around the night spots. "Did Sheila have a voice?" I asked. "Maybe she's singing with a native combo down here." I said it in jest, but it interested Elise. "Sheila had a nice singing voice," she said, "and a good speaking voice, too. She wanted to be an actress more than anything else."
"The opportunity for acting is limited down here," I said. But we had dinner and made the round of the spots, which was what I would have wanted to do anyway, even if there had been no Sheila Ramey. I dropped Elise at the Casa del Mar to change, returned the car, and went back to my own flea trap to put on a suit. When I met her again in the hotel lobby, she was wearing a cool-looking, sort of filmy white dress. Every time I saw her, I thought to myself, she looked more beautiful. This time it was her shoulders that were on display, and they were flawless, smooth and tanned. We had seafood, rather hurriedly, since the dining room was crowded and noisy. Then we braved the street. Elise held tight to my arm, and the feel of her there, always close beside me, was good. I'd miss her when she took that eventual plane. We wandered for a couple of hours at least. Got involved in a couple of street dances, the kind where somebody grabs your hand and you're in a snake line whether you want to be or not. Once Elise got taken away from me by a big guy who must have been pretty handsome behind his mask, and it was 5 minutes and almost a fight before I got her back. It was 10 o'clock, or after, when we found ourselves at the far end of the square where the crowd was a little thinner, and there was a line of tents against one of the big buildings. It was probably the American influence, having tents for the concessions, sort of like a circus or a sideshow. Elise looked pretty tired by this time, and the white dress was almost a wreck. "What's the big tent?" she asked me. "Used to be the puppet show." "Think we could go inside and sit down for a little while?" Her wish was my command. I paid the admission price, and we went in. The whole tent was maybe 20 feet square, hot, and jammed with people, but for the moment it was a haven of safety and rest. Most of the spectators were sitting on long wooden benches, just old people and kids.
The age groups who were looking for romance were all outside, but these people in here were quite engrossed with what was transpiring on the little stage at the far end of the tent. There was so much noise from outside that you could hardly hear the dialogue of the play, but the spectators seemed to be enjoying every word. As far as I was concerned, it didn't matter. Besides the fact that the dialogue was in Spanish, which I still am not perfect at, I was standing there beside a beautiful girl. So what did I care about what those foot-high wooden puppets had to say? But I saw that Elise was watching the performance. We were hemmed in so that we had to stand close together. I was grateful for Elise's fragrance because it prevailed over the garlic and other smells, and I found we were still holding hands. We'd come into the tent that way, and Elise must have forgotten and left her hand there in mine. I was grateful for that, too. And then, suddenly, her hand was squeezing mine, with a strength I'd never felt in a girl's hand before. Then I heard her whisper, "Pete, that's Sheila's voice." I wasn't very alert or imaginative. "What? Where?" "One of those puppets is talking in Sheila's voice." "You sure?" I still didn't catch the drift. "Don't you understand? Sheila must be behind that stage." It was Elise who led the way this time, out of the tent and then around it. It was dark in the rear, and there was nobody around. By the time I realized that Elise was hunting for the tent flap, she'd found it, and had dragged me in behind her. The place where we found ourselves was dimly lighted, and I got only a hazy impression of it at first. It was a narrow, oblong space, separated from the rest of the tent by another canvas wall which formed the rear of the stage. The actors, the human actors, that is, who supplied the voices and pulled the strings on the puppets, were hidden from us, up there in the shadows on a wooden scaffolding called a puppeteer's bridge, high above and behind the stage. Elise was ready to start up the ladder which led to the scaffolding when I stopped her. I'd seen where the dim light was coming from, and I pulled her back down in a hurry. "Look there," I told her. The things were sitting here on a little shelf. 7 skulls. 7 human skulls, I might add. And inside each one was a candle. 7 candles burning inside 7 human skulls. That's where the light was coming from. I don't scare easily, but those skulls startled me and scared me. I was ashamedly aware of a cold little shudder of fear running up and down my spine. Yes, fear. And I guess she experienced it too. I felt the echo of her trembling as it passed down through her arm and hand into mine. "Pete," she whispered. Maybe I felt the need at the moment to show her I was a big, brave man. I walked over a couple of steps and touched one of the skulls with one finger. It certainly seemed hard and solid. "These are for real," I said. "They're not Halloween papier-mâché." She didn't want to be left alone. She followed me over and grabbed onto me with both hands. "What are they for, Pete?" she asked. "You've got me," I admitted. "Was your friend Sheila the bohemian type who liked unusual candle holders?" She'd forgotten Sheila for a minute. Now she looked upward again, toward the puppeteer's bridge, listening. "I heard her voice again," she said. "It's Sheila's voice. I'd recognize it anywhere. I know she's up there." Then Elise looked back at the skulls, and her face was pale. I could just about tell what she was thinking. "I found Sheila, but what's Sheila mixed up with?" "Pete, what'll we do?" I was recovering from my little fright by that time. "Well," I answered, "I don't suggest that you blunder up there in the dark and interrupt Sheila's performance. Why don't we just wait here till it's over and ask her what this is all about?" Elise nodded. She wasn't leading the way any longer, but was obviously grateful to have someone to lean on. Her hands were like 2 vices hanging onto my arm. "I feel kind of sick," she said. "We can wait outside," I said. "No, I'll be all right. I don't want to take any chances of missing Sheila." Finally, she looked up into my face. "Pete, Those skulls. It isn't voodoo, is it? Honey, I said, I'm no expert on the subject, but all I've ever heard of is sticking pins in dolls. I don't know how long we stood there in that eerie light of those jack-o'-lantern skulls. Elise stayed close to me, but we didn't talk anymore. We kept our thoughts to ourselves. My own were just plain confused. Meanwhile, judging from the noise, the fiesta continued out in the square, and in the main part of the tent the puppet show went on. Several different voices emanated from the puppeteer's bridge, maybe half a dozen or so, 2 or 3 of them feminine. I had no idea which one was supposed to belong to the missing Sheila Ramey. Then, finally, after what seemed an eternity in that stuffy little space shared with those 7 skulls, the performance came to an end. We heard the applause of the spectators, which was considerable and sounded genuine. That was followed by a general hubbub, which must have been the audience leaving the tent. And finally there was a noise from the puppeteer's bridge above us, and the ladder began to shake as someone started to descend. We waited tensely. I thought Elise was going to break the bones in my left hand with her grip. We saw a pair of legs descending, but they were certainly no pretty model's legs. They seemed to belong to a man, and they were encased in a pair of grimy, army-tan trousers. His back was toward us, so he didn't see us as he came down the rest of the way. He was a little guy, not over 5'6". There were the trousers, then a faded blue shirt just as filthy, and lastly the man's head, too large for his body, and made to seem even larger by an abundance of thick curly hair, black, speckled with gray. He obviously didn't know he had visitors because there was real surprise on his face when he got to the bottom of the ladder and turned around. The surprise was quickly followed by some other emotion, either suspicion or fear. Then he recovered from that, too, smiled and bowed toward us. But even with a smile on it, I didn't like his face. It was almost perfectly round, and the cheeks were sort of puffed out and red, almost as if they were rouged. The lips were full and looked painted on, redder than the cheeks. The eyes were large, bright, and jet black under bushy eyebrows. Maybe it was the eyebrows that had made him look surprised. The hairs in them seemed to grow straight up and out. His vivid coloring gave him a doll face, but not a friendly doll, more like a pixie or a gnome. The guy was sweating profusely. His face gleamed in the candlelight. "Good evening, people," he said. His voice had artificial inflections in it. He talked as if he were reciting dialogue for one of those puppets. Except now, for our benefit, he spoke English. Elise must have been calmer than she'd seemed, and she must have felt the same wariness of this guy that I felt, because she didn't bust out with the question I thought she would bust out with. "Where's Sheila Ramey?" Instead, her question was careful. "Where are the other actors?" The fellow looked puzzled, uncomprehending. Elise proceeded on the same cautious tack. "We saw your show out front and heard all the different voices, and we wondered how many people it took to run a show like that. I mean, pull all the strings and make all the different voices." I think the guy was fooled. He recognized the compliment in the question. So he bowed again, lower this time, and grinned broader. "I am the actor," he announced proudly. Watching Elise, I saw her falter. I saw the question she was asking herself. Could she have been mistaken about that voice? But she didn't panic. Instead, her next question was just as careful as the others. "Do you mean to say that you speak in all those different voices?" "Why, some of them are even women's voices." The man shrugged, still looking pleased. "I am all the voices. It is all me." Elise was floundering in confusion now. I stepped in to try to cover for her. "It's marvelous," I said. "You put on a great show." "Thank you," the man answered, this time with a bow that went almost to the floor. Then nobody said anything for a minute. The man seemed to be waiting for us to bid him a polite farewell. But Elise wasn't ready to go. She was staring at the guy, and maybe she was getting ready to blurt out an unwise question.
Maybe my question wasn't so wise either.
"What are the skulls for?" I asked our genial host. But he took it in stride. He didn't show surprise, as he had when he first found us there.
"Those are real skulls," he said.
"Yes, I know that," I told him.
"But what do you do with them?"
He appeared suddenly embarrassed. He gazed down at the floor, and his face seemed to get even redder. The guy looked just like one of his puppets, with the same highly colored face and the same overdone, artificial expressions. Kind of weird. "You will not laugh?" he asked me. "Of course not." "Well then, I am a superstitious man, you see. I believe that a skull is good luck. So I have collected these from all over the world. Sometimes I have found them, sometimes I have bought them, and they have brought me good luck, too."
"All over the world, huh?" I repeated.
"Yes," he said proudly. "I have performed my puppets on every continent. My name is Trinculo." He said the name proudly, as though it were a familiar one. I told him our names. "Interesting," he said. "You are both Americans?" "That's right." "I am very fond of Americans." He bowed. "Will you excuse me, please, for a moment?" I said we would, and we watched him while he went through a strange ritual. He went over to the skulls, and, one by one, he extinguished the candles. He did it by the simple process of putting a hand over the holes in each skull. Deprived of oxygen, the candles simply went out. When he took his hand away again, the holes were pits of blackness. He went about his task with a certain reverence, like an acolyte at an altar. The little room grew gradually darker as each candle flame died, till suddenly, with the last one, there was total darkness. Elise and I were still holding hands, and she squeezed my hand with real urgency then. I was afraid she was going to scream or rush for the exit or something. But after a moment, our friend Trinculo struck a match and lighted a small kerosene lantern. The lantern didn't give much illumination, but I must admit it was comforting. "I guess we'd better go now," I suggested helpfully. But that Elise, after being scared half to death, not once but several times in this place, still had spunk. "Mr. Trinculo," she said, "could we see your stage and your puppets before we go? Those puppets just fascinated me. They were so terribly lifelike." Maybe the little man liked to show off, or maybe he figured it was the only way to get rid of us. Anyway, he walked over, pulled back the canvas flap that was the backdrop of his stage, and motioned us to climb up on the platform itself. The platform was about 3 feet high, and there were no steps. I helped Elise and then heaved myself up. Our host followed us with an acrobat's agility, leaping up the 3 feet with one graceful bound. We were out in the auditorium part of the tent now, where there was more light, and we were right among the puppets. They were all lined up in a row. Maybe they'd taken a curtain call that way. But they were larger than I'd first estimated, almost 2 feet high, and they were carved with considerable skill. The faces were brightly painted, of course, but they were very human-looking. Trinculo was explaining something or other, but I didn't listen. I'd been struck by the coincidence. There were 7 puppets. 7 puppets and 7 skulls. Before I thought twice about it, I pointed out the fact to Trinculo. He only grinned. "I have told you, Mr. Lansing," he explained, "that I am a superstitious man. 7 is a very lucky number." Elise wasn't listening to either of us. She was kneeling on the floor in front of one of the puppets, a girl puppet with a black wig and blue painted eyes, and there was the strangest expression on Elise's face. Trinculo favored us with a brief lecture on how he manipulated the strings to make the puppets move. I tried to listen, to cover up Elise's obvious inattention. Then, at the first opportunity, I thanked Trinculo and said we really had to go. Elise didn't demur this time, and in another minute we'd rushed out of the tent and back into the square, which was still rather full of people. Elise led the way, pushing through the throng, till we were a couple of blocks away from the puppet theater. Then she stopped suddenly, right in the middle of the crowd, and turned her face up to mine. "Pete," she said, "I want to tell you. I've got to tell you." "What, honey?" "That one puppet looked just like Sheila." At breakfast the next morning, Elise seemed different, a little drawn and haggard, as if she hadn't slept well. But there was a grim purpose in her. She was puzzled and frightened, but more determined than ever. She showed me the picture. It was more than a snapshot. It was rather a miniature portrait, a commercially tinted photograph, a glamour shot. It displayed a very attractive girl with bare shoulders, and the girl had black hair and blue eyes. "This is Sheila," Elise told me. I studied the photo. Sheila was some dish. "Doesn't it look exactly like that puppet?" "Honey, I didn't take a real look at the puppet, and a photograph isn't always completely accurate. I'll have to take your word for it." "Well, take my word for it, then," she said a little impatiently. "All right," I said, "but the question is, what do we do about it?" And that was the question we spent the whole day discussing. Walking the almost empty streets in the morning, and then lying on the beach all afternoon. Elise was predictably lovely in a swimming suit. She wore a white knit one-piece job that clung nicely without being too emphatic. I was supposed to be concentrating on Sheila Ramey, thinking about a missing girl rather than the one I had in the flesh. With Sheila, however, I didn't make much more progress than I did with Elise. We came to only one really definite conclusion. There was no use going to the police. Because a puppet looked and talked like Sheila, we couldn't prove that it had anything specific to do with her disappearance. I assured Elise that the local constabulary would laugh in our faces if we went to them with a story like ours. The only thing to do, then, was to deal with Trinculo directly, but also indirectly. We couldn't accuse him of anything, because we not only had no proof, but we didn't know exactly what to accuse him of. The problem was first to uncover the facts. Of course, Elise's imagination went toward the macabre. "This is a voodoo island," she said. "Honey, I've been around here 4 years, and I've never heard this place referred to as a voodoo island." "But you've also admitted that you're no expert on voodoo." All right. When you put together the fact that Sheila was last heard from on this island, and the fact that the puppet resembles and sounds like her, it's a strange coincidence, to say the least. But, honey, there's still a possibility that your imagination is working overtime. You have Sheila on your mind, so your imagination is caught by a voice and a puppet's face, and you come up with an image of Sheila. Pete, if you're not going to give me credit for having my sanity, there's no point in talking about it. Honey, I told her, I'll talk about it with you as long as you want to talk, and I'll go anywhere and do anything you say. Pretty strong words, but I meant them. Maybe it was my sanity that should have been questioned. I was falling in love. We returned to the puppet theater that night. We repeated our procedure of the previous evening. We watched the show for a while. Elise concentrated on the black-haired, blue-eyed puppet's performance, and whispered to me that she was more certain than ever about the resemblance to Sheila, plus the fact that she was also sure it was that same puppet who spoke with Sheila's voice. When it seemed as if the show was approaching its end, we hurried around to the rear and entered uninvited again. Everything was the same as before, including the 7 illuminated skulls. We had no plan of how to approach Trinculo, no prepared excuse for this second visit. It was going to be strictly ad lib. For a few moments we just stood around waiting. Then, finally, I got something resembling an idea. I didn't consult Elise, and I couldn't predict where my action was going to lead. Action was preferable to talk, I suddenly decided, so I just went ahead and did it. I walked over to the row of skulls. I leaned over, and I blew out one of the candles. The result was quick and dramatic. The flow of Spanish dialogue in several voices, all emanating from Trinculo up there on his puppeteer's bridge. Had been going on all the time, of course. But now something happened to it. It wasn't quite as easy to follow in Spanish, but it was clear enough to be pretty definite. One of the voices changed perceptibly. Trinculo stuttered. He stammered. He hesitated, cleared his throat. But he couldn't recapture the original voice. I don't know what he did to cover up. Maybe he invented some last-minute changes in dialogue, or put in some cover-up capers. The performance soon came to an end. There was the usual applause from the audience. Then, much sooner, and much more swiftly than on the previous evening, Trinculo came tumbling down the ladder from the puppeteer's bridge. I think he looked at the skulls before he looked at us, and of course he noticed the extinguished candle. He said something which was probably a curse, but it wasn't in either English or Spanish. I had a glib explanation ready for him. "I want to apologize, Mr. Trinculo, for being so careless. When we came in, the wind must have come in with us and blown out that candle." His eyes turned toward us then. His expression was inscrutable, and I couldn't tell whether he had accepted my version of the incident or not. But he very quickly resumed his customary politeness. This time, he lighted his kerosene lantern first, then took care of the 6 candles still burning inside the skulls. His ritual completed, he attended to us. "You are back so soon, kind people." "This is the most fascinating place in town, Mr. Trinculo." "I am flattered. I have performed before kings, but I am always pleased when Americans are interested in my work. Americans are such practical people, very difficult to impress. Will you stay a while? Will you have a cup of tea with me?" I don't particularly like tea, but if drinking tea provided an excuse to hang around, we'd take it. I told him we'd be delighted. The first thing he did was to produce several little folding camp stools from an obscure corner. We sat down. Then he lighted a tiny kerosene stove and put a kettle of water on to brew. While the tea brewed, he talked about his travels. It was interesting enough. He didn't once mention, however, why he should have had difficulty in his performance just because I'd blown out one of his candles, and I didn't challenge him with it. When the water boiled, he sprinkled in some tea, let it steep for a while, then poured 3 cups. Then he produced a bottle, uncorked it, and poised it over the cups. "I have acquired a taste for rum on this island," he explained. "Would you like some?" I could find no reason to refuse, and Elise didn't speak up. I told him to go ahead and pour. The concoction didn't taste too bad. Sitting there drinking rum tea with our host also had the advantage of creating a congenial atmosphere. "May I say something very bold?" he asked after a time. "Like what?" I asked him. "It concerns the señorita," he answered, nodding toward Elise. "What about her?" "I wanted to say that she is extremely beautiful." "Pal," I said, "I couldn't agree with you more." His doll's eyes twinkled. He had recovered from his annoyance concerning the candle. "Ah, I see it all now," he said. "You like her very much." "You're a mind-reader, Mr. Trinculo." "I'm not a blind man." "I haven't told her about it, so you'll be the first to know. I like her. And it is the señorita who is fascinated by my puppets. You come along to be with her." "I'll be frank," I said. "I am more interested in Elise than I am in your puppets." He turned toward Elise, his large eyes wide and completely innocent. "The question remains, then, why is the señorita so interested in my puppets?" I didn't say anything. I left the answer up to Elise. She could have avoided the issue. She was clever enough to think of something. But I guess she didn't want to avoid it any more. Her imagination had built up too many gruesome possibilities, and she wanted some facts. "Mr. Trinculo," she said, plunging into it head-on, "I'm interested because one of your puppets looks and talks like a friend of mine named Sheila Ramey." Trinculo didn't even blink. He had such long, black, theatrical lashes that I'm sure I'd have noticed if he had. "That's a coincidence, Miss Martinon," he answered easily. "I think it's a remarkable coincidence," Elise said. Trinculo agreed. "Yes, very remarkable. There are 2 billion people on the earth, and out of all of those, I have made a puppet and given her a voice that makes her resemble your friend. Very strange." "It's even stranger than that," Elise went on. She seemed perfectly in control of herself, logical, calm, unfrightened. So I let her carry the ball. "My friend visited this island just a year ago, at the time of the Fiesta." Trinculo was smart. He could have made a complete denial, but he probably knew I could trip him up if he tried it. "I was here last year myself," he said smoothly. "Now, I wonder—" He seemed to be thinking. He did it by rolling his big eyes upward and pressing his lips hard together. We waited. "I wonder—" He was as smooth as any con man in the game. "Could I have seen her? Could I have observed her? Understand now, I am telling you a trade secret. I model my puppets on real people. An unusual human face, a thrilling voice. Like yourself, Miss Martinon. You are very beautiful. Also, you have a charming voice. Some day I should like to make a puppet that would be a copy of you." "Never mind me, Mr. Trinculo," Elise told him. "When did you make this puppet that resembles Sheila?" She might have trapped him there, but she didn't. "Miss Martinon, you have not told me which puppet that is," he pointed out. "The girl puppet with black hair and blue eyes." "Ah, yes. I call her Stefana. I am very fond of her." "When did you make that puppet?" "She is a new one. Maybe 6 months ago, maybe longer." "Then you might have modeled her after Sheila Ramey?" "It is possible. I will not say that I did not. But you must tell your friend of this. She will be interested, perhaps, to see my puppet." That was his cleverest touch. He was denying complicity in Sheila's disappearance without ever having been accused of it. I could see the indecision in Elise now. Should she make the accusation, or shouldn't she? Should she play it cool and go on wondering what had happened to Sheila? Or should she make a bold attempt to find out by putting this guy Trinculo on the spot? It was a difficult choice to make, and I let her make it. She could call the tune, and if Trinculo was supposed to dance to it, I would crack the whip. "Unfortunately," she said softly, "I can't tell Sheila to come and see your puppet. I haven't seen or heard from her for a year. In fact, the very last I heard from her was a postcard mailed from this island." Trinculo still maintained his look of innocence, but I would have sworn that his eyes narrowed, and he tensed a little. Perhaps a natural defensiveness. "Then it is not so much that you were interested in a certain puppet of mine," he said. "You are really interested in what happened to your friend, and that is why you have come here." "That is why we've come here," Elise admitted. He glanced at Elise and then at me, so wide-eyed, so innocent. I made up my mind about the guy right there, only I still didn't know quite what to do about it. "As well as I can remember," he said, "I never saw your friend in all my life." It was after 2 a.m. when I told Elise good night in the lobby of the Casa del Mar and saw her take the elevator up to her room. She was mentally disturbed, and she looked a little worn out, but she seemed in good physical health. So I was plenty surprised the next morning when I inquired at the desk and was told she'd been taken to the island hospital. I didn't wait to ask about details. The hospital, Santo Cristofero, was a modern establishment right on one of the best beaches. I didn't know much about the place, except that I'd heard it had a fine staff, American-trained doctors and nurses, and was run by the Good Sisters of Charity. It was one of those nuns, cool and efficient in a white habit and a wimple shaped like butterfly wings, who told me I couldn't see Elise. I wasn't a relative, was I? But I was finally allowed to see the doctor, at least, on the strength of my claim that maybe I had some information about how Elise had gotten sick. The doctor was an intern, just out of medical school. He told me that Elise had a raging fever and mild delirium. They hadn't diagnosed the exact trouble as yet, but it was probably one of the several varieties of local fevers. You didn't try for a cure. You just attacked the symptoms and nursed the patient, and he preferred that I didn't see her. Not just yet, anyway. I told him about the rum tea. He was interested at first, but when I admitted that I had drunk it too, without any ill effects, he discounted the tea as an explanation. There didn't seem much else I could do right there and then. I left a phone number where I might be reached. Also, I told him I'd be back later in the day, and I was going to see Elise then, whether he liked it or not. He took that threat with a not very friendly smile. I thought I could accomplish more somewhere else anyway. I went to see the puppet master. Trinculo's tent establishment looked grotesquely out of place in the noon daylight, like Coney Island on a cold day, or like almost any deserted empty theater. I had an awful fear that Trinculo himself had abandoned the premises, but I underestimated the guy. He was peacefully asleep on a cot in the rear. I shouted him awake unceremoniously. He sat up, rubbed his big eyes open, and stared at me questioningly, seemingly without hostility. "Good morning, Mr. Lansing," he muttered rather thickly. He had been sound asleep, all right, or he was the best actor in the world. "It's not a good morning," I said. "It isn't? What have you done to Elise Martaillon?" He blinked stupidly. "Sheila Ramey, now Elise Martaillon. I have done nothing to her. She is not here. Look around and see for yourself." "I didn't say she was here. I know where she is. She's in the hospital." He looked instantly contrite. "I am very sorry to hear that." "I'll bet you are." He stood up slowly. He didn't come any higher than my shoulder. He crossed over to where there was a bowl and a pitcher, and he splashed water in his face, then dried off with a dirty towel. Then he answered me. "What are you accusing me of this time, Mr. Lansing?" "Of sending Elise to the hospital." "But how?" "I don't know exactly how, but either with that rum tea or some kind of a curse." He smiled, and I don't think he realized how close he came at that moment to getting floored with a fist in his face. I held back only because I didn't know how it might affect Elise if I hit him. "As for the tea, Mr. Lansing, you and I both drank the same tea, and we are not ill." He sat down on a camp stool. "What about the curse?" "If it wasn't for the fact that the beautiful senorita is in the hospital, I would laugh at that idea of yours, Mr. Lansing." But he wasn't going to evade the issue this time, and I think he knew it. He was stalling only as a matter of principle. "Look, pal," I said, "let's don't play games anymore. I've got a pretty fair idea of how you operate. You can supply the details for yourself, but let's put it this way. You're responsible for the disappearance of Sheila Ramey. You killed her. One of those 7 skulls used to belong to her. You used those skulls in your act in some way. The wind didn't blow out the candle last night, Trinculo. I blew it out myself, just to see what would happen. And something did happen. The very second the candle went out. It upset your show. It adds up in a funny way, but it all adds up. Sheila Ramey disappeared. You have a puppet that looks like her, and you have her voice. Probably, and maybe a laboratory could prove this, you also have her skull." He was gazing at me serenely, but his eyes were cold, like a reptile's. "You realize, Mr. Lansing," he said, "what a fantastic story that is." "Maybe. And you must also realize that you have no proof for any of this. Don't forget the laboratory, pal. They can prove quite a few things in a laboratory." He wasn't quite as sure of himself as he pretended to be. The laboratory possibility worried him. "So what do you intend to do, Mr. Lansing?" he asked. "Take all 7 of my skulls and try to prove that one of them belonged to Sheila Ramey?" "If Elise weren't in the hospital, that's exactly what I'd do. But Elise means more to me than some other girl I've never seen. And she also means more to me than putting you out of business. So I'm ready to make a deal. You take your curse off Elise. She and I will head back for the States, and we'll call the whole thing square. He didn't try to pretend anymore. There is a difficulty, he said. Supposing I were to promise you that I would lift the curse from Miss Martial. Then supposing that she should suddenly recover from her illness. Surely that would be a kind of proof that I possessed occult powers. That if I had used these powers against Miss Martial, I also used them against Sheila Ramey. That would be admitting murder, Mr. Lansing. I told you we'd forget about Sheila Ramey. Even if I practically confessed to her murder? I lost patience with him then. I slipped my hand inside my jacket and took out my .38 automatic. I pointed the thing at him. Let's get clear on one thing, I said to him. If there's one murder I wouldn't mind committing, it's yours. But I didn't scare him as much as I'd hoped. In fact, he scared me. Be careful with that gun, Mr. Lansing, he said. I hold the girl you love in the palm of my hand. If something happens to me, she will lose the support of my hand. If you kill me, Elise Martial will certainly die. It will also work the other way around, I told him. If Elise dies, I will most certainly kill you. We stared at each other for a long time then. Trinculo was calm, cold, hard, but no calmer, colder, or harder than I was. I could have shot him with no more reluctance than I'd have felt in stepping on an insect. Maybe less. And he realized it. And I realized and accepted the fact that Elise's fate lay entirely with him. We are at an impasse, Mr. Lansing, Trinculo said. We seem to be, I agreed. Do you have any suggestions? None besides the deal I first mentioned. I'm afraid of your deal, Mr. Lansing. I would release your senorita from my curse, as you call it. Both of you would be free. Free to turn against me. I would have only your word that you would not. I'm an old man, Mr. Lansing, and in my many years I've learned not to trust anybody. Then I guess we sit here till doomsday, I said. I pulled up another camp stool and sat down facing him, and I kept my .38 pointing at his round little belly. I admire you, Mr. Lansing, Trinculo said. Can it? No, I am being very sincere. You and your girl both have the admirable quality of persistence. You are both brave, and you are both clever. You have both come very close to guessing my secret, and to guessing what happened to Sheila Ramey. What exactly did happen to her? I will explain it to you, Mr. Lansing, and maybe if you understand, we can find some method of compromise, some solution to our dilemma. I let him talk uninterrupted. I will not explain the core of my secret, Mr. Lansing. I will only explain what I do, not how I do it. I have occult powers, Mr. Lansing. I have learned them bit by bit in all the countries of the world where I have visited. What I know, therefore, is not the voodoo of these islands, nor is it the vampirism of Europe, nor the necromancy of any one country. It is rather a combination of the best features of all these practices, but not merely for its own sake, Mr. Lansing, but rather toward an end. I believed him. He spoke sincerely, passionately. I come from a long line of actors, Mr. Lansing, all of them tall, handsome men, until I came along. And you see what I am. Not quite a dwarf, not quite a gargoyle, and yet not much better. Ugly and misshapen. Certainly not fit for public display, yet with a passion to act, to perform. So I became a puppet master. It was a perfect solution. Puppetry is an art, a great art. But alas. He broke off for a moment, remembering something perhaps, something sad, because his eyes filled with tears. Alas, I was not a great artist. I was not equal to my task. I lacked the versatility, the multiple creativity. An actor plays only one part. A puppeteer must play every part. He must be many actors in one.
and I could not measure up. I was in despair. I would sell my soul for the necessary ability. He blinked away his tears, and they seemed to disappear instantly. The crafty look returned to his face. "Do you comprehend now, Mr. Lansing? To become a great puppeteer, I had to acquire many personalities. And where could I get them except from other people? Do you see how logically the practice of the theatrical art led me to the practice of the black arts? I learned them all, tried them all. At first a kind of hypnosis. With hypnosis I could temporarily borrow a personality. But temporarily was not enough. Borrowing was not enough. I had to have complete permanent possession. I had to steal my personalities. Believe me, I first tried to steal them in gentle ways. But it could not be done. My only recourse was murder, and then just before the body died, I could wrest the soul from it. Do you object, Mr. Lansing, to my using the word soul? It is the best way of saying it. I stole 7 souls in all. They reside now, separated from their bodies, in those 7 skulls. I have only to light those candles, and these souls with their personalities come to life to perform for me, to speak through my mouth. The puppet strings that I pull, you see, extend down to the netherworld of death." I believed him. Elise was in the Santo Cristoforo hospital, so I had to believe him. "And this is what you have been attempting with Elise?" I asked him. "To kill her body and capture her soul?" He shrugged. "Last night," he said, "as I lay here on my cot, and as Miss Martillon lay writhing on her bed in the Casa del Mar, I took a good look at her soul. I do not want it. She is beautiful, Mr. Lansing, but she is not as interesting as you think. I hold on to her now only for self-defense." I could have disputed his appraisal of Elise, but on the other hand, I didn't want to whet his appetite for her. "Which brings me," Trinculo continued, "to the possible compromise between us, Mr. Lansing. I have decided it is your soul that I want." "Me?" This time I was really surprised. "You are an unusual type, Mr. Lansing. Of free soul, I might call you. You are young, vigorous, handsome, a man of considerable talent, resourcefulness, and imagination. And yet you have chosen to abandon your civilization and live the unfettered life of these islands. You would make a fine leading man for my puppet show." I was scared as well as surprised now, but I went along with him. "Then your deal," I said, "is to trade you my soul for hers?" "Yes. How do I know you wouldn't try for both of us?" Trinculo smiled and spread his hands. "Because it is impossible," he explained. "If I could have captured both of you simultaneously, why didn't I do it last night? Remember, you also drank my rum tea, and you did not become ill. No, Mr. Lansing, I can capture only one soul at a time. It is a process requiring several days, or sometimes more than a week if the soul to be captured is strong and resistant, as I estimate yours to be. I must concentrate completely on one soul. I must wrestle it out of its body before the greedy hand of death can defeat me. And out of my own body, my own soul can be in only one other place at one time. It is a contest, Mr. Lansing, which I always win because I am the stronger soul. You see?" I thought silently for a minute. "Well," Trinculo said finally, "what shall it be, Mr. Lansing? You can, with your gun, prevent my capturing Miss Martillon's soul. But as I told you, if I die, she also dies." It wasn't exactly a good deal, but it was the best I could make. "Okay," I said. Trinculo grinned broadly. "Shall we discuss the details over a cup of rum tea?" I escorted Elise to the airport 2 days later. I watched as her plane rolled away smoothly, took to the air, became a mere speck in the sky, disappeared to the north. I found Elise's address in the Manhattan phone book and took a cab. The place was a mediocre apartment building. She's getting by, I thought, but she hasn't made that big success yet. And from my selfish point of view, that was all right. I took the elevator upstairs and knocked at her door. "Who is it?" Her voice came from beyond the door faintly. Elise's voice, however. It thrilled me. I hadn't heard it for such a long time, but I caught the emotion in it. Fear. Poor Elise. She hadn't forgotten the Voodoo Island. "It's Pete Lansing," I called back to her. I heard her footsteps rushing toward the door, and my heart took a big, joyous leap. She was too scared to open the door to just anybody, but she'd open it to me. "I'm coming, Pete," she said. The door opened, but just a few inches, because she'd had the chain on, and in her haste, I guess she forgot to take it off. So we confronted each other for a moment across that chain, through that narrow opening. I saw her smile fade, and her face grow pale. "Trinculo," she gasped. She slammed the door shut before I could stop her, and I heard the lock click. "No!" I shouted back at her. "Elise, darling, you don't understand. Trinculo's body, yes, but it's really me, Pete Lansing. He murdered my body, see? And he tried to wrestle my soul out of it. But I was stronger. I won, and I got his—" But how could you explain a thing like that to a girl through a closed door? To a girl who was so scared that she would not or could not listen. I wandered sadly back down the stairs and out into the street. I walked for a long time, my mind full of thoughts. I loved Elise. I wanted her. I couldn't live without her. But with this body of Trinculo's, how was I ever going to get her? There was a way, of course. Trinculo's way. A Man Called Cuervo, by George Grover Kipp. The fat 50-ish man was waiting in my office when I returned from having a cup of coffee with the red-headed stenographer down the hall. "Welcome to my humble establishment," I quipped. I did not use the word humble erroneously. I'm listed in the Denver Yellow Pages as Major Sergeant, Private Investigator, Hawthorne Building. My name, Major, had been one of my old man's more sickly attempts at humor. I introduced myself and held out my hand. He gripped it flabbily. "I'm Gerald Doane. I want you to find a man named Marvin Blaine." I eased behind my battered desk. "Maybe you'd better give me a rundown on the situation. I'd like to know as much as possible about an assignment before I commit myself." Doane reached into his coat pocket, came out with a picture, and pushed it across my desk. "Not much to tell you, Sergeant. This is what he looked like 7 years ago when he dropped from sight." I studied the picture. Marvin Blaine was longish in the face, bushy-haired, with wide-set eyes and an aquiline nose. 7 years ago? That leaves a lot of cold trail to go over. Haven't you something more recent on the man? Doane drew a slim cigar from his shirt pocket. It was encased in a black band, studded with little gold stars. Privately ordered, a status symbol. I waited until he'd applied the flame with a gold lighter, and exhaled an aromatic cloud. "I heard 3 years ago that he was living in a little town in New Mexico, a place called Agua Verde. I haven't the faintest idea where he went from there." "Agua Verde?" I grunted. "Green water?" Gerald Doane's brow arched. "You speak Spanish?" I shook my head negatively. "Just a few words I remember from my high school days. Green water is a new one on me. Any particular reason you want this Marvin Blaine located?" Doane took another pull on his cigar. "He has a brother who wants to see him. There are only the two of them left, and they parted company with some highly acrimonious remarks 7 years ago. As is usual in such cases, time has tempered the bitterness. Marvin Blaine is almost 60 now, and his brother a few years younger. Either of them could go at any time. As a friend of both men, I'm sort of a go-between. I studied the picture of Marvin Blaine again. It sounds like a standard case. Remorse slowly obliterating anger. Usually happens as people grow older and wiser. I can run down to Agua Verde and snoop around. The tab is $125 a day plus expenses. Gerald Doane leaned forward and stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray on my desk, then withdrew a wallet from inside his coat. He counted out a dozen century notes and one $50 bill. That will take care of the first 10 days. By that time, you should know if you've got any chance of locating Blaine. If things look good, there's more money where that came from. I managed to keep from licking my lips. Where do I find you in case I score on this thing? Don't scribble the phone number on my scratch pad. Call that number any time. If I'm not there, just leave the message and a number for me to call back. He rose to leave, then halted at the door. There's one additional thing. When you find Marvin Blaine, don't approach him. Just make certain you've got the right man and give me a call. He's a kook of sorts, and when he left 7 years ago, he was as bitter and vindictive as a man could be. It would be much better if he didn't know who you are. Any untoward approach might send him off again. I stuck the picture of Marvin Blaine in my pocket. You're paying the freight. You get what you want. Agua Verde was a sleepy little village in the center of the state, just off the main highway, surrounded by canyon walls and small farms. The only business of any size was a truck stop on the south end of the town. I parked my car behind it and began a business-to-business canvass of the curio shops, taco stands, and beer joints. There were maybe 350 residents in Agua Verde, and by mid-afternoon I'd talked to 2/3 of them. Mostly they were Indian or Mexican, or a mixture of the two, and they had little time for a pale-faced gringo. If Marvin Blaine had tarried in the town, he hadn't made much of an impression. The sun was bearing down real heavy when I bought a 6-pack of beer at the truck stop and meandered up the street to the little park in the center of town. I was beginning to think Gerald Doane had given me some bum dope on Marvin Blaine. My best chance was to wait for the field hands to come in when the day faded into dusk and see if any of them knew him. If that didn't pan out, I was through. I could then drive back to Denver and return the balance of Gerald Doane's money, a thought I didn't find appealing. I was on my 4th beer and the shadows were growing long when a man of about 35 came up the street. His total costume was a pair of hacked-off blue jeans and tennis shoes. His hair was long and blond and matched his beard. He halted on the edge of the grass and studied me for a minute. Then he walked up to me, leaned an easel and a half-dozen canvases against a tree, and sat down. He pointed to the beer. You buying? There were only 2 bottles left, and they were tepid, but I pushed them toward him. Help yourself. He snapped the lid off one of the bottles and held it aloft. Cheers. When he brought the bottle back down, it was empty. After a few seconds, he gave a satisfied burp. The man at the service station said you were looking for a guy who used to live around here. Is that right? I held out the picture of Marvin Blaine. Supposedly lived around here, I said. So far, nobody has recognized his picture. You been around here long? The hairy one burped again. 3 years. Without taking his eyes from the photograph, he held out a hand flecked with a dozen different colors of paint and smelling of turpentine. I'm Barney Sundstrom. I gripped the hand. Major Sergeant. Barney continued to study the picture. Finally, he turned. You a cop? A bill collector? A worried relative? Private investigator, I said. The guy had a family spat a few years back and headed for parts unknown. Now his brother wants him found so they can patch things up. Sundstrom pulled a pad from his hip pocket and began sketching. He could have been around here. People come and go here the same as any other place. Not many of them, mind you, but a few. If your man stayed here any length of time, He wouldn't look like he did when that picture was taken. The town doesn't have a laundry or dry cleaner or barber shop, so that takes care of the suit, white shirt and tie, and probably the clean shave and the haircut. Also, most people around here wear some kind of headgear because of the sun. He handed me the sketch. Try that on a few of the local yokels. It's probably a better likeness of your man than the photograph, if he'd been here. The drawing was a perfect reproduction of the photograph I carried, only now Marvin Blaine had a beard and mustache. A floppy hat covered his bushy black hair and threw a shadow across his nose and right eye. You should have been the private detective, I said. You do real good. Sundstrom grinned and stood up. I was for 10 years back in Detroit. One day I took a good long look around me, didn't like what I saw, and I knew that another day or another month or another 10 years wasn't going to change a damn thing. That was 5 years ago. I rambled around a lot before I finally settled down here. I paint a lot and sell a little, enough to pay my bills. He picked up his easel and canvases preparatory to leaving. How much do I owe you for the drawing? I asked, rising. Sundstrom grinned through his whiskers. It cancels out the beer. We're even. He moved up the street in the falling dusk, a soft whistle floating out behind him. My first stop with the sketch was a small taco stand, where I'd already stopped with a photograph of Marvin Blaine and drawn a blank. The roly-poly Mexican woman behind the fly-speck counter took one look at the drawing and dropped her spatula. Juan! Juan! She called excitedly. When a slender Mexican of about 50 appeared through the back door, she pointed to the sketch. El artista viejo! Cuervo! The one called Juan removed his sombrero and nodded somberly. Sí, el artista viejo. My high school Spanish took care of el artista viejo, the old artist, but the Cuervo was beyond me. You knew him? I asked Juan. He nodded slowly. Sí, I knew Cuervo. In Agua Verde, everybody knew Cuervo. He helped us with our crops, tended our sick, and painted pretty pictures. He was mucho hombre. And he called himself Cuervo? I prodded gently. Sí, Cuervo, Juan said a bit impatiently. He raised his right arm and pointed to the wall behind me. Those are the pictures of Cuervo. There were 6 paintings, 4 landscapes, 1 still life, and a portrait of an old Mexican woman. The portrait was a masterpiece in compassion. The eyes were tired, the wrinkled skin like old leather, the mouth was sensitive, the hair snowy with flecks of gray in it. One had the feeling that life had not been easy, but also sensed that if the old woman were to start life anew, she would change nothing. I pointed to the signature on the lower right corner. What does it mean, Juan? What is Cuervo? The slender Mexican spread his hands, palms up. How you say, pájaro negro, the black bird? His eyes lit up. The raven, senor. Cuervo is raven. I prolonged my stay with a taco and 2 cups of coffee, but neither Juan nor his wife could tell me anything more about Cuervo. He had come to the town from nowhere, stayed a few years, and then moved on. Somehow I had the feeling they didn't want to talk about him. Back on the street I made a few inquiries, and then made my way to an adobe cubicle back from the street along the foot of the canyon wall. Barney Sundstrom was seated at a table, tacking squares of canvas to some wooden frames by the light of a kerosene lamp. Come in, he invited amiably. Sit down, if you can find a place. I leaned against the door jamb. Did you ever know an artist from around here called Cuervo? Sundstrom halted, his hammer half raised, and stared at me. He set his equipment aside and pivoted around on the block of wood that served as a chair. No, I didn't know him. I've seen a lot of his work, though, and I wish I had. A sensitivity like his doesn't come along very often. Most painting comes from the hands. The better stuff comes from the heart. Cuervo painted from the soul. He's really ahead of his time, like Van Gogh, among others. 100 years from now, he'll be discovered, and the rich will ante up staggering sums and clamor for his work. But such is the way to the stars. Any idea where Cuervo went when he left here? I asked. Barney studied me intently for a moment. South would be my guess, into old Mexico. He pulled out of town in the middle of the night about a week before I got here. To the locals, he was something of a saint. He was well educated and trained in a half-dozen fields, including farming, finance, and medicine. He was always helping somebody for free when he wasn't painting. The locals don't like to talk about him because the night he disappeared, so did the local prostitute. Somebody saw them driving out of town together. It sort of blew his image, if you know what I mean. Barney reached behind him and pulled a fifth of bourbon from a shelf. I thought you were looking for some dude whose brother wanted to bury the hatchet. Why all of a sudden interest in Cuervo? I waited until Barney had downed a snort, then accepted the bottle. Because Cuervo and the guy I'm looking for are the same man. The picture you drew was a dead ringer for him. The couple in the taco shop recognized him, but they didn't seem to be overly enthused about talking. Sundstrom shook his head and grinned wryly. Well, at least I know what Cuervo looks like now. If I'm guessing right about where Cuervo went when he pulled out of Agua Verde, you'd better have some traveling money in your pocket. I think he headed for a small fishing village called San Miguel on the Sonoran coast. It's about 70 miles north of Guaymas, which places it about 600 miles down the road. I downed a swallow of the bourbon. Mind telling me how you conjured up the theory on San Miguel? Barney's sweeping hand encompassed the entire room. This is where the girl, Concepcion Ruiz, lived, the one who cut up with Cuervo. I found a couple of letters stashed back in the corner of the pantry after I moved in. They were from her mother in San Miguel, begging her to come home. According to the natives hereabouts, she was real keen on going home, too. As clues go, it could have been a lot better. It could also have been a lot worse. I thanked Barney and left. A tepid quietness had fallen over the land with the coming of the night. Then a full moon had come up to coat the desert with a strangely beautiful phosphorescence. It was 7 o'clock when I crawled into the car with a thermos of black coffee and a sack of sandwiches and headed south. I reached the border station at 3 o'clock in the morning, and while the car was being serviced, I had a double order of ham and eggs. I was just south of the border, where the road changes from blacktop to gravel, when a pair of headlights began winking in my rearview mirror. The lights never gained, and I never pulled away from them. Then I remembered there had been a pair of headlights on my tail all the way to the border, only at the time I hadn't paid much attention because there had occasionally been other cars. Now there were just the two of us on what was little better than a goat trail winding across the desert and rising into the mountains. There's something very eerie about driving alone through the desert with another car hanging on your tail. There were no towns or ranches, no signs of civilization at all. I slowed the car from 60 to 40, but a half hour later, the distance between cars hadn't changed. Then I hit a straight stretch and pushed it up to 80. The results were the same. About dawn, the road swung into a series of sharp curves and began dropping. In the distance, I could see the Gulf of California. On a sudden impulse, I eased the car off the road and through the cactus until it was hidden from the road. Then I got out and jogged back. I have a thing about being followed. Minutes later, a mottled tan and gray convertible slid around the curve. It looked like a junk heap, but the deep-throated thrum coming from under the hood told a different story. The driver was strictly the hippie type, frowsy black hair, matted beard and all. I ate 2 cold ham sandwiches, drank 3 cups of coffee, and pondered the matter. Finally, I decided it was just my nerves. I couldn't come up with one good reason why anybody would be tailing me. I crawled into the car and headed it back to the road.
San Miguel was one of those quaint fishing villages you see pictured on calendars and in art galleries. It was a bit bigger than most villages, having 2 cafes to go with its single service station and 4 cantinas. I had the car serviced first, a habit I'd picked up years before, and asked the service station attendant where I could get a room. He obligingly pointed toward a row of adobe cubicles up the unpaved street. I should have gone looking for Marvin Blaine immediately, but I'd been on my feet over 24 hours and I was beat. I found an open cantina, had 4 straight shots of breakfast, and headed for the motel. When I woke up, the heat was stifling and I was soaked in sweat. Through the small rear window, I could see the shadows were beginning to lengthen. I washed with a pitcher of lukewarm water in the earthen wash basin, pulled on my clothes, and went in search of a cafe. The proprietor knew everybody in town, and served up a full supply of gossip with an order of bacon and scrambled eggs. Concepcion Ruiz was married to a fisherman, and they had 3 children. Cuervo? He had a studio on the hill above town. A half hour later, I found Marvin Blaine seated before his easel, quietly studying the collection of fishing boats along the beach. The drawing Barney Sundstrom had made of the man was uncannily true to life. Blaine was wearing sandals on his paint-flecked feet. From his spindly shanks upward, he was encased in a long hooded cowl, like some monks wear. As far as I could tell, it was his only garment. "Mind if I browse a bit?" I asked. Marvin Blaine shook his head. "I don't mind, but don't make any decisions in this light. Things will look decidedly different in the cold light of a new day." His voice was resonant and deep. I moved along the rows of pictures, amazed at their depth and beauty. Brown-skinned children gathered at play, a herd of multicolored goats, an old padre kneeling humbly before the altar in his little mission, a beautiful senorita in her wedding dress. The paintings bore a touch of reality and beauty that was inexplicable. Barney Sundstrom had phrased it perfectly when he said, "Cuervo paints from the soul." Finally, the light grew too dim to see by, even with the help of a kerosene lamp. I returned to the yard where Marvin Blaine was cleaning his brushes and placing them in a steer-horn holder. He moved slowly and deliberately, like a man who was in no hurry to meet tomorrow. There was a quiet and warmth emanating from him that said most of his tomorrows had been well worth waiting for. I think it was the first time in my life I had come face to face with a totally contented man. "I'll be back in the morning," I said. Strangely, I found myself wanting to come back. Blaine nodded somberly and continued putting his equipment away. I'd slept too much during the afternoon, and I was tossing restlessly when I dreamed I heard the shot. Then, through the fog of half-sleep, it dawned on me that it had really been a shot, and from the wallop of the report it hadn't been a pop-gun. A shout sounded from up the street, and then the hurried scuffle of sandals scraped by my door. I was ready to turn over and make one last stab at getting some more sleep, when someone shouted again. Most of what was said was gibberish, but the one word I understood sent a cold chill up my spine. "Cuervo!" I bolted from the bed and poked my head out the door. It looked like half the people in town were heading up the slope toward Cuervo's studio. I pulled my clothes on and jammed my .45 automatic under my belt. By the time I reached the studio, the pale pink of dawn was giving way to broad daylight, and a large crowd was gathered. Cuervo was inside on a surplus army cot. A young girl bent over him. She was carefully taping a large white patch over the ugly gash along his right side, just below his ribcage. "What happened?" I asked, managing to keep my voice calm. A slender young Mexican detached himself from the crowd and walked up to me. "I am Jesus Santos. I come every morning, early, to study under Cuervo. Just a few minutes ago, as I drew near the studio, I could make out a man in the yard. He was down on one knee and aiming a rifle at the house. I cried out just before he fired, which must have thrown his aim off. He hesitated for a few seconds, as though he would shoot again. Then he turned and ran up the hill into the rocks."
What did he look like? I pressed. Jesus shrugged helplessly. In this poor light, who could tell? All I could see was the faint outline of a man. Had he not been kneeling down in the light coming from the window, I would not have seen him at all. I stared up at the craggy heights, a weird plan taking shape in my mind. I didn't have the faintest idea why anybody would want Marvin Blaine dead, but I was reasonably sure I knew who the trigger man was. If I were right, it wouldn't take long to find out, because the creep had come too far and taken too many pains to settle for a half-completed job. He wouldn't be heading back north until he was certain he'd finished what he'd started. All he needed was a chance. When I explained what I had in mind, Blaine shook his head in adamant refusal. I cannot allow it, Mr. Sergeant. It is both foolish and dangerous. Jesus Santos stepped forward nervously. I like your idea, Mr. Sergeant, and since nobody has a better one, we should go ahead. Marvin Blaine shook his fist and muttered threateningly, but he was hurting too much to leave his cot and actively oppose us. While one man went out to inform the crowd what was happening and to make sure they would be off to one side, 4 others hurriedly threw a makeshift litter together. Hoping the activity would cover my own movements, I eased across the slope, keeping low behind the scattering of huge boulders. By the time Jesus and 3 other men carried the litter from the studio, I was a full 100 yards up a ravine. They were no more than out the studio door when a rifle cracked viciously from up the slope. Jesus and his helpers dropped the litter and fled for cover as the rifle barked a second time. Even from that distance, I could see Blaine's black cowl jump as the bullets thwacked into it. The rifle spat twice more as I raced up the ravine, my .45 in my hand. I'd just rounded a projection sticking out from the right side of the ravine when the bearded, long-haired creep came climbing over the rocks. He was moving north, which meant that his car was probably hidden up that way. I rested the .45 on a rock and squeezed off a shot, but I was shaking from the long uphill run. Besides, a handgun was never meant to work effectively at 50 yards. The creep lost his grip on the rocks, spun wildly as he fell, and landed on his beard on the sandy bottom. All I'd done was scare him. He brought the rifle up and began blasting rocks loose all around me. I managed to get off 2 more shots, but he had the superior weapon and position. Then the shooting stopped, and an unreal silence settled over the ravine. I was cramped and uncomfortable, but in order to move I had to reveal myself. I blinked the sweat out of my eyes and waited. Then I heard the deep-throated growl of a souped-up motor just over the ridge to the north. Jesus Santos came panting up the ravine almost immediately. "Are you all right, senor?" he gasped worriedly. "Cuervo is beside himself that you should do this thing." I shook my head disgustedly. "I'm fine, but I couldn't get close enough for a decent shot. Now the killer is getting away. We could go to Guaymas and have the police there send a wire to the border stations," Jesus suggested hopefully. "No sense in even trying that," I said tiredly. "The guy with the rifle was a professional, and the first thing he'll do is get rid of the rifle and any extra ammunition he might have. When he reaches the border, he'll be clean. There's no way we could prove he'd been involved in an attempted murder." As I talked, I moved forward to where the hippie character had landed, when my first shot caused him to tumble from the rocks. 4 empty cartridge casings lay in the sand. At the foot of the rock lay a book of matches, a half-pack of cigarettes, and 2 cigars. When he had landed headfirst, his shirt pockets had automatically emptied. I stuffed them into my own pocket and turned back down the arroyo. Marvin Blaine was standing beside the litter, quietly studying the 4 holes in the sandbags that had been inside his long cowl. 2 of the holes were where his stomach should have been, and the other 2 where his chest should have been. At a distance of nearly 200 yards, and with iron sights, it was fair shooting in anybody's league. Blaine stared over the litter at me. There was a deep hurt in his eyes, and it had nothing to do with being shot. His anguish was deep-rooted. I strode silently past him and down the slope to where I'd left my car. I don't remember much about the run down the coast to Guaymas, but 2 hours after leaving San Miguel, I was in a twin-engine plane beside a lanky Mexican pilot with a lazy grin. He passed over San Miguel at 3,000 feet and zeroed in on the road that led to the border. I wasn't sure the creep in the convertible would be heading back the same way he'd come. If he wasn't, I'd blown my chances. There wasn't time to check all the roads leading north. The pilot spotted the dust first and handed me a pair of binoculars. "Take a long-distance look, amigo. It would not be wise to fly too closely to him." It was the convertible, all right, and he was burning up the road. In just under 3 hours, he'd knocked off almost 200 miles. "Head across the border," I told the pilot. "I want to be on hand when he crosses back to the motherland." When the car cleared customs and immigration, I was busily checking under the hood of the car I'd rented a half-hour earlier. There was nothing wrong with it, but I needed a place from which to spy on my prey. I jotted down his license number, then let him get a half-mile down the road before I set out in pursuit. He was traveling slowly now that he was back across the border, which suited me just fine. The men at the rental agency had guaranteed the rental to do a sustained 150 miles per, but I didn't want to find out unless I had to. I stayed behind the convertible all day, moving steadily north. When he ate, I ate. When he gassed up, I gassed up, always from a discreet distance. By the time we reached Santa Fe, it was dark, and my legs felt paralyzed. As closely as I could figure the distance, the creep had knocked off 750 miles, 300 more than I had driven, and he bounced out of his car and up to the motel office like he just had a short drive around the block. I waited until the lights in his unit went out, then moved a block up the street to another motel and put in a call to Lincoln Larimer of the Denver police. Lincoln wasn't in, but the sergeant on duty took my message and promised to have it delivered to the detective. Then I headed for a hot shower and a good night's sleep. The convertible was a mile south of Denver when the black sedan slipped in from a side road and fell in behind it. The man beside the driver removed his hat and ran a fat hand across his barren skull, as if arranging a luxuriant growth of hair. I had to grin. Lincoln Larimer was on the job. I stayed behind the sedan as it followed the convertible to a posh motel on the west end of town. Then I braked to a stop and waited a block down the street. 10 minutes later, Lincoln swung the sedan in behind me. I motioned him into my car and gave him a quick rundown on Gerald Doane, Cuervo, and the killer. When I was through, Lincoln nodded knowingly. "We suspected something like this might happen. We didn't know when or where." "You suspected this was going to happen?" I growled, surprised. "Suppose you relate a few of the unsavory facts to me just for kicks." Larimer grinned. "Old Matson Blaine built up Blaine Enterprises with nothing more than sweat, guts, and a hell of a business sense. When he died last March, his only living relatives, the Blaine brothers, Marvin and Milton, were his legal heirs." "I was in St. Louis all of last March," I said. "That little matter of a missing secretary and a satchel of negotiable securities." Lincoln reached for a cigarette. "I'd forgotten that. So you couldn't have known about the deal. Anyway, the estate was left to the Blaine brothers, but Marvin had pulled up stakes years ago, before you ever moved to Colorado. The rumor at the time was that he'd had all of his uncle and brother he could stand. He simply walked off one day and never returned. With Milton, it was a different story altogether. He's been in the rackets clear up to his chin for more years than I cared to remember. For a long time, he was his uncle's fair-haired boy, but in later years, the old man must have had second thoughts about him. 2 years ago, unknown to anybody but his lawyer, he changed his will and left the bulk of his estate to Marvin. I didn't know anything about it until this morning. After I got your message from Santa Fe, I began checking out certain things.
I stared numbly into the distance as the whole ugly picture imprinted itself on my brain. Milton Blaine had never intended to have a reunion with his brother Marvin. In fact, he'd sent Gerald Doane to con me into the assignment, because I knew my business, and I was still new enough in town that I wouldn't attach any significance to the name Marvin Blaine. At least, that was the way I had it figured. That made things real simple for the hippie killer. All he had to do was follow me and gun Marvin Blaine down, assuring Milton of the entire Blaine estate. That made me a two-legged Judas goat. Lincoln expelled a cloud of smoke. I left Webster in the motel office. He can monitor any calls coming to the switchboard from the hippie's room, and also keep an eye on the unit itself. I imagine the killer came back here for the final payment for his work in San Miguel, but I don't think there will be any action until dark. Right now, I've got a few things to do. Check in with me during the afternoon. While I waited for the sun to go down, I made one long-distance call to bolster my theories, then settled back to enjoy the view from the squad-room window of City Hall. Lincoln Larimer came through the door a little after 8. They just set up the meet for 9 o'clock. When the big car eased to the curb in front of the motel, Lincoln and I were seated in his car across the street. In the shadows of the unit adjoining the killer's, Lincoln's partner, Webster, was waiting. When Gerald Doane crossed from the car to the motel, I nudged Lincoln. "That's the slob who hired me to find Marvin Blaine." "It figures," Lincoln said quietly. "His real name is Silas Parmenter, and he's a disbarred shyster who hangs around Milton Blaine for the few crumbs involved." When the motel door closed behind Parmenter, Lincoln eased out of the car. I was right behind him as he crossed the pavement and halted on the steps. Webster came from the shadows and joined us silently. Lincoln paused for a long minute, his ear to the door. Then he brought his foot up and slammed it into the door. The scene that greeted us was a tableau in incredulity. Parmenter was holding out a thick sheaf of bills, and the hippie was reaching for them. Before they really knew what was happening, Lincoln had the money in his own hand. Then he and Webster had the two men leaning spraddle-legged against the wall. Parmenter cursed and threatened dire consequences, but Lincoln shoved him into a chair and told him to shut up. The hippie sagged into another chair. It was easy to see he couldn't figure out where he'd slipped up. I plucked a cigar from Parmenter's shirt pocket. "I called the company that makes these this afternoon. Both the blend and the bands are exclusive. Only Silas Parmenter gets these particular cigars. The clincher is the code number the company stamps on the inside of the band, below their name." "What are you, some kind of nut?" Parmenter hissed angrily. "You break in here and all you do is talk about cigars?" I pulled another cigar from my own pocket, a perfect twin to the one I'd taken from Parmenter. "Your bushy-haired friend there dropped this one in the arroyo above San Miguel yesterday morning, right after he tried to kill Marvin Blaine." Parmenter's flabby jowls sagged stupidly. "Tried to kill Marvin Blaine?" he grunted stupidly. Then he shut up like he'd been slapped in the mouth. Hatred dripped from his eyes as he glared at the goggle-eyed hippie. Then he turned back to Lincoln. "I don't have the faintest idea what this jerk is talking about." Lincoln motioned Webster to take the hippie away, then slouched in a chair and studied Parmenter. "Then you wouldn't mind telling me why you were handing the man $10,000 in cash, the same man who tried to murder your employer's brother 36 hours ago. And don't try any of your fancy lies, because there are a dozen witnesses who can place him in San Miguel yesterday morning, not to mention the records kept by the Immigration Service where he crossed the border." "It was a business arrangement," Parmenter snapped cockily. "Strictly a private matter." Lincoln made a notation in his notebook. "A business arrangement with a professional killer, and he is a professional killer. I lifted his fingerprints from the pen he used to sign the registration card when he checked in this morning. He's wanted in New York on 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of extortion. That should make a jury's ears perk up.
especially when it's proved that you met with him before the attempted murder of Marvin Blaine. It was the only way he could have obtained cigars from your private stock." Lincoln snapped the notebook shut. "We've got enough to make a conspiracy to commit murder charge stick. My advice to you is to get in touch with a damn good lawyer." All the smugness went out of Silas Parmenter in one breath. With his reputation for bribing witnesses and falsifying evidence, he didn't stand a prayer of a chance before a jury of his peers. He began a recital of the facts as soon as we reached headquarters, and when the statement was typed up, signed it willingly. Cooperation with the authorities was his only chance for survival, and he knew it. Milton Blaine was working late in his posh suite of offices when Lincoln, Webster, and I moved through the door. Lincoln placed the warrant in Milton's hand, then informed him of the charges against him. He also gave a concise report on the earlier activities of the evening. Blaine leaned back in his luxurious swivel chair and let an amused smirk walk across his dark features. He was a bit smaller than Marvin, but the big difference in the two men was the eyes. I'd seen a similar coldness in a circus python. Milton Blaine had been handed a lot of warrants in his life, but he'd bought his way out of every jam he'd ever been in, and it was apparent that he expected to do the same thing with this one. Then the door behind us opened softly, and he turned a dirty gray. The coldness in his eyes gave way to shock and fear. Marvin Blaine had traded his cowl for a pair of brown slacks and a tan sports shirt, but his hair and beard were still as unruly as they had been in San Miguel. He halted before the great desk and stared down at his brother. There was no hatred in his eyes, only pity and sorrow. "I knew you coveted wealth and power, Milton, but placed them above life itself?" Marvin Blaine was finding it hard to believe. Milton Blaine had a reputation for being cold and hard, but he wasn't man enough to look his brother in the eye. He hung his head and stared at the floor. Even as Lincoln and Webster pulled him to his feet and escorted him from the room, he refused to raise his eyes but shuffled along between them like a zombie. When the door closed behind them, Marvin settled into the chair behind the big desk and stared around him. The chrome, glass, and mahogany offices were a maze of statuary, sculpture, paintings, and scrimshaw. "This was all part of Milton's dream," he said softly. "He was going to build the biggest, swankiest shopping complex under one roof in the world. But he needed the bulk of Uncle Matt's estate to do the job. He wanted the whole world to know that Milton Blaine had built Blaine Center. He wanted the whole world to come and admire these collector's items from the arts and sciences. He was going to buy respectability. The man called Cuervo was actually unimpressed by the value of all the objets d'art. For a man who has been away for 7 years, you seem to know a lot about the operation," I said pointedly. Marvin rose and peered out the window at the cars crawling along the street below. "Keeping track of Milton was the easy part. It was the knowledge of what he was up to that I found unbearable. He began conforming to a pattern when he was 16, a pattern that makes me shudder even today." "You were in San Miguel, and Milton was here. But you said keeping track of him was easy," I broke in. "I think I've missed something somewhere." "He explained all about it once in a letter to Jesus Santos," Marvin said quietly. "That was when he ordered the first dozen paintings, and he was most emphatic that they be genuine Cuervos. He had seen my work in a showing in Kansas City, and it appealed to him greatly. He explained that the paintings had to be the very best if they were going to hang in Blaine Center." "The very best," I said. "You mean Milton's been buying your work for the last few years, not even suspecting who you really were?" Marvin stared pensively at the distant stars. "That's what happened. In the beginning, I enjoyed the game very much. With Jesus handling the transactions, I was perfectly safe. It never occurred to me that Uncle Matt would louse things up by leaving the business to me." "This is absolutely incredible," I said. Are you going to tell Milton the truth?" Cuervo grinned mirthlessly. "And have him add suicide to his long list of unsavory accomplishments? I think not." Occupational Hazard by John Crowe. Patrol Car 6, San Vicente Police Department, arrived at 47 Maple Way in answer to the frantic telephone call at 2:14 a.m. on September 3rd. Officers Rivera and Moses found Mrs. Carl Jaspers in a laundry room off the driveway. The woman was hysterical over the body of her husband. Officer Rivera examined the dead man. Officer Moses took the wife into the living room. A tiny woman of 35, Mrs. Jaspers was barefoot, dressed in her nightgown and robe. Officer Moses calmed her in the small living room. "I was in bed upstairs," Mrs. Jaspers said. "I woke up, heard Carl walking up our driveway to the side door as always. I got up to make him a cup of coffee. Before I had my hair combed and my robe on, I heard the awful cry and something fall. I ran down. Someone was running away. I went into the laundry room where Carl always leaves his work clothes before having his coffee. Carl was on the floor, bleeding. I tried to talk to him, but he didn't answer. He didn't move. I called the police." Officer Rivera saw that Carl Jaspers was dead, a single deep knife wound in the heart, the body still warm. Jaspers was a 40-year-old Caucasian, 5 feet 10, 180 pounds. The dead man was dressed all in black coveralls, black shoes, black socks, black hat, and black gloves. No weapon of any kind was near the body. There was a large suitcase near Jaspers. In it, Officer Rivera found jewelry, negotiable bonds, and a large amount of cash, and a full set of expert safe and burglary tools. Detective Lieutenant Berger, SVPD, questioned Mrs. Carl Jaspers in her neat little living room. "Your husband was a professional burglar. In fact, he was the burglar who's pulled 10 jobs in the last year, all unsolved." "Yes," Mrs. Jaspers said. "Carl was very good at his work." "He was working tonight, right? We're checking." "He worked tonight, of course. That was why I came down to get him his coffee. He always liked coffee when he came home." "You've been living here, a quiet, respectable neighborhood, for a year like ordinary people, while Carl pulled his jobs?" "That was how Carl liked to work, you see," Mrs. Jaspers explained. "We moved to a small, rich city like San Vicente, took a quiet house, acted like everyone else, but kept to ourselves, and at night Carl did his work. We had capital so that Carl never had to dispose of his loot until we left the city. It always worked. Carl was never even arrested. No one here knew what he was. No old friends knew where we were. No risk." "Until now," Lieutenant Berger said. "Someone knew who he was." "Yes," Mrs. Jaspers said. "Only one man, his partner, Frank Bowie. Frank drives the car, watches, the outside man. He must have driven Carl home tonight as he always does. Frank Bowie is the only one who could have killed Carl." Lieutenant Berger found Frank Bowie asleep in his apartment in downtown San Vicente. Bowie was a big, slow man in his 50s. There was no loot or cash in Bowie's rooms, but his car engine was warm. "Carl dead? No, I don't believe," Bowie stammered. Lieutenant Berger convinced him. Bowie confessed to the year-long series of slick burglaries with Jaspers. "I dropped Carl off tonight like always," Bowie said. "He walked up his driveway. I drove home here. I've been here in bed since. I got no knife." "A knife is easily tossed away. Why would I kill Carl and leave the loot?" "Maybe for a whole year's loot." "I don't even know where Carl kept the loot. He sells it later, pays me my share. 5 years we worked it fine all over." "Maybe this time he was going to skip on you, give you the slip." "Why would he? He got 75%. "Who else would want to kill him? It must have happened 10 minutes after you claim you drove off." "Who knows?" Bowie sweated. There was an old woman on the street walking a dog. A bunch of guys singing like nuts down at the bus stop. I saw a guy 2 houses up talking to someone in a car. Maybe that was who did it. Maybe Carl's wife did it. Arrest her. I'm arresting you, Lieutenant Berger said. Buena Costa County Prosecutor Charles Tucker was a bright young man on his way up. He wasn't bright next afternoon in his office with his investigator, Lee Beckett. Frank Bowie couldn't have done it, Tucker said. Why not? Beckett said. Bowie's left-handed, Tucker said. Assistant coroner says the wound is right-handed. Absolute. Not a 0.1% chance the other way. A very hard blow, deep. Some broad, thick knife with a razor edge and bluntish point. On top of that, no blood in Bowie's car, no blood on his clothes, and even the wife admits Jaspers and Bowie had no troubles for 5 years. Bowie is a hack. Jaspers was the brains. Jaspers did 90% of the work, took 90% of the risk, and Bowie has plenty of money in 2 bank accounts. Some old enemy who tailed Jaspers here? No hint of that yet, but with a burglar like Jaspers, it has to be connected to his work. Except the loot was not taken. The wife? She weighs 102 pounds. No blood on her. No sign she left the house after finding Jaspers dead, and the San Vicente cops haven't found the weapon in the house. Maybe she and Bowie did it together, Lee Beckett said. Okay, find out, Lee. Mrs. Carl Jaspers sat in her small, neat living room and waited as Lee Beckett watched her in the evening sunlight. If Frank Bowie didn't kill your husband, who did? I can't think of anyone, the widow said. What about you? Why would I want Carl dead? The money. He would have made me more money alive. Maybe you and Frank Bowie. The money you had, no Jaspers. I have no interest in Frank Bowie, and Carl had no other woman. Look for one or for something between me and Bowie. Did you hear Bowie drive off after dropping Carl here? I'm not sure. I was still half asleep. You heard Carl cry out, fall, and someone running away. Did you hear Bowie or any car drive off after that? Not that I remember. Could an old enemy have caught up with Carl? He had no enemies or friends, just me and Frank Bowie. He planned it that way. He never even carried a gun, always sold the loot fairly, was never even arrested. What about someone from the past? The widow watched Beckett. If I had killed Carl, it would be good for me to say he had old enemies, wouldn't it? But he didn't have any. I didn't leave the house after I found him. No grass or dirt on my feet. The police checked. They searched the house, found no weapon. I don't know who killed Carl. Beckett nodded slowly. Can you remember anything at all unusual before or after? Sounds, voices, some way a killer could have gotten away? All I heard was running after it happened. Before it happened, I heard Carl walk up the driveway. I think I heard old Miss Fitzroy out on the street talking to her dog as usual, and Mr. Marney 2 houses up laughing with someone. Next door, Mr. Ryder had a party going before I went to bed, but it was all quiet next door when Carl came home. The Duboises on the other side had their TV still on when I heard Carl. That's all. Were you and Carl involved with the neighbors? No, just hello over the fence. Carl wanted us distant. No accidental discovery of what he did, you know. Why would a killer leave the loot? I don't know, Mrs. Jasper said. I wouldn't have, if I wanted it, would I? I'd have hidden it, if I wanted to keep it, because the police would be sure to take it. I'd have changed Carl's clothes, too, wouldn't I? So no one would know his work. Unless you had a reason to kill him that could be hidden by making us see he was a burglar, Beckett said. Lee Beckett stood in the evening in front of the Jaspers' small tract house on the quiet street of small houses, close together but not identical. On the right, the Dubois house almost touched the Jaspers' house, but on the left there was more distance, the driveways and garages set between the houses. Lee Beckett went to the second house on the left. A tall old lady in a yellow housecoat answered his ring. Miss Fitzroy?
Annabelle Fitzroy, the haughty old lady said. You're a policeman? Imagine a burglar living on the street. Such a quiet man, too. You never can tell, can you?
No. You were out on the street last night about 2 a.m.?
For Pom-Pom's bedtime walk, of course. Come in, please.
Beckett followed the old woman into another small living room. A tiny black poodle barked at him. The tall old woman cooed to the yappy little dog as if it were a baby. She held it protectively and sat down.
I always walk Pom-Pom about 2 a.m. She needs it.
Did you happen to see Carl Jaspers?
Certainly I did. I had been to the corner with Pom-Pom, was coming back when Mr. Jaspers got out of a car behind me. He went up his driveway carrying a suitcase. I came into my house.
Wasn't it odd to see Jaspers that late?
No, he often came home late. It appeared he worked nights.
What about his clothes?
He wore an overcoat or topcoat, I suppose. I saw nothing unusual.
Did you see him enter his house?
No, Mr. Ryder's house is between us. Perhaps Mr. Marney or Mr. Ryder did.
You saw them outside, too?
Yes. Mr. Marney was talking to someone in a car. One of his disreputable associates, I suppose.
The old woman looked around her, lowered her voice.
He gambles, you know, and he drinks. So does Mr. Ryder, it would seem.
Where did you see Mr. Ryder?
At the corner bus stop with his rowdy friends. I heard the party earlier. I could hardly miss it. But I had no idea Mr. Ryder drank. They were all positively disgusting with their laughing at the bus stop.
What about the Duboises next to the Jaspers?
I do not speak to them, Miss Fitzroy said haughtily. They are not nice people. Why, they actually complained about Pom-Pom barking. Newcomers, unpleasant. They had been here less time than the Jaspers. Mr. Jaspers may have been a criminal, but he was a well-mannered person.
Beckett looked around. What do you live on, Miss Fitzroy?
Live on? She stared at Beckett, purpled. Are you daring to imply that I— Well, not that it is your business, but my dear late father left me quite well fixed. Quite well.
Beckett walked up the driveway that bordered the Jaspers' drive and knocked at the side door of Mr. Ryder's house. The next-door neighbor's car was in the garage now after 5 p.m. Ryder called to Beckett from his front door. The investigator went around to the front. Can I help you? Ryder was a tall, slender man in his late 40s, almost bald, wearing a dark gray suit. Beckett identified himself, and Ryder took him into another small living room. I didn't know Jaspers well, Ryder said, but it's still a shock. On our street. You had a party last night? Some old army friends, an anniversary reunion. We have one each year at a different house. War is a terrible thing, Mr. Beckett, and yet there were good things, too. Good days. We like to recapture them once a year. What time did it break up? Just before 2 a.m. They all took the bus. You walked them to the bus stop? Naturally, they were my guests. You saw Carl Jaspers come home? No, I didn't. A car did stop behind us and drove off some time later, but we were, exhilarated, shall I say? Our reunions remind us of our youth, the exciting days. What do you do for a living, Mr. Ryder? I'm a CPA downtown. Does it pay well? Well enough. I never married. There's only me. Beckett thought for a moment. You said a car drove up, left some time later. How much later? I really can't be sure, Mr. Beckett. We were singing, enjoying ourselves. The bus arrived about a minute after 2 a.m. The car left a little later. After the bus came, what did you do? Walked straight home and went to bed. Did you hear Jaspers cry out? No, I didn't. Who else did you see on the street? Well, Paul Marney was leaning into a car as I passed his house. I'd seen Miss Fitzroy earlier. What about the Duboises? No, I don't know them well.
The Dubois house was closest to the Jasperses, between it and the corner bus stop. A short, graying, middle-aged man answered Beckett's ring. He was surly. "Another cop? What do you want now?" "Some more questions," Beckett said, pushed the short man inside without actually touching him. In the third small identical living room, a heavy woman about the same age as the man sat on a couch. "You were up around 2 a.m. last night, Mr. Dubois," Beckett said to the man. "Were you out on the street, too?" "No," Dubois said. "We were watching a TV movie," Mrs. Dubois said. "We were right here in the house when Jaspers came home," Dubois said. "We heard a car drive off, heard Jaspers go into his house. These boxes are like tissue paper." "We heard him yell, 'Someone run away,'" Mrs. Dubois said. "That was maybe a couple of minutes after he went inside next door. Maybe 5 minutes before we heard the cops come roaring up." Beckett said, "That means you heard him cry out about 8 minutes after 2 a.m. Heard him come home about 5 after 2? "Well," Dubois said, "the commercial just ended, say about a minute after 2 when he got dropped off. That'd make it about 2:04 when we heard the yell. Cops took a little longer." "What else did you hear? Another car?" "Nope, just running," Dubois said. "We heard some singing a little earlier. Marnie next door laughing, and that damn little dog barking like always," Mrs. Dubois said. Beckett said, "How long have you known the Jasperses?" "We didn't know them. We don't mix, especially not with crooks. Some swell neighbors," Dubois said. "You knew Jaspers was a burglar?" "Of course not," Mrs. Dubois said. "But we weren't surprised. Everybody's a crook today. That Marnie, I'd look into him. No, we never even said hello to the Jasperses. A good thing, too." "We stay away," Dubois said. "Good fences make good neighbors. We moved here to be private." "From where did you move?" "Upper East Side. We lived there 20 years, but it's gone to pot. All kinds of low-class types moving in." "Where do you work, Mr. Dubois?" "Got my own print shop. Doing fine, too." "What movie were you watching last night?" "See," Mrs. Dubois said. "I knew they'd ask that." "Purple Heart. A war movie, naturally," Dubois said. "You want me to tell you about it? Tokyo bombers captured by the Japs. All about how Dana Andrews—" "I know the movie. It's so old you could have seen it 10 times, Beckett said. At the last house before the corner, Paul Marnie nodded Beckett inside. Marnie was a tall, slender man in his 60s. His house was the richest of the 4 Beckett had seen, expensively furnished in excellent taste. He took Beckett to a den where a poker table was strewn with cards and chips. "A gambler," Miss Fitzroy had said. "No," Marnie said. "I didn't know Jaspers much. Hello, how are you? Have a drink." He never came for the drink. "I hear you were out on the street about 2 a.m. talking to someone in a car," Beckett said. "Sure was. I had 2 friends over. We played cards. They left about 2. I saw them to their car. We talked a few minutes." "What friends?" "Manager and assistant manager from my old office. Known them 30 years. You want their names?" "I gave the names to the cops earlier." "What old office was that?" "Ultraviolet Corporation. I was vice president before I retired." "Did you see Carl Jaspers come home?" Marnie nodded. "A car dropped him off. He went up his driveway. The car left immediately. I saw no other car either, and I went into my house almost at once." "Did you see anyone else on the street?" "Miss Fitzroy and her poodle, and Andrew Ryder and his friends at the bus stop. Ryder had had a party, an army reunion, I believe. They were all quite drunk, I'm afraid." "Were you on the street when Jaspers cried out?" "No, I'd gone in. I heard the cry, but didn't realize what it was. I'd had a few drinks, too." "You're a gambler, I hear, Mr. Marnie." "Gambler?" Marnie blinked, then laughed. "You must have talked to Miss Fitzroy. Yes, I gamble. We play a 5-cent limit, Mr. Beckett, and I have a 6-figure bank account.
Prosecutor Tucker, Lieutenant Berger, and Beckett were in Tucker's office at 8 p.m. that night. "No," Berger said. "We found no trace of the weapon, or of any second car being there, or of any motive. But we couldn't have stabbed Jaspers, and the wife didn't leave the house, according to her." Tucker said, "We've traced Jasper's movements for 10 years back. He worked alone then. No known enemies or friends. No one went to the house that we can find." "Read me the description of the wound again," Beckett said. Berger read. "Went right through the heart and body. A broad knife, heavy-bladed. One edge razor-sharp. A thick spine. It had a blunt-shaped tip, according to the coroner's office. A slight curve to the blade. Struck with force, they think." "Okay, it fits," Beckett said. "The weapon, the date, the money and jewels not touched. The time, what Jaspers was wearing, where it happened, and the motive." "Motive?" Prosecutor Tucker said. "What motive? We can't find a motive." "That's what fits," Beckett said. Beckett, Tucker, and Lieutenant Berger stood in the small tract living room. Only a single table lamp was lighted as the 3 men faced the accused killer. "There wasn't any motive," Lee Beckett said. "No plan, no reason. It was September 3rd. Except it wasn't. It was really still the night of September 2nd. Your party was an anniversary reunion of Army buddies. The anniversary of VJ Day. Purple Heart on the television because it was VJ Day. You and your buddies were in the Pacific in World War II. You got drunk. You walked to the bus stop. You came home alone, drunk." Mr. Andrew Ryder licked his pale lips in the small living room. I told you all that. You didn't tell about the sword," Beckett said. "A samurai sword you brought home with you from the war. You took it with you to the bus stop. We'll find it now. There'll be blood." Andrew Ryder, the neighbor, gulped. His face battled. He was an ordinary man, no criminal. I was very drunk. I came up the driveway to my side door. I fell down, swinging the sword, imagining I was back in the war. I got up. I was dizzy. I went into my house. I saw a man dressed all in black, bent over a suitcase. A robber in my house. He saw me, saw my sword. He jumped at me. I raised the sword automatically. He stumbled, fell onto the sword." Andrew Ryder shuddered. "It went through him. I saw it was Mr. Jaspers. I was in the wrong house. I ran out, went into my own house, hid the sword, changed my clothes that were bloody. I was almost sober when the first policeman came." Ryder looked around at the 3 men. "When I fell in the driveway, I got turned around. Fell into the wrong driveway, went in the wrong door. Saw a robber, all in black, jumping at me, attacking me. So I raised the sword." Beckett told the widow later. Mrs. Jaspers just shook her head. "An accident, a mistake. Not because of what Carl did or was. Nothing to do with his being a burglar." "An accident, but a lot to do with his being a burglar," Beckett said. "If he hadn't been dressed for work, all in black, if he hadn't been jumpy, scared when Ryder came in and caught him with the loot, it wouldn't have happened. Ryder saw a robber. Your husband saw a man with a sword. They were both scared. So it happened. Fear, Mrs. Jasper, is an occupational hazard." A Moment, One Night, by Michael Van de Ven. It was my imagination, of course, or a dream, a nightmare, over in an instant. It was the moon behind the clouds, then full, too much light at once perhaps, or wandering thoughts responsive to the eerie midnight mood. I'd fallen asleep in my deck chair reading Virgil, and after being awakened suddenly, by the sound of the wind chime, I think, walked to the back fence overlooking the creek.
I stood in a semi-somnolent trance, half asleep, half awake, like the souls of the newly departed, I imagined, descending to some new and mysterious kingdom. I looked up and saw the full moon come out of the clouds and balance like a ball on the steeple of the church across the way, and along the fence my neighbor's 3 sleek Dobermans stood shining like silk in the silver light, wedged tight against the back gate, their teeth bared and grinning like Cerberus, their unclipped tails entwined like snakes. I tried to speak, as if my voice might soothe their frightful vigilance, but could not, and so stood petrified, feeling droplets of perspiration trickle over my ribs. I was aware of the rustle of poplars being slapped by the wind, and there was the slight whisper of the shallow creek and the ever-present tinkle of the porcelain wind chime. And then, all of a sudden, there was silence, a complete breathless silence, a hollow stillness that caused me to give a quick shiver of fear and helplessness. It was then I became aware of the tall, bony man standing beside me, as if he had materialized out of the shadowy foliage, as if from the gesticulations of poplar branches in moonlight. He stood not more than a few feet away, his arm stretched outward, and a slender hand hovering above my shoulder. He appeared hideously disfigured, cadaverous and gruesome, as if emaciated by the turbulent spasms of some inner fury. His face was oblong, gaunt and pale, with cavernous features like those of a skeleton I once discovered collapsed into a heap against the wall of a cave, where I had taken sanctuary during a storm. Its skull, I swear, breathed an eerie hiss when the cold rain and wind sucked my shelter hollow. I was filled with fear and dread, but then, abruptly, I became unafraid, suddenly overwhelmed by a rush of calm. At once I knew he was death come to claim me. He spoke my name with a voice like the wind through hollow oak. It had a dull and soothing resonance, like sleep, like the hush of tranquility at a pause in a storm. "Not yet," I protested, appraising the long and bony fingers poised like a dangling spider above my shoulder. "First, I must go inside and say goodbye to my wife and son." He said nothing, but his throat emitted a deep and trembling hum. "No, of course," I said. I could hear my own voice tremble involuntarily. "It's too late, isn't it? But may I, then, have one more peek through the window? It will only take a moment." I did not wait for his reply, but quickly walked from his reach. Turning back, I saw his scolding oval eyes narrow into beaming slits, then widen into perfect roundness, like the eyes of an owl. In the moonlight they shone like twin beads of quicksilver. He stood in austere silence, his spindly arms folded, waiting. "It will take but a moment," I said. "I promise." At the window I looked in, and saw them on the floor engrossed in a game of chess. My wife sipped at her chocolate, while watching my son cautiously move his queen's bishop along its diagonal to capture a pawn. His fingers clutched and squeezed the pawn, while his eyes eagerly scanned the board to make sure his move was a good one. When I tapped the pane, they both looked up and smiled. "I'll miss you," I said aloud, and their lips mouthed, "What?" with both heads at equal tilt in puzzlement. "Nothing," I whispered, shaking my head. "God, I love you," I added. In a few moments, or in an hour, I thought, they would find my lifeless form slouched over in my deck chair, and then think back and try to comprehend what I had been trying to communicate. "I'm going now. Goodbye." I smiled at them once more. I wondered, as I attempted to prepare myself for my journey to the subterranean world that awaited me, if I were destined for the common, ordinary physical discomforts of Hades, or, instead, for Tartarus, that meta-hell that transcends Gehenna, that hell beyond the Hades of Virgil, where doomed souls suffer the extremest of torments. When I turned to accept my fate, The ambassador of death was gone, and I too mouthed a silent, "What?" Had I, with my allusion to God and love, and my desire for life, eluded the capture of death? Tomorrow, I suppose, I'll stumble upon some fallen squirrel, or my son will discover a dead opossum, or the cat will drag home a field mouse that she has frightened to death with her playfulness. Of course, that particular funeral will take on a deeper meaning. End of Alfred Hitchcock's Death Reach, edited by Kathleen Jordan. Narrated by Larry Robinson, in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, August 1983. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher. The Dial Press, Davis Publications, Incorporated, 380 Lexington Avenue, New York, New York, 10017.
End of book.